Going live. You are live. So we're just waiting for it to catch up to ourselves, right? Is that right, what we're doing? Oh, okay. I don't see it on mine. Oh, I do see it. I just have to turn it on. Okay. All right, folks, if you're seeing us, welcome. We'll just start from where we are. And my name is Mike. I'm an alcoholic. I'm from the Torrance, California. And that's out in the USA, wherever you're coming from. I noticed in our registration, we have over 15, 16 countries and 37 different states signed up for our event today. So welcome to the Recovery Virtual Tours. It's a day of recovery and history through service, and it's going to be on YouTube Live all day long. We are also going to have Al-Anon participation with us. We've got some great stuff. We're kind of doing a holistic view of the entire program today with some overview of stuff. We got a great schedule set up, so we just want to welcome you here. We know that people are going to be coming on as we go along throughout the day, and we will be here. We're going to be here for we got 6 different vignettes, or as we say, meetings in the program. I myself have been sober. Coming up next Monday will be 36 years sober, and I've also been an Al-Anon for over 38 years. So I've been very fortunate to have that kind of recovery. I got sober when I was 21, came to Al-Anon when I was 18. And so I came across a gentleman who's going to be our first presenter. And I'll introduce him just in a moment. His name is Tim C. He's from the East Bay, and he's part of the East Bay Intergroup in Oakland, California. And most importantly, he's part of the PICPC, which is the Public Information and Corresponds with the Professional Community and Committee, which is up there. And he's got a big passion for service. And a few weeks back, we decided we wanted to do something that would get out to folks during the holidays, during COVID. So we're going to be doing some things here now, and we got some more stuff coming in the future. We're just getting things rolling. You know, we put things on YouTube for different reasons than just doing Zoom, but it works out, and you guys will be able to ask questions. If you look down below the YouTube video, if you don't have it on your full screen yet, you can see where it says to ask questions. You can go to RVT, which is Recovery Virtual Tours FAQ, rvtfaq@gmail.com. And when you get in there, you can ask questions about any of the speakers that are going to be on today. So it's an opportunity for you to ask any kind of questions you want. We're doing this to kind of streamline the questions. We're going to have presenters that are going to go for roughly an hour to an hour and a half, hour and 15 minutes. And we'll have the last part of the 15 minutes will be for Q&A. So if you have questions, please put them on there. The other thing is we have recorders on this who are recording this from Amot Audio. It's amotaudio.com. You can go there. This will be on there afterwards, and you'll be able to listen to everything that's being recorded throughout the entire next 6 and some hours, 6.5, 7 hours throughout the afternoon. You can leave and come back if you want. That's fine. We're going to send out emails every hour to let you know what's coming next. And today we've got quite a schedule. Real quick, we're going to be hearing from Tim, who's one of our hosts of the event, and he's going to talk about the benefits and rewards of service. We're also going to have a tour of Dr. Bob's house. I don't know if you've ever been to Dr. Bob's house, but if you want to change your sobriety or change your recovery, you got to go to Dr. Bob's house and visit Akron, Ohio. It really brings you home. The people that run that place and are tremendous, and we're very fortunate to have Harmon V, who's one of the main guys over at the Dr. Bob's house. He's going to do a thing for Home for the Holidays at Dr. Bob's, and he's going to do a little virtual tour. He's going to talk about Ann Smith, where Bill Wilson called her the mother of AA, and then he's going to read a couple of very touching holiday letters from Bill Wilson that were written over the years of his time. We also will then follow that with a thing about steps 10, 11, and 12. My sponsor, Herb K, is going to be on here. HerbK.com is his website. That's HerbK.com. And he is been doing these workshops for years. He's been my sponsor for 25 years. We came from a group of guys who put us through what's called workshops, big book workshops, where we travel through the big book together for over a year's period and work and look at the study and what the meanings mean and do the definitions and do all the stuff. But he's going to specifically today do an event on steps 10, 11, and 12. He's got a lot of experience in that. He's 36 years, coming up in 37 years sober. He's 80 years old. He's got a lot of experience, a lot of background, and a lot of different things. Tremendous workshop. Then we're going to go into Nancy Kay is going to do a thing on the women of the big book, a fabulous, fabulous presentation on the women who helped start the program of Alcoholics Anonymous and were ones who helped to put the big book together, including Marty Mann, which is Tim's going to talk in a couple minutes, one of his big heroes. She was very dynamic in getting AA going, not only for everyone, but for women as well. And then we're going to do a workshop with one of our trustees, our non-alcoholic Class A trustees from GSO. It's Dr. Al Mooney, and he goes by Dr. Al. He's got a tremendous experience on how to bring in the family afterward into your recovery. So he's an Al-Anon, but he knows probably more about AA than most Al-Anon. So he's going to be great. And then at the end of it, I'm going to wrap up the whole session with the thing about the circle and the triangle and the recipe of recovery. One of the things that changed my recovery years ago was someone showed me how to actually read the book and utilize the things you have to do. A lot of people get stuck in AA or just read the book, go to meetings, call your sponsor. These guys changed my life. I was almost dying in Alcoholics Anonymous at 2.5 years sober. These guys showed me and Herb K, who's on here, and a lot of others how to approach the work. And it started with the circle and the triangle, not only the triangle and the circle from an Al-Anon, but the circle and triangle from AA. And they took us through the recipe of recovery and showed us the successful way on how to engage the context and how to put this to work so it could be dynamic. And we'll take you right into a vision for you. So it's going to be an overview there. It's going to wrap up everything we talked about today. And I would tell you right now, it changed me. And I know thousands of people, when they went through that circle and the triangle, it changed their lives. So it's going to be a great day. We're glad you're here. Enjoy, sit back, call your friends, go to the website, recoveryvirtualtour.com, and talk to them. All you have to do is go right on there now, and you can click on the YouTube link. It'll bring you right into this YouTube link now. Some of you guys registered, you got the link. Now just pass it on to your friends and bring them all day long. We got plenty of time. Get them on here and let's go and let's have it done. So that's a big long-winded opening. Just want to get the overview in. We're going to go into Tim now, who's one of our hosts, and he's going to talk about service and his passion for service. And so I'm going to introduce you to Mr. Tim C. from the East Bay area and California, and he's going to take us into how to get kicked off for the day. Take it away, Tim.
Thanks, Mike. I am Tim. I'm a recovered alcoholic and have been for 26 years. And good morning. Thank you for joining us. I hope you enjoy what we put together for you today. I'm going to give a little brief history, and then we're going to do a little presentation of what PICPC is for the newcomers and the visitors for today, and that won't take long. And we'll try to finish up. So I came to AA not long before my 21st birthday through a professional therapist, and that was in 1981. I was what Ann Smith would have called a fearful wreck, or Dr. Bob would have stated beyond any human aid. I didn't know when I came into the rooms that one could go down from bottom, but I proved that over and over again, that the elevator never goes back up when we try it again. I know that no one needs to investigate those subterranean basement levels if we, the members of AA, give the newcomers the message of recovery from alcoholism. The big book repeatedly states that we approach the newcomers. It tells us that if we are to survive, we have to carry the message. Meetings are where we find companionship, understanding. Recovery comes from the program, the unity of the common problem and common solution, page 17, and service to every aspect of AA. I spent 12 years relapsing in AA, not understanding the problem. I knew my life was unmanageable, but I'm not sure that I really understood what alcoholism was. I spent years trying to fix me with me, which is what I was doing before I came in the rooms, right? I was using my confused thinking, mixed ideas from therapists, doctors, meeting rooms, series of befuddled suggestions. I tried every guru, spiritual leader, new age nut job, every psychobabble idea suggested in and outside of our rooms. I realized later that I was trying to stay sober using ideas from other folks that also couldn't stay sober themselves. Or worse, some of those folks in our rooms that committed suicide. I tried all the solutions but one, working the precise directions from the program of recovery laid out in our big book. I found the solution at 13 months dry, and I mean I was tinder dry, ready to commit suicide. A little old man set me down one day and devoted the afternoon to fixing a very sick and broken drunk. This guy was responsible. He took the afternoon to do the deal. That little guy helped me put what was left of me back together. He straightened out the mess of problem thinking, the emotional insanity. I explained the problem in a way that I could finally understand, and then he described the solution. I had been trying to fix the wrong problem for years. I thought if I fixed my problems, I could fix my alcoholism, and yeah, I was that confused and befuddled. He started me on the yellow brick road. He explained the difference in my road and Dorothy's. The solution is in the steps in the program. The solution is not the solution is the road, right? The wizard waiting at the end of the road, hiding behind the curtain with the smoke and light show, doesn't have the answers. He warned me that our AA meeting rooms in the world are full of tin men who refuse to listen to their heart, lions that can't find their courage, and scarecrows afraid to use their brains. That's been my experience as well. He explained that the spiritual path has no destination. The yellow brick road is the destination. The alcoholic has to stay in action to gain understanding. And we do that with steps 10, 11, and 12. They are the daily growth steps. I can't live on yesterday's growth, and living in yesterday's grace blocks me from the sunlight of the Spirit. It'll lead me back to the same hell I've been living in. If I am to survive the low spots ahead, I have to fill my spiritual hole with service. Doing the deal. Service is the most mentioned subject of the first 187 pages of the big book. Service led me to more service. When I became sober, guys, I could barely speak to two people at the same time, much less dozens. I was shy to the point of absolute terror. I stumbled into service work. I was sponsoring and helping folks in San Francisco that were suffering from alcoholism and HIV or AIDS. We started taking barely sober drunks into Ward 86 at San Francisco General. In those days, the folks at San Francisco General, they were overworked, understaffed, lacked resources, and they were triaging those with AIDS so that they could help those with the best chance of survival. They really didn't want to work with alcoholics and addicts. We started vouching for folks' sobriety, and they began to notice. I was asked to do a talk about AA and alcoholism to some of the doctors and healthcare professionals. Those presentations led to others at universities and hospitals around San Francisco, mostly through the National Council on Alcoholism, which we're going to cover a little more of here in a minute. An interesting piece of history. Dr. Poliak, a friend of Bill W., Dr. Silkworth, Dr. Tebow, non-alcoholic, had arrived in San Francisco General in 1940. He was a big supporter of AA, and in San Francisco, he helped get the AA movement off the ground. I just learned that Dr. Poliak invited alcoholics to come into San Francisco General and speak to doctors about AA, exactly 55 years prior to my first presentation in the same hospital. Guys, the relief we alcoholics can give to healthcare workers is fascinating, and it's just as fascinating as working with newcomers. Most healthcare workers today have no idea what alcoholism is or that there is a program of recovery. When we can explain the problem, open their eyes, offer them facts and science, when they realize that what alcoholism is and that there's a solution, they need a 4-step themselves to get rid of their own resentments, right? And get rid of resentments that they're training. It's like watching the light come on a newcomer. Some of you have been there, right? The professionals want to help us drunks. They simply haven't been given the tools and the information. So the event today is for your entertainment. Hopefully it is informative, and yes, it is a hook. If you think we are trying to encourage you to get into service, you'd be absolutely correct. The big book tells us that data proves that those that do service stay sober. They also get a gift, the true gift of this program. a freedom unknown and without reference for those who have never done the work. I had a sponsor once tell me, the big book states that we have to get into service to stay sober. And you know what? In the beginning, that is absolutely true. But he also told me later, we do service not to stay sober, but because we are sober. We've been given a freedom to live as only an alcoholic can. That's been my experience. To see the light come on in newcomers' eyes, to see the once hopeless and dying alcoholic recover and become a contributing member to their friends and family, the fellowship, our AA community, is an opportunity most earthlings will never be a part of. Many of you on here this morning have received that gift as well. There are thousands of ways to help the community better understand so that they can help the still suffering. If you haven't gotten into service, served on committees, carried the message of AA, find your service niche, or maybe like me, who knows, maybe you've got several service niches, but go find one that fits and start carrying the message. The spirit of the universe will make you the vessel needed to carry the message. Just do the right thing, follow the yellow brick road, be secure in the fact that we have a program that works for everyone, if they are willing to do the work. You must not miss the greatest gift this program has to offer. Sorry, given the gift of life and freedom, that's the bonus round in AA. Come join us on the broad highway. Enough said. With that, we're going to take just a few minutes and explain PI and CPC service work to AA, carrying the AA message for newcomers and visitors that are with us this morning. Give me just a moment to load up my Google slide program, which is always just a little clunky on this particular platform, and we have about a 15-minute presentation. I'll cut it down. I didn't know we were going to have so many intros, so I'll try to shorten this up as quickly as possible here. And give me just a moment, and we'll be off and running. Oops. Sorry, guys. Sort it out. All right, that should be coming through correctly. Small technical difficulty. Okay. I am the current chair of East Bay Intergroup PICPC Committee. I am involved with the National AA PICPC Committee with AA members from around the country trying to fix our presence on the internet, fixing a national problem with local solutions. Contact us if you want to get involved. Okay, so where do we get the mandate for PI and CPC service work? This is from page S1 of, some people call it the Secret Service Manual. You can read this on your own. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I want to point out the bottom. Hints in AA service is anything, whatever, that helps the fellow, help us reach the fellow sufferer. And I'm going to read the last line here. This is from the same page. Concerning any given service, we therefore pose but one question. Is this service really needed? If it is, then maintain it we must, or fail in our mission to those who need and seek AA. We are here to carry the message of recovery from alcoholism. We cannot be all things to all people. We do have a solution for alcoholics that works when folks do the work. It's time we of AA start carrying that message to the public square, and that public square, of course, is the internet this day and age. AA has been around for 80 years, while thousands of other solutions have come and gone. We know it was decades ahead of its time. Body, mind, spirit, the whole person has to be fixed. Science is now catching up to the big book. While AA may not be the solution for everyone suffering from this disease, it is the baseline for recovery that all others use to measure success. In 1956, the PI committee was formalized, the work that thousands had already been doing for years. The CPC committees came a little later. This is a short list of what we could be doing at the local and national level for PI. Long form tradition 11, we always get a lot of feedback on this. We ought to avoid sensational advertising. That means we don't show the car wrapped around the telephone pole with bodies hanging out of it, right? One of the best PSAs that AA ever did is, if your drinking doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother us. If your drinking's bothering you, please contact us. And that's always been one of our most popular PSAs. So tradition 11 is about personalities, not the program. The program's not anonymous. This is what cooperation with the professional community does. These are just a short list of some of the people we can reach out to. Educating professionals about AA and alcoholism. The birth of the Employee Assistance Program came out of AA in the early days, as did therapy and thousands of support groups. These groups didn't exist before AA. AA changed many things, including how therapy was done. Companies were so impressed with the results of AA, they saw the obvious benefits of helping their employees, and many of them started meetings right on their premises and still do today. So committees that make up the stewardship of the primary purpose in AA: public information, CPC, we're already covering; corrections, also known in Northern California as hospitals and institutions; bridging the gap, treatment committees, accessibilities committees, and not to be left out, the grapevine that carries the message to all kinds of folks. We are here to save the still suffering alcoholic, and while in the next hour, guys, 360 alcoholics are going to die while we're on this meeting. Today, worldwide, 1,440 alcoholics will die. Program of recovery that we know works for the alcoholic. So, AA is not a self-help group. If we could fix ourselves with self, there wouldn't be any need for AA. I tried fixing myself for years. If healthcare professionals, clergy, therapists could fix alcoholism, these alcoholics professions would not need AA for sobriety, and I wouldn't be sponsoring them. So information, we need to know why this is important, and this is some of why we need to do this work. Doctors still refuse to put alcoholism on the death certificate. So this number of 95,000 people die from alcoholism may be only a third of what's getting reported. The stigma of alcoholism is as bad as it's been in 120 years. Guys, I study a lot of history about this, and we have got the worst message going on out there we've had in decades. The nurture versus nature conversation is over. The science is in. Alcohol is known to increase the chances of disease, and alcoholism can increase our chances of getting or can cause over 200 other diseases. Today, doctors, healthcare workers have less training for addiction and alcoholism than any time in the last 100 years. We're down to 10% of them that believe it's a disease, even though their own PDR has listed it as a disease since 1947 when it first came out. The shocking number here, only 7% of psychiatrists and therapists have extended training in addiction or alcoholism. And I will tell you guys now, I'm using reports from the CDC, NIH, WHO, JSAD, and other people that have done some serious work on researching this. 40% of inmates who are incarcerated under the influence. 65% of inmates have a drug or alcohol problem. 60% of the hospital beds in America are occupied as a result of alcoholism, and only 25% of Americans suffering from alcoholism will enter treatment in their lifetime. The biggest demographic at risk identified for not getting help is professional women over the age of 50, and we're up from women in alcoholism from about 28% to 38% over the last 10 to 15 years. So what we spend each year in the US, we could buy 22 and a half of these babies. Think about that for a minute. AA is not an anonymous organization, its members are. This is what the therapy defines us as, and I'm not banging them, but they keep trying to solve our problem, and they have the same problems that everybody else does. I always liked the alcohol abuse syndrome. I always wondered about that. I'm not sure that I ever abused alcohol, but I know damn sure that it abused me. 4 years ago, guys, everybody that came in the room, the therapy department told us, the therapy folks told us that we were all suffering from latent homosexuality. Now, that may have been the case of what described me, but my sexuality had nothing to do with my alcoholism. I didn't want to be gay, but I was. So it was a great excuse to drink. And if there's any newcomers on the meeting this morning, I just want to be clear here that being straight is not the cause of your alcoholism either. AA is in countries, the AA is this country's aftercare program. We have studies over and over, 1999, 1994, 2007, Harvard. Everybody has studied us, but I want to discuss this 2020 Stanford article and the research they did with Harvard and a couple of others. And they have now put up a YouTube video, and I don't have time to play it for you this morning, but it is 15 minutes long, and it is a group of folks that took all the studies done about Alcoholics Anonymous and came up with an actual study of how effective it is. And you can go to YouTube and just type in, does Alcoholics Anonymous work? And look for the little Stanford emblem down here. Oops. And you will find this video in the first or second link. And I encourage you to go watch it and share it with your buddies. It's a great video. So,
Alcoholics Anonymous is an international fellowship of people who struggled with...
When I do that, I apologize. AA is not an anonymous organization. AA has been promoting itself from the day Bill W. and Dr. Bob called the hospital and asked if they had any drunks they could work with. The nurse responded to Dr. Bob by asking if he had tried his own cure, right? And thus AA number 3 was born. The rest is history. Another slide for public presentations, anonymity in all our affairs. We know the problem, we know the solution. Let's pull from history. How was it that the early folks of AA were able to grow our organization? Why is it stagnating now? And most importantly, at the bottom is why I maintain my anonymity. If I don't maintain mine, the newcomers to our rooms will not feel secure that their anonymity is protected. And I know I was deeply concerned about who saw me drinking. I didn't mind puking in your bushes, but I didn't want you to know that I was out fixing my problem, right? So some of the early people, and this is the short list, and we're going to cover them quickly here because I'm running out of time. Dr. Bob and Bill W., but Dr. Bob sponsored over 5,000 alcoholics. They brought the concepts of AA to the world, and I want to point out that I think Dr. Bob was pretty dashing in his youth there. Bill Wilson spoke everywhere to endless organizations. This one's to the American Journal of Psychiatry. This is to the Yale School of Alcoholic Studies, which started in the 1920s and started using our information to make their studies work. He spoke to General Motors, Firestone, military contractors. In 1954, Bill was offered an honorary degree at Yale Law School. This is a letter of him refusing that degree because once again, it would put him as the personality of AA, and he didn't want that. He wanted the focus to be on AA and not him. Personalities, right? This is him speaking to the national clergy on alcoholism. And if you haven't spoken to your clergy, guess what? Some of them aren't as tuned up as you might believe about AA. Clarence Snyder is also one of my heroes. I know he was very controversial. He started all the AA meetings in Cleveland, and he was one of the youngest members to come into AA. They didn't think he was old enough at 35 years of age. He kind of felt like that he was grandfathered in on the traditions, and he didn't protect his anonymity very well. And that led him to being thrown out of the very first meeting that he ever started because they were afraid if people saw them with Clarence Snyder, they would put together that they were alcoholics as well. Excuse me. Clarence was famous for getting newspaper articles written, and this one's from the Cleveland Plains Dealer, and there were 7 articles that were put together and made up. And then he also helped a guy from Scripps Howard write some articles, and those got released all over the country, which later got picked up by, or got Jack Alexander's interest in Alcoholics Anonymous. Those were some of the first articles that piqued his interest about us. And for those of you who know that history. And as Michael mentioned earlier, this is one of my heroes. And our history gal later on, Nancy, is going to do a great job on Marty. So I'm not going to spend that much time. But Marty was our public information and CPC committee for 40 years. She started the National Education Commission, and then she turned it into the National Committee on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence. And she was the chair of that organization until she died in 1980. Edward R. Murrow called her one of the most important voices in America. And those 4-point public relations campaign at the bottom of that is what she took across to everybody. She wrote a primer on alcoholism, which sold pretty well. She brought all kinds of people into alcohol studies. She brought Dr. Dr. Jelinek into the Yale Law Studies, and he stayed in that and has been one of the constant returns for our treatment center education. They go back to Dr. Jelinek every 4 or 5 years, and many of you will recognize this famous curve of progression of the disease. So Marty also helped write the 1970 Hughes Act, which brought money for studies and treatment for alcoholism from the government for the public. And I'm going to go ahead and play this, and I have this really bad feeling that I forgot to do something. No, I had it all along. I'm sorry. So I'm going to play this. It's just a minute and a half, and then we're almost done. But I'd like you
Alcoholism has too long been
be attentive to who she's speaking to, and remember that this is a time when women couldn't own business, finances, property ownership, and she's speaking to a room full of men. So if we can't hear this, somebody let me know, because it doesn't play the same on my screen as it does on yours.
Taboo subject, just as tuberculosis used to be 40 years ago. We're trying to teach people the truth, that alcoholism is a disease, and that because it is a disease, it should have no stigma attached to it.
Marty Mann was doing recovery advocacy for many, many decades, and she was Bill Wilson's sponsee. She had Bill Wilson's blessing in doing the work she was doing, educating communities about the realities of alcoholism, and had really sort of set the stage for a lot of recovery advocacy that happened a few decades later.
Marty got sober after just her...
Shoot, I am so sorry, folks.
Alcoholism has too long been that alcoholism is a disease, and that because it is a disease, it should have no stigma attached to it.
Marty Mann was doing recovery advocacy for many, many decades, and she was Bill Wilson's sponsee. She had Bill Wilson's blessing in doing the work she was doing, educating communities about the realities of alcoholism, and had really sort of set the stage for a lot of recovery advocacy that happened a few decades later.
Marty got sober after just horrendous time with alcohol and not understanding it was a disease. And she began traveling around the country with Dr. Bob and Bill W. And she experienced the stigma, no programs, no services for alcoholics and their families. And she said, this is terrible, we need to do something about it. And Bill and Dr. Bob said, we can't, but you can.
Alcoholics should be dealt with like other sick persons, in hospitals and clinics, not in jails. Alcoholism, America's 4th greatest public health problem, can be solved by community action. The National Committee stands ready to help your community plan such action.
Okay, sorry we had the little glitch there. The YouTube videos are always hard. So our public message has died over the last 40 years. This is not my opinion. Let me see if I can get my screen shares corrected here. All right, my screen share messed up, but we're going to run through this right quick. Yeah, I know. I didn't realize that we were going to have 10 minutes of intro. Sorry about that, folks. Okay, so perhaps the biggest problem we have is trying to be all things to all people. We know how to fix problems, and yes, we can apply the solution to these problems. So we are running late because of intros, but I am going to cover the end of this right quick. AA has some new PSAs out there on YouTube. Go check them out and watch them. And you can find those, just type in AA to YouTube. And those are put out by the General Service Conference. There's the Grapevine also has one out, and each one of these are hanging up my slideshow. Sorry about that. And of course, we have lots of pamphlets and information for the professional. It might be time to get these into another format. And the National PI Group is working on getting websites with landing pages for newcomers and beginners and people who don't know what AA is. And this is an example of just a couple of them. We also have LinkedIn pages. We have for AA and for the community, for the professional, and we have Facebook pages. All right, so this is one of my favorite memes for the day, when the science finds a solution for alcoholism, right? So much for the scientific solution. Let's carry the message of recovery to the greater community. And this is how you can get a hold of us. If you would like us to come speak to your home group about carrying the message to explain what we are doing nationally, contact us. If you want to get involved, you want to start a PICPC committee in your own group. If you want to join us on the National PI Committee, just email this address and we'll get started with you. And Tradition 7, so I just want to make a quick plug here for New York Central Office. If every member in AA gave $20 a year, their bills would be paid, right? They are tireless in their efforts, so if you can afford to, go make a yearly contribution to them. What does a well drink in a bar or restaurant cost today? What would I spend on an evening in a bar today? I use that as my baseline for donations each year. With that, we're going to move on to the next presenter. Contact us if you want to get in touch, and don't take this the wrong way, but thank you for my life. Thank you for showing up this morning, and Mike, we're back to you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Tim. Beautiful. Great job. Yeah, we're just getting going here this morning. Don't worry about the time and everything. Tim, you did a great job on that. Tim's got a tremendous library of how service works. And, they say 10% of the people in AA do a lot of the work in service. And Tim's one of them that's doing more like 100%, 110%. So thanks, Tim, for a beautiful job on that. And we appreciate it so very much. And that last quote there with Bill is our responsibility statement altogether. So what we're going to do now is we're going to move over to Dr. Bob's house, and we're going to bring them in, and we're going to do a virtual tour of Dr. Bob's. I don't know if you've ever been to Dr. Bob's, but you got to go. It's if you've ever been there, or even Stepping Stones with Bill Wilson, or up over in Vermont. I just went to Vermont last summer and went to the Wilson house. So our founders' places are being preserved. It's people like Harmon and the group in Akron with Aaron, who's his cameraman. And they're the ones going to give us a little tour of Dr. Bob's and how that works. So we're going to go to them and we're going to spotlight them now. And there's Harmon sitting in Dr. Bob's kitchen, right, Harmon?
We are. Good morning.
That's right. Is that the place where Bill and Bob had coffee?
Right at this table right here.
All right. Well, I just want to say thank you for being here, and we love what you guys have been doing with Dr. Bob's. So I just want to turn you guys over. Don't miss this, guys. Harmon's a very passionate man. Been sober a long time. I've got to know him over the COVID. We're becoming great friends, and he's going to tell you some great stuff about the history of the house, as well as Ann Smith and Bill Wilson. So take it away, Harmon. It's your deal, buddy. Have fun.
Thank you, Michael. Welcome, everybody, to Dr. Bob and Ann's home. We affectionately call it the Smith family. And we'll talk about the sacrifices of the whole family that allows us to be here together this morning. Before I go ahead and get started, I want to thank Michael. I want to thank Tim. And I want to thank everybody for being with us this morning. We know that obviously in December of 2020, it is a different time. And we want to really back up what Tim was saying. And this is really affectionately known where it all started. And I always like to start this way. My name's Harmon V. I'm a real alcoholic of the hopeless variety. And because of Alcoholics Anonymous, I found a group called Alcoholics Anonymous that had the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. And because of those aforementioned things, not because of me, in spite of me, I'm sober today 12,210 days, which is 33 years, 3 months, and 3 days, or July 10th of 1987. And we want to make sure that the credit is where the credit's due, and that's the fellowship and the program, and of course, Almighty God. So I want to thank Aaron. Aaron, if you would do a selfie, if you could turn around and do it. He's going to do what he do there. Without Aaron, the show wouldn't go on. There he is, Aaron. Thank you so much. We have a great pleasure doing that. While I get started, it's really kind of a strange thing. Michael's topic was home for the holidays, and that's what this is. This is the Smith's home. It's not a house. That means it's your home. And when you come to Akron, Ohio, to see the sights, and you come to Dr. Bob's, we say, welcome home, because this is your home. This is my home. Without these four walls, once again, we would not be together today. So certainly we want to make sure that, in a kind of a strange story, how it goes is, I was doing a talk, this was a few years ago in Paris, Ohio, not Paris, France. Anyhow, this one lady heard me talking about my sponsor. And she said, who did you say? I said, well, his name was KC. She goes, do you know about him? And I said, I didn't. She proceeded to tell me that my sponsor, Ted's sponsor was KC, who has since passed away. His sponsor was a guy named Bob Bennett. He's obviously since passed away. Bob Bennett's sponsor was Dr. Robert Holbrook Smith. So ironically, the lineage, if you will, goes all the way back to Dr. Bob's. And how we got here today is what they call invisible or slender threads of Alcoholics Anonymous. So Aaron is a sponsor of mine, so we can see that we have a few generations dating back to this kitchen right here. So with that being said, we want to say this is the kitchen. We are in the kitchen of Dr. Bob and Ann's. And notable about here, if you can, this table here is a facsimile. It's not the original table, but this table here represents where Dr. Bob and Ann, and especially Bill and Dr. Bob, and would go to bed. This is where they would stay up to 2 or 3 in the morning, hammering out the principles of Alcoholics Anonymous, because obviously coming from the Oxford group, it was a word of mouth fellowship at that time, and they were hammering out what Bill would later write in the famous How It Works, but it came right from this kitchen. Dr. Bob used to sit in this chair here, and he'd lean against the refrigerator, and he was a very tall man, and they would actually have to ask him to move, obviously, to get in the ice box that we have here. Now, if you can see something that's important for the times is this bowl of potatoes. Now, obviously, poverty turned out to be our biggest asset, not a liability, but things were really tough, and that was a staple of the time. In fact, Dr. Bob and the good old timers notes sometimes the only thing that they had for dinner was milk and bread. And the times were tough. If you think it's tough now, it was really tough when these guys were getting sober. So that's why the potatoes are out there for the staple of it. Now we've done a major restoration here, and this was back in 2011. So through research, we were able to determine the colors of the cabinets. They'd be able to tell what that was the color. But one thing that we want to point out over here is the bottles of liquor. And Bill was insistent that we have to live in a world where alcohol is. And he knew, obviously, if you still suffered from that mental obsession, there was something wrong with your spiritual status. So they had that to prove that the obsession was relieved, but also they had it because don't forget, this was the first detox. This was the first halfway house. And this is what they would taper down the new drugs coming in. Dr. Bob used to call them UD, standing for unknown drug. And they used to take them in. One thing I would like to mention in the kitchen, we'll be out here soon. Here's a picture of the Smith's two children. That's Smitty and that's Sue. And that boxer on there is Roger. Dr. Bob and Ann had two boxers. This one was Roger, and the other one, I know you'll be surprised by this name. Dr. Bob named him. His name was Scotch, and that was Dr. Bob's favorite drink. They were dog lovers. Yeah, we have Roger's bowl on the floor, and things are relevant to the time period that we have here. One thing that is kind of needed here that shows the status of the house is they did have another bathroom down here, and that kitchen or the bathroom sink on there is actually the real deal. That's what they had in there. And if you can imagine the number of people that were in here, the first 100 and the people that thereafter up until the time of the Smith's death. So we want to go ahead and go into this will be a modest tour, if you will. What I mean by that is we have a couple of levels, but time is a premium, but we're going to get the spirit of what happened in the home here. And we'll go ahead and go in the living room. Probably the first thing that we want to be aware of is the table here, and there's some significant things that happen at this table. This typewriter was given to the house, if you will, or the 501c3 that takes care of Dr. Bob's home. This is a typewriter that was Sue Smith's typewriter. On this typewriter, many of the stories in the first edition Big Book were typed here. The one that happens to be in the typewriter now is the 7th Month Slip by Ernie Galbraith, and that happens to be later on Sue's first husband. Also in this dining room, we have a couple, 3 decks of cards. 2 stories behind that are the backstory. Dr. Bob was an accomplished bridge player. In fact, he belonged at a club down in Akron and would play cards almost every day when he was drinking, but even more so when he was sober. And Ann and Dr. Bob loved to play cards. Now, here's another thing that's really relevant to today and to our story is this is a Bible here, and this was how Dr. Bob, whenever he would be a speaker at a meeting, he would always open it up with the Bible. Don't forget, there was no big book, there was no conference. This was the literature that they were using. Dr. Bob would sit in a chair position like this, and he would open the meeting by reading a Bible verse. And they used to call that he was the leader of the meeting. And the leader would follow the tradition or the custom of the Oxford group, which we came from, and that would give testimony or a witness to what happened in their life and what God has done. And we know in the Big Book, our stories disclose in general way what we used to be like, what happened, and what we are like now. Well, that all came from our roots, if you will, our DNA, the Oxford group. But what was so important about this room, and Aaron will show, we have a Christmas tree over there in this very house when the Akron contingent broke away from the Oxford group in 1939, Dr. Bob's home was the first place of a meeting for AA that was away from the Oxford group. That was in December of 1939. And a few weeks in January of 1940, the first group, called Group Number 1, and it's in our textbook, would meet at what's called King School Auditorium. But there were 75 people in this house, and you can see that that would have been a full house, that they knew they had to get a bigger place to accommodate what they have. It's very significant in this living room. I'm sorry, in this dining room. Dr. Bob was sitting here, and he would open up the meeting with a Bible verse. Here's something that is really fascinating too. It is a original wedding invitation of Anne, who we'll be talking about, and Dr. Bob. We did not know that this existed. And what I'm saying is it was donated to the house a few years ago. And I'm going to go ahead and read it. And how it survived this time is nothing short of miraculous. It goes on to say that Mrs. Joseph Ripley will give marriage her daughter, Ann Robinson, to Dr. Robert Holbrook Smith on the evening of Monday, the 25th of January, 1915. So we know that's the 25th of January of 1915 on a Monday at 8:30, and it gives the address. What's miraculous about that is who got married on Monday night. Of course, that was before Monday Night Football. We know that. But what I'm saying is this was just a couple that were getting married. How this thing survived, in other words, most wedding invitations go to file 13 after you go to wedding after reception. So how this survived is beyond our wildest imaginations, and how it got back here is more miraculous than itself. Over here, if you can, this is an important part of the story. This house here is 676 Palisades. That's the Williams home that were in the Oxford group, who held the Oxford group meetings before they came where we're at, Dr. Bob's and King School. What's so fascinating about that story is obviously they were close friends to Henrietta Seiberling that put Dr. Bob and Bill together. But in that house right there, they decided three things, and it was the fate of Alcoholics Anonymous. They were going to build a worldwide chain of hospitals. Dr. Bob was going to assume to be the head doctor of that. They were going to have worldwide missionaries. Bill was going to head that. And they decided to write a textbook because the message was already starting to get garbled. And books back then were very popular. That's before TV and, the means of communication we have. We know, obviously, the only one that came true was the book, which later turned out to be the textbook of Alcoholics Anonymous. This story, or this over here, this Dr. Bob, when he graduated from Dartmouth, happy, or a very handsome young man, as Tim was talking about. And this urn over here was given to Dr. Bob as treatment, or as payment for treatment. Dr. Bob finished his medical degree in Rush, which is in Chicago. He treated a Russian immigrant who didn't have the money. In lieu of dollars and cents, he gave Dr. Bob, that's a fancy thing, we call it like a coffee urn, but you can see, and it survived the time. These two things on the wall, if you will, are Dr. Bob's and Ann's wedding gifts, and that came from Dr. Bob's mom, and they are very, very important to the history of the Smith family. This house, 855 Ardmore, was built in 1915, and it cost about $4,000 to build at that time. In today's dollars and cents, you'd be well over $125,000. So we're very proud that we're able to display what we have, and we're able to maintain the dignity and the spiritual significance of what happened in the house. If Aaron can show, you can see the woodwork is as it was, and it's very beautiful. Certainly not what you would find in the homes of this day. But remember, back in the day, this was quite a nice neighborhood. Not that it's not now, but it was on the west side of Akron. And that was the desired part of Akron, because Akron was the rubber capital. We know wind blows west to east. So if you lived on the west side, the smell of rubber wouldn't be as strong living over here. And you can see by the beautiful woodwork and the structure of the house, this was a very desirable neighborhood to be in. We're going to go ahead and come into the living room. And of course, a lot happened here. What we want to talk about and show you here is that's our beloved mother of AA, if you will, and a co-founder, as Bill used to say that. We'll get into that in a little bit. That was their source of entertainment, was the radio. They would listen to the music, but they listened to politics, they'd listen to news. That was the communication center, if you will, and they were very adamant on this. On here, you can see this is a living room table, but the significance of the tobacco. Annie started smoking at the age of 56, and she used to roll her own cigarettes. That's what that is there. The kids, talking about Sue and Smitty, had a great sense of humor. She was starting to lose her eyesight as she was aging. Anyhow, what they would do is put pencil shavings and mix it up with her tobacco, and she'd roll it up and she'd light it up and it would catch on fire. And they had a big hoot of a time. They never took themselves too serious in the midst of all the chaos, if you will, or the things that were going on at that point in time. So over here, you can see our co-founder, Dr. Bob. Once again, Sue, who was an adopted daughter, and Smitty, their biological son. After they had Smitty, Anne couldn't conceive of any more children due to medical issues, but they wanted Smitty to have a sister because Dr. Bob was an only child, and he believed that being the only child helped his alcoholism because he was so selfish, self-centered, being the only child. So that's why they did that. Oddly enough, they were the same age, and if you wanted to clock back then, adoption wasn't that common, and to have two kids the same age in the same school, they had a lot of explaining to do. And here's a meeting, if you will, or a picnic, and you can see our co-founders on there. Annie, Dr. Bob, Lois, Bill, Bertha Taylor, and you can see that they're all having quite a good time. So over here, the significance, once again, of the living room is huge. We can see over here two pieces of literature, and Tim was talking about that, about not being anonymous. Alcoholics Anonymous is anonymous. The first one is the Liberty magazine, and it was by Morris Markley, and the title of that was Alcoholics and God. Dr. Bob ran up to what's called Highland Square to buy that magazine when it came out because he finally said that we were legitimate, or we were certified, if you will. The next one is the Saturday Evening Post. We know that by Jack Alexander. That article put Alcoholics Anonymous on the map, if you will, got 8,000 members. And the significance about that is what I just said, but Dr. Bob's mentioned in there. However, he was anonymous and he was referred to as Dr. Armstrong. Here you can see over here our beloved Annie and Dr. Bob in front of the fireplace, and that's one of the very few pictures, if you will, of Dr. Bob smiling. He usually had that pretty stoic doctor kind of looking look on his face. Now, some of the original furnishings here are this ashtray. Can you imagine how many cigarettes? Because obviously Dr. Bob smoked, Bill Wilson smoked. Bill Wilson stayed here for 90 days after Dr. Bob's sobriety date in June 10th of 1935. So the ashtray is original. The chairs are original. This lamp, believe it or not, was a gas lamp, and Dr. Bob wired it. The books on the floor, we're not being sloppy housekeepers here. Those are original books that their son Smitty donated to us afterwards. Dr. Bob was an avid reader. He'd read 2 to 3 hours a day. He read the Bible cover to cover 4 times, and I've never met anybody who did it once, much less 4 times. So He was an avid reader. He had a thirst for scotch. He had a thirst for information, if you will. And he also was an insomniac, so that kind of played into him reading so much. And this Bible over here is actually Anne's Bible. And what's so significant, we'll talk about it. I've got about a 10-minute presentation just on Annie alone. But in this formation, if you will, Annie would get Dr. Bob and Bill at least an hour every day, and she'd read them out. She would read something out of the big book, if you could call it, the big book, the big book, or the good book. Of course, we know about the Bible. And there's three passages or things that we will talk about. Also, what's significant in here is Aaron's going to show you those logs in there are gas logs. Now, that's no big deal in these day and ages, but when the Smiths lived here, that was a sign of, well, it wasn't that common. Not that many people had gas logs. Not saying that they were uppity up. In fact, they were really down and out because Dr. Bob just about lost everything, but that just goes to show where they were living at on the west side in the prominence. In these bookcases and on the mantle, you'll notice obviously more titles of Dr. Bob, and we're reassembling his library. I'll talk about that at the very end. But you'll notice that there's teapots, and you see 1, 2, 3 teapots, and that was Anne's thing, if you will. That's what she liked to do, was collect teapots. That mirror, as you can see, and it's very, very, the shiny part is kind of lost its shine, but that is the original mirror, if you will. And you can see that we have some assorted pictures on the mantle. You can see the Smith children, once again, Sue and Smitty. Next picture over there, that is Smitty in World War II. He was a captain, he flew. That is his first wife, Betty. Next picture over there is Dr. Bob and Ann. That's right out the front door where we'll close up, in the house next door. And then, I don't know if you can see it, it's kind of faded and old. There's once again Dr. Bob and Ann. And it's a good picture of, they were always so happily married, in love, even though they dated for 17 years before they got married. And then this picture to the right is, of course, Dr. Bob. And that's one of his probably most famous photos, if you will. So we will venture upstairs and we will see what we have in this level. And if you can imagine on these floors where we're walking, the giants of AA, and needless to say, Dr. Bob, his beloved wife, Annie, their 2 children. Bill Wilson, like I said, stayed here. Lois would come and visit. And of course, a lot of the first 100 were inhabitants of these stairs. And if you could, and these 4 walls, if you could imagine what happened, it just blows my mind how blessed we are to be able to have it. We'll go all the way upstairs here. As strange as it may seem, we are going to start in the bathroom. I want to look into the bathroom. You probably figure, what is he doing in here? Well, if you get a chance, do yourself a favor and read Dr. Bob's Nightmare. This bathroom is referred to more than any other room in the house, and we know how important a bathroom is to the alcoholic. But anyhow, the significance of this bathroom is multitude. Dr. Bob used to hide his bottles in the clothes chute, and he'd hang them there, and sometimes they'd fall down. Another thing that was important to his story is this is how Dr. Bob used to smuggle his alcohol, and don't forget, Prohibition was not too long before this. That's how Dr. Bob would smuggle his alcohol. They would throw the bottles up on the porches, and he would go out and get it, and Annie just couldn't figure out how to get the alcohol in, but you know us, we'll figure a way to do it. And then we have a bottle here on the floor in the sock, and that's how they used to smuggle it up. Everything is the way it would have been back in the day, including, if you will, where the tub is, and what we found out when we did that major restoration, the indoor restoration in 2011, that the tub, whoever had the house before the foundation bought it, had a turn going this way, which would be north and south along the whole. We're able to tell once the linoleum came up that the bathroom ran east and west. Very significant. Can you imagine how many times Dr. Bob would come in every morning in here? And we know what happened in this bathroom. A lot of prayers, a lot of headaches, heartaches, and tears. Very significant part of Dr. Bob's story. And Dr. Bob's story is your story, is my story. And it turns out to be our story. And the story of Alcoholics Anonymous, by the way, is the greatest love story of all. Let's see where we can go in over here. We are able, and time doesn't permit, but when you come to Akron, not if, I'm going to put it on you. When you come to Akron, we'll allow you to play this. And what it is a recording of Annie. Not a whole lot of recordings of her. Now, don't forget, Dr. Bob got sober in 1935. She died in 1949. He died in 1950. There wasn't a whole lot of film and, talking and so on and so forth. Now, nowhere near as much as our other co-founder. But anyhow, we were able to secure these recordings here when Ann was in the bedroom, which we're going to go to here in a little bit. And Dr. Bob's talking about it in a phone call, and that's their son, Smitty, and of course, Bill Wilson. And there's a beautiful recording of Bill playing the violin, and this speaks volumes in itself. When the foundation got the house, you wouldn't believe we were finding bottles hidden everywhere, and the drawers were no exception to this. Now, if you can, one of the most significant rooms in the house, they all are. This happens to be Dr. Bob and Ann's bedroom. Needless to say, it's significant for that, but what's real significant, if Aaron can get a shot of the floor, this is the linoleum, original linoleum from the house, and it's priceless in itself. Most of the time we have it cordoned off, but we have executive privileges so you can see what happened in this room and how hallowed ground, sacred ground, if you will, in this room. The reason that we have it off is obviously to save the wear and tear on it. In this room here, you'll see a couple significant pieces. Obviously, Dr. Bob's more books on the floor, like I said, in the Insomniac, and that dress would be relevant to Ann. She was a plain dresser, and we will talk about the dresses and what she did and didn't wear for the newcomers, and it kind of sets the power of example for us. This room here was the original surrender room. In other words, when Dr. Bob and Ann would get the new people in Alcoholics Anonymous to come in here, and particularly the people that were staying with them, they would get on their hands and knees and surrender in this very room. You had to surrender, and that was from one of the tenets of the Oxford group, and you would make your surrender in front of other people. And depending on the quality of your surrender, if they thought you were sincere and you meant business, then after you did that, you would be allowed to attend Alcoholics Anonymous meetings. Not before, it was after you made your surrender. And it's very significant in this room. Now, since this room is cordoned off, most of our guests that come here now go over in Sue's room, which we will visit, and that's now the surrender room, if you will. And over the years, we've had thousands of people do their third step prayer or their surrender over in Sue's room. And I can't tell you how many people have found God in these four walls. And they call this house the house full of miracles. And we're not talking back then. We're talking all the way up until today. In fact, Aaron Sponsi and him did a third step here, and it's absolutely moving. You will find the spirit in these four walls. That is, I promise you, that is a guarantee. You got to come here to disprove me. Here's one of the most important things in here. That's a replica of Dr. Bob's bag, but it's not his original one. Here, this is a walking stick, and actually it happened to come from Ireland. Dr. Bob's partner, Bill Wilson, was given this from the Dublin group, and on it is RHS, Robert Holbrook Smith. It says Dublin, June 1950. Dr. Bob died in November 1950, so he just received this. Bill was the carrier for a while and gave it to Dr. Bob. Now, everything that you see in the house is relevant to the time period when Dr. Bob got sober until the time that he died. Any overflow artifacts are at the houses that the foundation owns. The reason being, we are what's called a National Historic Landmark, and we have a high standard, if you will, and everything's got to be, if you will, a museum status, and it's got to be relevant to the time period that it was selected as a National Historic Landmark. That's a very elite status. In fact, in Summit County, the county that we live in, there's only 2 of them. One of them where the gatehouse is where they met, and Dr. Bob's home. In the state of Ohio, there's only 72. In this great country of ours, there's only 12,067 National Historic Landmarks. There's a lot of registered historical places, but not a landmark. And that's a story behind the story I'd like to tell you, but I was in the process of doing that, going down to Washington, D.C., and it was a good time. But anyhow, God saw fit that Stepping Stones and Dr. Bob's were selected in the same year. And it was just another thing that God put the icing on the cake, but we were very proud of it. And that's why you see everything here is as if the Smiths were here, living here, and it just happens to be out at a meeting or at the store or wherever they're going to go. Next room over here is the bedroom, if you will, of Smitty. Now, there's a whole lot of things that happen in here. Here's how they used the detoxer, so be glad that you got sober when you did. Remember, back in the 30s, they didn't have the technology what we have. This was Dr. Bob's recipe when you got detox. Sauerkraut, tomato juice, because they knew that, and also formaldehyde. And I tell you what, if you made it through that detox, you would be well on your way. But what's so important about this room is this was Smitty's bedroom. As you can see, Smitty is a teenager and his chest over there. But the significance about this room is when Dr. Bob and Annie would bring people in to stay at the house, this is where they'd stay first. So Smitty got kicked upstairs, which I think we'll have time to do. And in this very room is the room where Dr. Bob and Bill were on that fateful morning, if you will, that turned out to be the founding of Alcoholics Anonymous. Don't know who was on what side, but Dr. Bob in one bed, Bill Wilson on the other. And at 4 o'clock in the morning, Dr. Bob woke up and rolled over and told Bill, I'm going to go through with it. Bill thought it was the surgery that was slated that day. Dr. Bob was the only one that could do that surgery. By the way, he was a proctologist, and that's a different story in itself. Talk to your sponsor about that. I didn't want a drug doctor working on my procto. But anyhow, when he woke up and told Bill he was going to go through with it, Bill thought it was going to be the surgery. Bill gave Dr. Bob his last drink to steady his nerves so he wouldn't kill this guy on the operating table that day. Little did nobody know other than Dr. Bob when he said he was going to go through with it. He meant he was going to go through with the program at that time, and they had what was called restitution, which Bill later turned into 2 steps, step 8, 9. But he was going to go through the part of the program at that time, the restitution step. Dr. Bob balked at that because he thought if he made restitution, everybody would know about his drinking and what little career, what little practice he had left would be totally gone forever. He was afraid of that. But he realized, obviously, he didn't do that. He drank again at the medical convention in Atlantic City, and he knew he had to go through with the program. Ergo, when he did that, he went to surgery, did that, snuck out the door. Bill was waiting for him. Dr. Bob was going up and down the streets of Akron for that day, came home at midnight, and he never had a drink since then. So now we know that's the founding of Alcoholics Anonymous. Dr. Bob's sobriety date, June 10th of 1935. Amazing story about here that we need to talk about. This picture here is a guy named Archie. His story is the man who mastered fear. What's so special about this story, and we'll talk about Ann real quick, and the way she was deep in prayer and meditation and guidance. They, meaning the Smith family, were going to go on a picnic. This was summertime. And Annie said to Bill and or Dr. Bob and the kids, we can't go, somebody's coming today. They said, what are you talking about? She said, in prayer and meditation, I know somebody's going to come to this house today. We have to be here. They went back and forth or whatever, and got her way. And you'll never guess who came that day. This guy named Archie. He stayed with them for over 7 months. She was so in tune, obviously, and we'll talk about that when we get downstairs, about prayer, meditation, and guidance, that she really was the forerunner of step 11, taught through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understand Him, etc., etc. And that is the story behind the story in itself. Absolutely fascinating, but you cannot imagine what happened in this very room. I mean, it just gives me goosebumps and drops me to my knees every time I come in the whole house, but in particular, each room has its story behind it. Next room we're going into would be Sue's room, and this is huge in itself. You can see by the stuff on the wall that being a teenager, she was starstruck, and you had the stars at the time, the Marx Brothers, you had Clark Gable, and a couple times up there, you have Mickey Rooney, Judy Garland, all the who's who at that time, and she was a typical teenager. Now, Sue also got kicked out of the room. What I'm saying is sometimes they would have a full house. Sue would have to go downstairs and sleep. They called it on a Davenport or the couch. The kids knew as soon as they opened up the door that somebody wasn't going to be sleeping in the room, because that smell, that formaldehyde, I guess, is so strong and overtook the whole house. And they knew as soon as they opened the door that they had a house guest. And if you can sit down and think about the sacrifice that all of them made for you and I, taking complete strangers in here, trusting God, and they're holding on to something, obviously to keep themselves alive, but obviously to do God's work. Here is a really important picture of what happened in this room over here. This guy is a guy named Edgar Riley. He and his wife and 2 kids stayed in this room. Edgar was a colorful character. If we could see this here, this is a book that was signed by Sister Ignatia, and it says, please say a little prayer for Sister Ignatia. She dated it August 9th, 1948 to Mr. Edgar Riley, and it said, may God bless you, etc., etc. The reason that this is in here, Mrs. Riley came out one morning and had a fat lip and broken eye, or blackened eyes. What happened is Mrs. Riley, Edgar's wife, disclosed that she had some extra relationships going on the outside, and Edgar took issue to that, and he did what he did. So that may come from when to do so, except when to would injure them or others. But the real significance about Edward is he was a character. One time he slid down the drain pipes to go get a drink. One time he drove up to Lake Erie, was going to jump in Lake Erie, which is in Cleveland, about 28 miles north of here, and he was going to commit suicide. But the real story about Edgar is he had other issues going and made tuna fish, and I guess he didn't like it or took issue with that. He got a butcher knife and was chasing Ann Smith around his house, and he actually had it raised up. Bill happened to be in the house and literally saved Ann from that fate, because Ann was on her knees saying the Our Father. Edgar didn't stay sober in his tenure here. He left. But when Dr. Bob died at his funeral, You'll never guess who showed up and was sober. Edgar Riley, and the seeds were planted in this house too. Amazingly, real quick, if we can, over here in the restoration, if you can see it, it's a date book of 1928. And the cover of that date book reads as this: Susan Smith, 855 Ardmore, and it's the date book. We didn't even know that thing existed. It was behind the rafters or in the furnace. I forget where they found it, but was absolutely priceless. Now, this is not the original piece, but this would have been her dresser, if you will. And I don't know how this started. Maybe we can come down and see that. But guests that come in here leave all kinds of notes and medallions and you name it. We found it. One time we found that somebody actually left some ashes of somebody and wanted the Dr. Bob's Home Incorporated to take care of that. And we honored that request. But this room in itself, like I said, is called the Surrender Room. You can see that this knockoff of the first edition is going to open up to page 75. That's because they didn't have Dr. Opinion in Roman numerals. They had page numbers on it. At the third step prayer, highlighted in red, and people get on their knees here and do it together. And I can't tell you how many people have actually been able to do that with. How are we doing on time? We got time to run out there, or are we doing how long? Does it show on there?
We're at 120.
We
got about 40 minutes left.
We got 40 minutes left. Good. We'll go upstairs. The story would be complete, and then we'll go down and talk about Ann and some of Bill's stuff here. This is the last floor, if you will, other than the downstairs we won't go, but this is huge up here. We call this room the Vermont room for a couple reasons. Needless to say, Dr. Bob was born in St. Johnsbury, Vermont. Bill was from East Dorset, Vermont, two different corners of the state. They didn't know each other until that fateful day when they met, May the 12th, 1935, Mother's Day, at the Gate Lodge. But this is Dr. Bob's childhood home. If you get a chance, go up there. That kind of completes the picture too. And I know Michael was talking about Bill's childhood home in East Dorset. I strongly recommend go there. And of course, Stepping Stones really completes the picture too. And you can see that's where Dr. Bob went to school, and he's in that picture. And here is with the remnants of Smitty's other toys that he got kicked upstairs, if you will. Okay, now what's so neat about this is this picture here is Dr. Bob's mother, and this would be Dr. Bob's father. Dr. Bob's father was Walter Smith, and he was a who's who in the town, and very small religious. If you read Dr. Bob's story, they were active in the church. They would go, church twice on Sunday and once on Wednesday. And Dr. Bob made a vow once he got away from that, he wasn't going back to church unless it was something where he had to. And I assume that would be weddings, funerals, and baptism. And he kept that promise. He was really kind of turned off with that. Read his story and you can get that information. Here's something that's really kind of neat over here, if you can. This sampler over here, Aaron will have to get up close because it's faded. The reason that it's faded so bad, that sampler is from Dr. Bob's grandmother. Unbeknownst, we did not know that existed. We did not know that those pictures existed. And in the case underneath here, this is Dr. Bob's dad's Bible, Walter P. Smith, and I believe it says 1884. Once again, we did not know that existed. And what's most importantly, we want to show back what's over here. What we're seeing here is, yes, that is a crib. Yes, that's a blanket. And yes, that is a baptismal gown. That crib actually was the crib Dr. Bob was in. And that crib was where Smitty was in. And yes, that baptismal gown was what Dr. Bob was in when he got baptized. And yes, that gown was the gown that Smitty was baptized. In the back there, you can see pictures over there. The left is a picture of Dr. Bob all the way over. The middle canvas is Dr. Bob's mother. I'm sorry, is Annie, and that's Smitty in the christening gown that we have. And then to the right is Smitty being baptized. And you can kind of tell the difference on there, how cute he was. Now, the story behind the story, just like the wedding invitation downstairs, nobody knew this stuff existed. In other words, when Dr. Bob died in 1950, the kids, Sue and Smitty, got their inheritance, 50-50 split. Smitty was living in Texas. He took whatever he took, sold what he wanted to sell, gave whatever he wanted to do, and Sue did the same thing. So a lot of Dr. Bob's holdings are in Brown University in Rhode Island. If you ever get a chance to go there, it's pretty cool, and that's what Sue decided to do. She decided to sell it to Brown University. Thank God it's safe. Make an appointment, go see it. But anyhow, Smitty took his stuff and went back to Texas. So his first wife, Betty, happily ever after, and one day that Betty dies. Smitty started dating this gal in Tennessee called Mona. One thing led to another. They decided to get married. Mona's living in Tennessee. Smitty's living in Texas. Well, somebody's going to give, right? So anyhow, Smitty from Texas decides to go to Tennessee to keep the peace. He shows up in Tennessee with a U-Haul and a bunch of boxes and a bunch of stuff. There was a spare room at Mona's house that wasn't being used. Smitty puts a lot of this stuff in this room that was closed off, put a lot of stuff out in the shed. After Smitty dies, Mona finally is able to go into this room. She'd never been in that room before, didn't know what was in there or whatever. Lo and behold, that's where the needle point came from, the Bible, the crib, the baptismal gown. In other words, what I'm saying, only in God's plans can this stuff leave Akron, Ohio in 1950, go down to Texas for all those years, go from Texas to Tennessee to be closed off. We get a phone call, please come down here and see what we got. And it came back to Akron, Ohio. That's what I said. Some people call it slender threads. I call that invisible threads. That can only happen in God's world. There is no way a man could have possibly planned that. And like I said, and things like that happen frequently around your home, around our home, the Smiths family home. Let's see if we can go down. I want to talk specifically about Annie and her contribution, because she's kind of like the forgotten founder, if you will, of AA, and we'll find Al-Anon, and there's some interesting quotes, and we'll be on time. So if we can go down there. All right. Watch your step here, right? Okay.
So Harmon, we got about 15 minutes. We haven't gotten any questions yet from anybody. If you want to ask a question, folks, you can go to rvtfaq@gmail.com. And if you want to ask a question to Harmon, he can take a question or two here as he wraps up his presentation. So you can do that, or I might have a question for you, Harmon. So as we head back down to the main level. You're doing a great job, by the way. You're really good at showing us about Dr. Bob's house. So
okay, how much time we got total, Mike? You said 15, that's it?
Yeah, we got 15 minutes. Well, yeah.
Oh. Okay, let me go through this real quick here, because we got to read the letters of what we have by hand. So I'm sorry, man. I didn't know we were.
That's okay.
Okay.
20 minutes, Harmon. We can do it in 20. We just got a couple of transition things. We'll start the next session at 11 Pacific time. So you got about 20 minutes. And then if you run out.
We'll go ahead and get through this. I just have a little bit of highlights, if you will. And I'm going to go ahead and sit down at the table, if you will, that we have prepared. And what we want to talk about is Ann Smith's contribution more than just being Dr. Bob's wife. I always say that most alcoholics, I speak for myself, they have a spouse that is, and whether it be a man or woman, I call them the angel of the first degree. I know my wife is an angel of the first degree, and we don't really have time for that. But Annie was Dr. Bob's angel. And it's not what I say, it's what people say about Annie, including Dr. Bob. Sister Ignatius said this. Dr. Bob's partner, obviously, Sister Ignatius said, quote, in her own quiet way, she really was an angel. This is what Dr. Bob said about Annie. Quote, how my wife had kept her faith and courage, I'll never know, but she did. Had she not, I know I would have been dead a long time ago. For some reason, we alcoholics have a gift of picking out the world's finest women. Dr. Bob said this too. I would have not maintained my sobriety without Annie's cooperative spirit. Bill Wilson said Dr. Bob was the rock of AA, but Sister Ignatius said Annie was the backbone of AA. Annie was a teacher by design, by profession, and Annie was the teacher. Bill and Bob were the students. We know the students sat there, and we know when the pupil's ready, Dr. Bob and Bill, when the pupil's ready, the teacher will appear. The teacher was Annie via God. Annie taught them, obviously, if you stay humble, you won't stumble. She taught them it's better to be green and grown rather than ripe and rotten. It's better to be a student, not the teacher. It's better to be the pupil, not the instructor. Better to be a sheep, not the shepherd. Be a patient, not the physician. And don't be the sage on the stage, be the guide on the side. In other words, she taught them by example, obviously, worship the creator, not the creation. Look for the giver, not the gift that you have. Praise the blesser, not the blessings, and always look for the composer and not the composition. In other words, she told them where the power came from. And Bill called Annie both the mother of AA and the co-founder of AA. She could also be considered a co-founder of Al-Anon because of ministration to the alcoholic spouse and their family. Annie just didn't take the drunks into their homes. She took them into their hearts, and she did the same thing with her family. Some stayed here for months. We talked about Archie, and they were accepted as part of the family. Some even stayed over a year. They shared what they had, and then obviously during the day, Annie was the daytime mentor. Her serenity among the circumstances bred serenity around the alcoholics. Don't forget, Dr. Bob was at St. Thomas Hospital, what Tim was talking about, ministering to 5,000 alcoholics. Her counseling was done quiet, selfishly. She never lost faith in those guys. And of course, she was cooking the meals, making the beds, cleaning up the messes. She'd be the one answering the telephone when the word began to trickle out. She made everybody who stayed here have a quiet time in the morning where they might feel the need of God. That was a requirement to be involved reading the Bible. That was one of her rules. Bill said, Annie infused much needed spirituality into Bob and me. He said, quote, her insistence that spirituality became before anything else, well, we can only say that was priceless and magnificent. Every morning, Annie would lead Dr. Bob and Bill in morning prayer and meditation, and they'd read the good book, the big book, the bigger book, the Bible, and here's what they would read. Sermon on the Mount, the first book of James, and the 13th chapter of the Corinthians. That's where the book of James that's saying faith without works is dead. We know that 6 times in our big book. It came right from this room here. And obviously Works Publishing, the first big book was published by Works Publishing. That came from that. And another reader that they would have besides the Bible would be this. It's still in print. It's called The Upper Room, if you get a chance to do that. After Annie died in 1949, Bill had the wisdom to ask the wives and early AA members about what they thought about Annie, what they said, and here's just a few of them, but this is who Ann Ripley Smith was. And in the days when no one could afford a hospital, when days of kitchen was a battlefield with prayer, hot coffee and fellowship, more hot coffee, a soul was encouraged to go forth and make a fresh stand against liquor. She would say, because this time you're not alone. Ann was the chief against despondency and despair. Think back to the struggling days of 35, Bill and Dr. Bob. Some others would probably tell you for a time, Annie was literally Alcoholics Anonymous. That transition from the family group to the national organization was in a vast degree her accomplishment. She knew what the right thing to do was, and she had the courage to do it. Intuitively, she began to set up each new convert as a friend, and yet as a separate and distinct unit. People write of her now, departed, but we know she's still with us. That was Ann's special message. She said this: carry God in your heart, one where you will walk with the knowledge that your friends are near you. She counseled, she planted self-confidence in people's hearts and poured the secret of her own questioning faith in a reservoir of hope for those who found none at all, completely hopeless. Sometimes the miracle that Ann affected took place simply by a handshake at a meeting, and perhaps introduced by friends to visit the home. Nobody can keep count. Ann did no preaching, but sometimes she wrapped up everything in a neat package. She said this: people have been good to you here, she told one. Be sure to go out of your way and extend a welcome to newcomers when you meet them. And people speak of knowing her how to say the right thing is in the right way. To a newcomer, a case hardened, fearful of facing embarrassment, negative in thinking, because they saw her husband's been reformed. But she would tell the newcomers and their wives, we're all here for the same purpose. Everything will be all right. And sure enough, everything was all right. But it was in the manner, still unknown, the field of the human soul that Ann affected her works. That fateful day in 35 when AA started to take shape. Both Dr. Bob and Bill uncertain what they could do for themselves, but determined by the man she saw in themselves and seized it. She knew no man or woman was powerful enough to defeat alcoholism, but any sincere alcoholic can help rescue another one. That alcoholic man helped one save two, and she absolutely knew that. Here's what people said what Annie was. Ann was small, quiet, subtle, quite a abhorred vacuum, and unassuming and no pretense at all. She was void of self-seeking, but also brave and courageous. She was extremely tolerant and kind and loving. No sacrifice was too great for her. Seeming rather timid, she would raise the great heights for people and principle she believed in. That was you and I, her husband, and her good friend, Bill Wilson. Lois said Ann was wonderful, wise, and understanding. Her heart was big as the outdoors. Lois also said she was so warm, so gracious, so good, a most loving and understanding person who showed great wisdom. Here's what the wives, the first Al-Anons, if you will, the family group, said about Annie. Annie was so sweet. Everybody loved her. She was so wonderful. Never stopped showing her love and concern for others. She was reserved, cheerful, sweet, and calm. Annie was gracious, charming, friendly as a woman I'd ever known. She was a good listener. She was wise. She understood. You couldn't be afraid with Annie. Annie's love changed things. And Annie's love cracked the proud ones. Time after time, I saw her melt the other's person's heart. Annie had the bigness of heart, constantly thinking of others, especially newcomers. Bill said the love, the joy, the beauty, the grace, the wonder that came out of that house home, this place, he says, I shall never find equaled on the face of the earth. All of that started with Ann Ripley Smith, the mother of AA. Truly, her soul is marching on. In conclusion, Annie always looked for the newcomer, their wives taking interest in them, and the concern and their families was both legendary and phenomenal. Annie would always welcome the newcomer and their wives by telling them, quote, I hope you come back. She would remember them by name after meeting them just the first time.
And that new dress upstairs, Annie would never wear a new dress because she thought it might feel the newcomer uncomfortable because most came in and didn't have hardly any clothes, much less new dresses. She was constantly on the phone, checking up on people and their families. She was a great morale builder for the alcoholic and the family. Annie was not personally ambitious, never holding an office or heading committees, and yet somehow this woman with a big heart knew in her soul that here was something the world has needed forever. Here she knew that was the answer. Annie had a very deep understanding of the trials and tribulations of others. Annie was a counselor and anchor for the wives of the alcoholics to come. She gave them all a good understanding, compassion, patience, love, and helping them and their mates overcome their problems. Annie should not be overlooked for her role of the sympathetic advisor, stabilizer, and giving the women desire to help their mates overcome their affliction. She knew by instinct the tremendous courage it took for a doubting newcomer to attend their first AA meeting. She was always prepared to greet a stranger properly and express a welcome. As stated, if Annie was the mother of AA and the founder of AA, then certainly she could be considered the same for the Al-Anon family groups. Certainly she would have avoided any type of acknowledgement or acclaim, giving God all the glory. Because of Annie, you can see the family group idea is nearly as old as AA itself. In the pioneering days of AA in 35 to 41, wives and relatives of recovering alcoholics began to realize they had a common problem, the alcoholic, but really it was what happened after the partner sobered up. With that being said, in the early AA groups, the non-alcoholics began to have meetings of their own and discuss their problems. The problems that the damage alcoholism has done to them, what it could do, and though they had no set of program or society, the results were already beneficial. Without knowing it, they were laying the foundation of the present day Al-Anon family groups. Lois Wilson said this: Annie's part in the formation and foundation of Al-Anon should never be forgotten. Lois Wilson also said this: Annie did so much to instill the spirit of Al-Anon into so many families. Henrietta Dotson, wife of AA number 3, wrote this, quote, in the early part of 1936, Anne organized a women's group for the wives of alcoholics, whereby in her loving way, she tried to teach us patience, love, and unselfishness for the alcoholic. She wanted no credit for herself. It was credit for Almighty God. There was never a striving for self-glory or setting yourself up as some type of authority. So now you can see Anne Ripley Smith was the unsung hero, not only for AA, but for Al-Anon family groups, who were formally organized in May of 1959. The truth of AA and Al-Anon, the way of life, can be a testimony to Ann Smith. So to this great woman who God chose you so abundantly, we say thank you. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts and our souls. I would like to read a couple of things that Bill Wilson wrote. Home for the holidays, if you will, Christmas messages, and then we'll have a couple questions and answers as we have. And this was in 1944. Bill wrote this: greetings on our 10th Christmas, 1944. Yes, it's in the air. The spirit of Christmas once more warms this poor, distraught world. Over the whole globe, millions are looking forward to that one day when strife can be forgotten. When it will be remembered that all human beings, even the least, are loved by God. When men will hope for the coming of the Prince of Peace as they never hoped before. But there's another world which is not poor. Neither is it distraught. It's the world of Alcoholics Anonymous, where thousands dwell happily insecure, secure and trusted, nor can men and women of AA ever forget that only through the suffering that they find enough humility to enter the portals of that new world. How privileged are we to understand that resurrection, that the pain is not only the price for the very touchstone of spiritual rebirth, Knowing its full worth and purpose, we can no longer fear adversity. We have found prosperity where there was poverty. Peace and joy have sprung out of the world in the midst of chaos. Great indeed are our blessings. And so, Merry Christmas to you all. From the trustees, from Bobby and Lois and me. He wrote this one in 1957. He said, "Dear friends, as we stand together, looking back at 1957, we see among us a heartening growth in numbers and spirit. Our global unity is something for wonder. The world around us is everywhere is our friend. This, that we of AA can really hold in such blessings in the time of great fear and conflict. This time when men and women stand in history's most fateful crossroads, it's almost beyond belief. Nevertheless, we do have these blessings. The sum of them is God's gift to us at Christmas time. Therefore, let us be worthy, come what may, to hold on, to use and carry out the gifts to all those who suffer and who may want our aid in the days to come. In full measures of our abilities, let us follow in the footsteps of Him who is called the Prince of Peace. Lois joins in me in a very Merry Christmas to everyone." Last but not least, Bill wrote this in December of 1970. We know he died in January of 1971, and this is it. "Gratitude is just about the finest attribute we can have, and how deeply we may realize this at Christmas time. Together we can count and ponder our blessings of life, of service and love. In these distant times, we've been able to find an always increasing measure of peace within ourselves. Together with all here at the AA General Service Office, Lois joins me in the warmest greetings to each and all of you, and we share our confident faith to that year that will come when we'll be counted among us the best our fellowship has ever known. Affectionately yours, Bill." And you could have sworn he wrote those last night, all three of those messages. I think we might have some questions and answers.
Well, I don't, let me double check here. I haven't had any questions come in regarding what you're doing, but I mean, I just love listening to you, Harmon, at the history of, and the all the great things that have happened with AA over the years. Let me double check. I don't see anything here, so other than a Christmas tree, what else do you guys do? Let's just tell us what you do on the holidays to celebrate Dr. Bob's real quick.
Well, we normally have a gathering, but due to circumstances now, we are presently shuttered again. Normally we have a modest gathering for the volunteers, which is a 60-fold unit, and we have one employee. We have a board of 7 people, and I forgot to say, for whatever it's worth, I happen to be the chairman of that board. And we get together and reminisce and go back to the times and really count our blessings. All the things what Bill talked about in his Christmas messages, and those were just so beautiful. And like I said, they are apropos for Christmas of 2020 and this time. So we try to keep the spirit alive and get ready for the next new, happy, sober, health, happy New Year.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Are we still on here? Do we still have him on the screen? Hold on a sec. Spotlight video. Yeah, here we go. Sorry about that, Harmon. We lost you for a minute. Well, that's wonderful. And we want to wish you guys the best of health there in Akron. And I can't say enough about one thing I have not done. I think I've done everything else, but I've never been to Founders Day, and that's coming up. Could you tell us a little bit about Founders Day?
Yes, Founders Day is held the weekend that is closest to June 10th, and it's at the University of Akron, which is pretty close here, about 10 or 15 minutes. It's a gathering of people from around the world to celebrate the founding of Alcoholics Anonymous, and we have assorted AA and Al-Anon speakers. We have different panels, like a 12-step panel. There's what's called an Amateur Actors Guild, and they have a play, and it's usually very good. And what I'm saying by that, it's usually humorous, but at the same time, it carries the message of recovery. We have different speakers, what we're talking about over the weekend. And we rent what's called Infocision, a stadium which holds 30,000 people. We don't get that many yet, but Lord willing, we will. And we have a motorcycle procession to Dr. Bob's and Ann's, and actually where Sue's buried at Mount Peace Cemetery. And we've got a host of peoples and meetings that are going on, and just great fellowship. And it's just unbelievable. People come from Europe and Russia, and we had somebody from Mongolia came last year, and it's really quite a thing. It really will, it'll change your sobriety. It is the second biggest conference next to the International, which is held every 5 years. So we're especially proud of that. And of course, we have historical sites, the Mayflower Hotel. We have St. Thomas Hospital, where Dr. Bob and Sister Ignatia, treated the 5,000 alcoholics. We've got the Akron area intergroup office. So all the historical sites are still intact here. And it really ties up a lot of loose ends to see where it began. This is the cradle of Alcoholics Anonymous. This is where it's born. Now we know obviously how worldwide it is, over 2 million people. And it's just, it's nice to know where you came from. And it's right here.
Right. Yeah, it's awesome. That's all I can say. You have to go there, folks. If you're in recovery, you have to take a trip and go back home to. First time I ever went there, this old guy reached his hand out the door, like you said, said, "Welcome home." And I never forget. I telling you now, it gives me chills. It was the first time. It was like 7:30 at night. We were running late, and he waited for us, and we got there. And it was. I've been there 8 times now, and it's fantastic. And with people like you and the group you have there to keep and preserving the history of it, it's just phenomenal. I was going to ask one last question if I can remember what it was, but oh, well, tell us what's new. I know there's something new. I know you're going to kind of wrap us up with a little bit of a final way to do that. And how can people support Dr. Bob's in this time, and how can they maybe connect with you guys?
Actually, if you want to support Dr. Bob's and you can't do it by physically being here, then we have a new website that we're proud of. I believe it's Dr. Bob's Home. .org is the website, and there's various means that you could contribute financially if you want. We need to have the support, if you will, because we were shuttered or closed for 4 months earlier, and it appears we're going to be another month or so, and God knows what's going to happen in 2021, the way things are. But anyhow, there's different options that you can do it. If you want to do it by the card, of course, you could send a check in the mail, and if you want to be on our mailing list, we have this. I will show you real quick here. We have a beautiful newsletter that comes out a couple times a year. It's called The House Call, as in a doctor. And it explains here, thank you, Dr. Bob. And this actually was done right before we closed the second time. And it talks about Founders Day. And by the way, Founders Day this year is June 11th, 12th, and 13th. And it will either be in person and or virtual. So stay tuned for that. And then inside, we highlight different parts of the house, and obviously there's Dr. Bob's home there, about the volunteers, and there's different ways where you could donate. And if you are so inclined, we have a very tasteful gift shop over there, and you can get some items that reflect what happened, what we call Dr. Bob's campus. We have the house next door where the gift shop is, and we have a small archives over there, but we just recently purchased a house behind that. We call it the Awe Center, AWE, A for archives, and we're reassembling Dr. Bob's library and Ann's library. That is the archival center. It's going to be a welcome center where you go in there first, and then you can come to the house and then go over to the gift shop. And the E stands for the educational center, because we want to make all the information that the Smiths had in the creation of the founding of Alcoholics Anonymous available to anybody and everybody who would like to do some research. Now, we were planning to open that up last year. Then, of course, March happened, and things came to a grinding halt. Lord willing, it will be opened up the latter part of this year if the stars line up and everything's ready to go. But we're excited about that, because that really will complete the story of the Smith legacy. And we want to say Dr. Bob, we want to say Annie, we want to say their son Smitty, and we want to say their daughter Sue, because all of them played a part in the forming of Alcoholics Anonymous. Therefore, it's the Smiths family home.
All right. Well, and you know what? I just want to say one thing, Harmon. If you do go to the gift shops, you can get a cup that says right here, it's a coffee cup, and it says, "I drank at Dr. Bob's in Akron, Ohio." I just want to share that. I got one years ago, and it's on my shelf. And so if you want to drink, you can go to Dr. Bob's, but you can only have coffee. So that's the only place you can drink legally.
There you go.
Well, you're gonna do something to wrap up for us, right?
Yes. What Aaron and I are going to do, we're going to go out on the front porch and the sidewalk, and if everybody can kind of wind the clocks back, this is one of the greatest. We have a lot of turning points in the history of Alcoholics Anonymous, and what we're going to do is we are going to say and see the final goodbye of Dr. Bob, who was dying of cancer, and Bill Wilson, who knew that. And they had a monumental decision to make. A lot of people don't know this, but Dr. Bob was dying and he was resistant to calling the service conference that we have. He wasn't sold on that. However, in between his famous last talk in July of 1950 in Cleveland, him and Dr. Bob were corresponding. And then finally they came to terms, and Dr. Bob said, yes, we need to have this conference, and he gave his consent, and we know the rest of its history. With that being said, that was one of, if not the last greatest gift that Dr. Bob gave the fellowship. In other words, he was saying, okay, Bill, with the conference, go ahead. I'm going to die. You're not going to die. We got to turn AA over to AA. And it got out of the hands of the old timers, and we know the rest of it obviously is history with our conferences that happen every spring and so on and so forth. But that was Dr. Bob's last gift to his partner, Bill Wilson, if you will, and one of his last gifts to Almighty God, and of course, last gift to the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. And without that, we probably wouldn't be talking right now. So this is how it happened. After Dr. Bob said this, and we're going to go out on the steps. And it said this: after 3 months after the convention in Cleveland on Sunday, Bill went to Akron, and Dr. Bob was ill. He was still on his feet. And he said, Bill said this: I realized I must press for his consent for the conference. And Bill, with his extraordinary persuasiveness, put the co-founder in the position. And he said this: the movement's delegates could come to New York and see what the world affairs are like. Then they could decide whether they would take responsibility, whether they'd not. That would make it a movement decision rather than one taken in silence by Dr. Bob and me. He continued to reflect, and I waited. This is Bill talking about Dr. Bob. Finally, he looked up and said, quote, Bill, it has to be AA's decision, not ours. Let's call the conference. It's fine with me. At last, Bill had his partner's consent. And it says this: a few hours later, Bill said goodbye. We're going to walk out on the porch, and if you can sit down and think about this, Dr. Bob was dying, it wasn't long. And here's what it was. You had Dr. Bob standing on this very porch. Up top, Dr. Bob stood right here. And if you can see these steps, and it's ironic, it's not by God design, so there's 12 steps that go from this porch to that sidewalk. We did not do that. That's how this house was built, with 12 steps going down, 12 steps coming up. Is that odd or is it God? We know how it got there. Anyhow, Bill said this: I went down the steps. We're going to go down the steps. He says, I went down the steps and then turned to look back. Dr. Bob stood in the doorway, tall and upright as ever. This was my partner, the man with whom I never had a hard word. The wonderful old broad smile was on his face as he said almost jokingly, remember, Bill, let's not louse this thing up. Let's keep it simple. I turned away, unable to say a word. That was the last time I ever saw him. Dr. Bob died at noon the following Thursday, November 16th.
Wow. Well, we certainly want to send our appreciation out to the guys at Dr. Bob's house. Thank you so much, Harmon, for everything you guys are doing to bring the message to us in this time. And we wish you a safe holiday and Godspeed on everything that we are doing to try to keep our sobriety. And thanks for your dedication as being a solid member of AA. I've got to know you. You guys are doing great work out there. So God bless you. And thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Enjoy your afternoon in Akron, Ohio. We're going to go back to California. So take care of yourself. Thanks a lot, Aaron.
Thank you.
All right, guys. God bless. Yeah. All right.
Good, man.
Okay, so let's see. We got to do a little technical thing here, guys, and welcome back. All right. Wow. He always does that little bit at the end and talks about Bill and Bob and how we talk about the flimsy reed in AA, and that's really our lives. And so it's just a wonderful tour to see. And some of you may have seen it before, and some of you haven't. I know some of you haven't. It's always incredible to go there. So I can only say you go there, make sure you spend a couple of days, go all around town, go to the Dr. Bob's grave and the Mayflower Hotel. And they just found, I was going to ask him, they just found a whole bunch of letters from Henrietta Seiberling over at the museum where the Seiberling house is that had been unfounded. And so now there's the curator over there, everybody that's taking care of the Seiberling house has just found them, and they're excited as ever because there's all kinds of diary and stuff like that that's been written by Henrietta Seiberling about her days of meeting Bill. And she even visualized him coming. She visualized someone coming prior to that through the Oxford groups and her prayer meditation. She had a high visualization of helping someone that could make a huge difference in the world. So I can say is get to Akron. Don't miss out. Go for it. So we want to thank them again for doing that. A couple of quick things, and we're going to move on to Herb Kagan. He doesn't mind me giving his last name. He's from Rancho Palos Verdes. He is located. His website is herbk.com. Herb has written several books that are complementary and companions to working in the big book and on prayer and meditation as well. He's going to do a whole thing on steps 10, 11, and 12 here for us over the next hour or so. And then he's going to take questions at the end. But a couple quick announcements here. We'd ask that if you can go to our website, we do have a donation button there. And if you can make a donation, it helps us with putting on the event here today. You can use either Venmo or PayPal. Any proceeds we have will go to Dr. Bob's house, as well as the East Bay and down in the South Bay area, where I'm down in the Torrance area of Southern California. So if you can help us out, that would be great. We'd sure appreciate the donations. And it helps us to put on the event. Like I said, we'll be able to proceed whatever we have left. And we appreciate your support. Also, call your friends. This is going on. We still got quite a few things coming up here this afternoon on here. You can just send them right to the website. There's a live link right on the website for those who registered early. You can go right to the website, click on the link, and you'll go right into YouTube here. Okay, so keep it going all day. and we'll keep the link going all day long. So make sure you get in here and do it while we're here. Also, amotaudio.com, AMOT audio, AUDIEO is the place where these recordings will be posted afterwards on audio format. The video format will not be posted there. Well, we might be able to work it out with them, but you can definitely get the audio format at amotaudio.com. Okay, someone sent me an email earlier and just put amot.com. That's not going to get you. It's got to be amotaudio.com. And then boy, I keep seeing that line there. Stay humble, you won't stumble. I love that line. That was a good one. And so we want to thank you very much. We're excited what's coming up. We got Herb K. Then we've got Nancy, who's going to do the Women of Sobriety, the Women of the Big Book. Then we're going to have Dr. Mooney. And then we're going to have myself doing the circle and the triangle with an overview of how to effectively work through the process, which was just a gift given to myself and many others in this particular part of our community of AA. So please join us. Bring your friends, bring your folks. Come join us throughout the rest. I think that's it for now. And what I'm going to do is now bring on my sponsor, who I joyfully like to see all the time. He is, I got to bring him on. Let's see, how do I do that, Gabby? Get me in on that one. I've got him live. So is he, I just have to go to gallery view. Okay, yeah. Folks, we're still learning how to use these tools. But there's my wonderful sponsor, Herb K. He always loves picking up the phone for me just about every day of my life. He's a tremendous teacher. He's had a lot of experience over the years. He was going to be a priest at one time, but now he's just a Monsignor in AA in a kind of a fun way.
Cardinal.
Okay. Yeah, not the Pope yet, but we'll canonize him once he passes along. Anyway, Herb's got a lot of experience, and Herb, thanks for being here. I know you just finished a workshop this morning with people from all over the world. You do that about 6 or 7 times a week. So hopefully you'll talk a little bit about that, and then your upcoming workshops that they can go to your website and be a part of that. So I just want to thank you for being so gracious to spend the next hour and a half with us. And just a reminder, folks, you go to rvtfaq@gmail.com and you can ask questions throughout the entire presentation. Just do it, and then I'll be able to convey them to Herb and he can answer them for you at the end. So anything else, my friend?
Not from my standpoint. I'm ready to launch.
All right. Well, have a great time, you guys. You're going to love Herb. He's got a lot of experience. Please ask questions. Do not be afraid to take him on. He loves when people take him on. He will take you on. Herb's one of those guys I think comes from the old school. He's here to disturb the comfortable and comfort the disturbed. So if you're one of those, enjoy and have fun, guys.
Thanks very much, Michael. My name is Herb and I'm an alcoholic. Welcome to this part of the adventure today. I was particularly touched. I caught the last piece of the presentation at Dr. Bob's house. That was very well done and very dramatic, where he reenacted Bill's, departing from Dr. Bob's house in that final moment. Mike had mentioned that Henrietta Seiberling, who lived in the gatehouse, a story for a different day, had been part of the Oxford group, and she had asked the group if they wanted to pray. If they wanted, she asked Dr. Bob if they wanted the group to pray for him because he had just revealed that he had a problem with alcohol. And he said yes, and so they prayed, as the Oxford group did. It's an early version trying to recreate first century Christianity, and very well-intentioned people, very transformed people. And Dr. Bob was in that group for 2.5 years, but he drank every week after the group. And that's what he revealed to Henrietta and the group, as if they didn't know it. And they all acted surprised, and they prayed for him and the healing. And the interesting part of the story, and I don't know whether it's true, I don't let facts get in the way of a really good story. And it's at least been revealed by some people that when Bill called from the hotel and reached her. He said, I'm a rum hound from New York. I'm looking for somebody who has a drinking problem that's in the Oxford group. And she said, we've been expecting you. I get tears every time I think of the wonder of the story. I hope it's true. We've been expecting you. That's the level of faith that they had. Well, as I mentioned, my name is Herb and I'm an alcoholic. Very susceptible to the gratitude of recovery. I received that gift February 21st, 1984. And that's a story again for another day. But I didn't wake up until 1988, 4 years later. I went to a meeting every day. I had a sponsor I called every day. I worked the steps on my own because that's what my sponsor told me to do. And he didn't know that he didn't know. And I certainly didn't. And I did the best I could. It wasn't good enough to change, but it was good enough to stick around. And then I met a man who had some experience with the big book as a textbook. And I heard him and I resonated with him and I asked him to help me and he did. And I worked the steps out of the big book precisely as they're in there, as described by this man's experience. And over a 12-month period, I began to change. And I didn't know that I was changing until after I had finished my 9th step. And then I realized that I had been changed. Here's the vocabulary, though. I had been changed. I'm here to share some experience with you, as Michael indicated. I'm going to use a PowerPoint presentation. That's who I am. That's the cover from my 2nd book. That's not the relevancy of that slide. It's just an introduction. See what happens here. Technology. There we go. Yeah. So I want to talk about emotional and spiritual sobriety. I'm sure you can still see my picture, but I'm not really that important, nor is my picture. What is important is the information that's going to be transmitted both verbally from me, of course, but also supported by the slides. I'm going to talk about the best kept secret in the rooms, at least by my experience and exposure, which is not little. I've traveled through the United States and Canada. I've been outside of the United States and Canada in doing some workshops and also just traveling for pleasure in meetings around the world. And mostly my experience here in the United States anyway, and in the geography that I'm in. So I am limiting my exposure and my experience to some of that when I say that what I'm about to talk about, I feel, is the best kept secret in Alcoholics Anonymous. And it's unfortunate. Well, let's see, there we go. Because most of us feel like we're in bondage. Certainly before we come in the program, we're in bondage of the addiction. Now, wonderfully, the program promises us a spiritual awakening. Pay attention to that 12th step. I'm not paraphrasing. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. That's the promise. That's the vision. That's the goal. Quitting drinking is a sine qua non, meaning literally in Latin, you can't achieve a spiritual awakening usually without quitting drinking. But a spiritual awakening is the very thing that gives you the freedom from alcohol. I don't try to unhook or explain that combination. It is my experience. I made a decision based on the hospital's request to stop drinking on February 20th, 1984 to support my wife's recovery. She was in a hospital program. I wanted to support her recovery. I didn't know anything about recovery 12-step or alcoholism. I began to learn at that point, but they asked me to stop drinking for 90 days to support her. I was willing to do that. Willingness is really the key to my recovery. Bill says it's the key to the step work. In step 2 on page 47, he said willingness is the cornerstone. I have found it's the cornerstone to recovery, not just to the second step. But as I mentioned, I was given the gift of freedom from alcohol at that point, but I didn't go to AA for another 3 months. A story again for another day. I went to AA. I learned that I was an alcoholic by at least the definition at that time. I had a problem with alcohol. That was the minimum that I had, but I didn't know before that information. And I got a sponsor and I called him every day and he said, go to a meeting every day. And I did. But at 4 years of sobriety, I worked the steps and I began to understand principles and I began to turn. That commitment in third step, to turn through the 12-step process from the world of self, through steps 1 through 9, excuse me, to the world of spirit in steps 10 through 12. Steps 1 through 9 guarantee in the big book, pages 84 and 85. As you come out of step 9 and you go into step 10, it says you are placed in a position of neutrality. Hear the words. We are placed in a position of neutrality. The actual guarantee, warranty, promise of steps 1 through 9 is when you finish your 9th step, you will be placed in a position of neutrality with regard to your addiction. But then he's very clear. We'll be given freedom from our addiction, but we also have some work to do. Steps 10, 11, and 12, he introduces as our way of living. He says we're not cured. We have a daily reprieve. Not cured of what? Our alcohol problem? No, not at all. We've been given freedom from our addiction, whatever it is. One of the prophetic witnesses to the impact of the big book by Bill Wilson was in the first paragraph of the first preface to the very first edition, right at the beginning. The first preface to the first edition, first paragraph, last line. Our way of living may have its advantages for all. Not all alcoholics, not just all people with addiction. My context interpretation of that is all people, all human beings. We can have optimal living through the 12-step process, and we are guaranteed it one day at a time if we apply steps 10 through 12. My term for that is happiness, optimal living. Talk more about that in a minute. But I have some questions for you. One of the people that took me through the steps introduced me to the process of asking questions. It was the third time I went through the steps. I had been asked questions before. The big book asks questions, but I had never seen it as a pedagogy, a methodology of understanding and teaching, and or a process of coming to our own experience, asking questions and then holding the questions and letting, as one of my teachers who is not in a 12-step program, Father Richard Rohr, is a Franciscan priest, ROHR, says, we ask ourselves a question and we hold the question in the milieu of prayer. And we let the asked but unanswered question bubble, percolate in the milieu of prayer. And we be taken to a place we don't even know exists. Where is my life not working? This is a question for each of you. If you're on this call, it may not be that applicable. Maybe your life is working rather well. How effective have your efforts been? Do I really want my life to change? And if I do, what changes would I like? These are pretty fundamental, rudimentary questions. You've used them before, probably in some form. But a question has come to me in my own meditation process, probably a decade or two ago. What is the invitation? I love that question. I use it every morning in my morning meditation at the beginning or at the end. It doesn't matter when I use it, but that's the question. What is the invitation for the day? What is the invitation for my life? Hold those questions. But first of all, be aware that Einstein had a great insight that the big book has. The consciousness that created the problem cannot be the consciousness that solves the problem. With my mind, I cannot solve the problems of my mind. Bill said that on page 58. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas, and the result was nil until we let go absolutely. This man who took me through the work the third time said, can you let go of your prior experience and knowledge with the steps? You've had a spiritual awakening twice, 1988 and 1991, but here it is, 1994. Are you willing to have a clean whiteboard and a new slate? I had never been asked that question before in that way. He said, Herb, you have a lot of information, but you have not a lot of transformation. You have a lot of academic knowledge, but it's not really been applied to your experience and to your feet. And he asked me to pray a set-aside prayer. I'm asking you to pray with me, silently or not at all. Of course, I have no rules and I couldn't enforce them anyway. But I really ask you to pray out loud this prayer of setting it all aside. I cannot set it aside because I'm powerless to even know what to set aside, let alone how to do that. So I enter into prayer, whatever I'm praying to, God as I don't understand it, higher power, the universal spirit of the universe underlying the totality of things, the animating force of my animating force, whatever it is, my true self, my original face, my higher self, the best in me that deals with the worst in me. I've covered all the grounds of the traditions and psychology and the philosophies because it doesn't make any difference. There is a power other than myself. I don't know what it is. I do know that it is, only because I have experience now. And join me, please. God, please set aside everything that I think I know about myself, my brokenness, my spiritual path, and you, for an open mind and a new experience with myself, my brokenness, my spiritual path, and especially you. See, Bill promises in the big book that we enter into the world of the spirit. I'm assuming some familiarity with steps 1 through 9. Not that you've worked them, but that you know about them, that you're familiar with them. If you've in fact worked them, that's a bonus. If you really understand them and have experience with them, that's a bonus. None of that's necessary right now. What is necessary is for you to listen to what I'm saying as the potential for uncovering a secret that will really set you free, not from your addiction. That's been guaranteed by the big book in steps 1 through 9, but from unmanageability. What do I mean by that? We have a problem with our body. We have a problem with our mind. That's the addiction problem. And we're given freedom from that. We're recovered, Bill says in the big book. Look at the title page if you want to challenge my vocabulary. Recovered is the word he uses in that second title page. How many thousands of men and women have recovered? What he means by that is we've been placed in a position of neutrality. I'm still an alcoholic. That's how I introduced myself. I'm not a practicing alcoholic. I have no inclination toward alcohol, and I haven't for over 36 years. I was given freedom, not only from the drinking, but from the inclination to drink. That may aggravate some of you who have had to work really hard at dealing with your inclinations. It wasn't my experience, so I can't talk about that. I observe it in other people, and I'm grateful and humbled by the gift that I receive. But the real gift that I received was not physical sobriety. The real gift that I received at 10 years of sobriety is the understanding about what not cured means. What does not cured mean? Not of our alcoholism, but of our unmanageability. What is that? Ask yourself. Oh, I'm sober. Maybe I'm sober a day, maybe a year, maybe 10 or 20 or 30 or 40. That's just great. Oh my God, that is such good news. And it represents a minority of people in the 12-step programs. We know that. Bill speculated that maybe 75% got sober in 1939 when he wrote the big book and looked over his shoulder at the last four and a half years. 75 got sober and stayed sober for a minimum of 6 months. That was their criteria of long-term sobriety. Is that our experience today? Is that your experience today? It's an academic question, maybe a rhetorical question, probably a question nobody can answer. I don't believe it's 75%. I want to hope that it's over 50%. I have no idea. Long-term sobriety, over 5 years of sobriety. And people who could answer this question, is my life serial suffering still? I'm sober, I'm abstinent, whatever my addiction is, substance addiction, alcohol, drugs, and food, process addiction, everything else, gambling, pornography, work, exercise. We can make an addiction out of anything. And addiction has only two components. It's in the big book, page 44. Once I start, I cannot stop. And once I stop, I cannot stay stopped. Those are the only two criterions. Everything else is story. I mean, it could be true story, but it's not relevant. The only relevant criteria and litmus test of addiction is, once I start, do I lose control? Ever. Once I stop, do I stay stopped? I've had people say, yeah, well, I stayed stopped for 2 years. I stayed stopped for 5 years. I stayed stopped for 10 years. That's not staying stopped. Staying stopped is staying stopped, not interrupted. So there's something amiss with your spiritual life, using the terminology from the big book. I try to neutralize the term spiritual by using the definition that it's about relationship with reality. Whether that's a large R or a small r, it doesn't make any difference to me. Spirituality in the human vocabulary is a relationship with reality, a relationship with myself, and a relationship with other people. True, authentic spirituality is about a relationship that allows me to believe that my life can change, that I can, in fact, make decisions, I can get information, and I can take actions that are contrary to my current actions, and I can have different consequences, and over time I can change and I can be changed. Bill calls this our way of living. He says, these promises will always happen if we work for them. Read page 84 as the introduction to step 10. As he comes out of the list of promises that he indicates will happen after you finish the 9th step, not halfway through, after you finish the 9th step. The promises, they will always happen if we work for them. This thought leads us to our way of living. Step 10, if we work for them, clearing the channel. Step 11, if we work for them, filling the channel. Step 12, if we work for them, emptying the channel. I love the term channel. It came to me as I became acquainted with the St. Francis prayer. Make me a channel of the light, a channel of life, a channel of God, a channel of power, a channel of the Spirit, whatever. That's me. I'm a conduit. Each of us is a conduit. We're either transmitting the Spirit or we're transmitting unmanageability, the bedevilments? Do I have a sense of well-being? If you're abstinent from your addiction, whether that is a day or a month or a year or 10, it doesn't make any difference. Ask yourself, oh, I'm grateful and humbled by the fact that I'm abstinent. But do I have a sense of well-being? Do I have a sense of contentment? These are huge questions. This is the human condition. Harry Tiebout was the psychiatrist that helped Bill with his own psychological problems, as I understand it, a little therapy at the beginning of his journey. But he also helped Bill as a sounding board for the construct of Alcoholics Anonymous, Dr. Harry Tiebout. And he said, Bill got it right. The first 9 steps are for the deflation of the ego at depth. The first 9 steps are for the deflation of the ego at depth, but the ego has an uncanny way of regenerating itself. Brilliant. Another philosopher, Gurdjieff, a Russian philosopher in the 19th century, said, all human beings are asleep, dreaming that they're awake. My experience in the rooms, most people are asleep, dreaming that they're awake. Oh, I'm sober now. Oh, I go to a meeting every day. Oh, I go to 2 meetings every day. Oh, I sponsor people. All right. How's your life? You see, we have beliefs that's in a different color because that's the lens through which we look. Those are the lenses that distort reality. If in fact our beliefs are distorted, I didn't know that I didn't know until I did. That was my second journey through the steps. In the 3rd column, I saw that my beliefs were delusional and distorted, and that they created emotions that disturbed me. And Bill says in the 12 and 12 brilliantly in step 10, it's a spiritual axiom. Whenever we're disturbed, there's something wrong with us. Now, I had known that after I did the steps out of the big book and had done a column 4, looking at my motives and looking at my responsibility. Circumstances and people, I learned through doing a 4th column of the resentment inventory, circumstances and people were not my problem. My problem was my reaction to circumstances and people, and I owned it. I was 4 years sober for the very first time. I took responsibility for my life. I began the journey of emotional sobriety. I didn't know that at the time. I know it now when I look back over my shoulder. When I'm disturbed, there's something wrong with me. I don't have a part in my resentments. Oh, you hear it all the time in the meetings. Listen to me, please. I don't have a part. I personally, today, right now, don't and never have had a part in my resentments. I have 100%, not a part. Circumstances and people have no role in my resentment. They're just doing what they do, and I take it personally. They are not the problem. The problem is my reaction to them, circumstances and people. The 3rd time I went through the steps, I was 10 years sober, and the man introduced me to unmanageability on page 52, the 2nd paragraph. He called it the bedevilment paragraph because that's the word in the big book on page 52. I looked it up, to be controlled as if by devils. I don't mean to connote any type of religious indication here. No, not at all. It's just a great word. I'm a puppet on strings that I've attached to circumstances and people. And I don't know that I've attached the strings, and when they pull the strings, I react. I'm not in charge of my life until I am aware that I've attached the strings, and I get free when I go through a process that cuts the strings. And he had me turn those statements on page 52 into a personal comment and a question. turn the questions rather into a personal statement and a present environment. I am having trouble with personal relationships. Do you have any problem with a significant other or with a mother or father or a sibling or children? Do you have any problem with bosses or coworkers or subordinates? Do you have any problem with sponsors or sponsees or other people in a 12-step program? Do you have trouble today, right now, with personal relationships? If you do, something's amiss. Whenever I'm disturbed, there's something wrong with me. Oh, I can hear your stories. I don't want to, because they're myths and they're delusions. And you don't know that it's just a story that you made up, and most of it's not true. Most of it's just not true. It worked for a while until it didn't work. I can't control my emotional nature. Notice I make it personal and I make it present tense. 10 years sober, I could see that this was a technicolor description of restless, irritable, and discontent. I am a prey to misery and depression. I can't make a living. And in my meditation, because I had a great career and I made a good living from a financial standpoint, but it never satisfied me. And this wee small voice said, Herb, you're a black hole, a bottomless pit. There's never enough money or prestige or recognition or pleasure, is there? That's my voice when I go into meditation and I get quiet and I listen. I listen to my thinking and I listen to my feelings, which is in fact meditation. Listening to the thinking and listening to the feelings. More about that later. I have a feeling of uselessness. I am full of fear. I am unhappy. I can't seem to be a real help to other people. And the wee small voice said to me, you heard Mike introduce me. I studied to be a Catholic priest, which is about helping people. But I left in 1964. I left a monastery. I was there for 7 years of silence. And I left because I didn't find what I was looking for. And besides that, I knew within a couple of years I was going to be ordained and I would have to preach and teach and help people. And I didn't want to do that. It's kind of ironic. Because 60 years later, that's what I do. Teach and help people. But there's pathetic Herb. Before he comes into AA, he's bound in the prison of addiction. And even in AA, after 4 years of abstinence and daily meetings and daily conversations with his sponsor, he still feels a victim. And he does the steps and he begins to get free. And at 10 years of sobriety, he has that experience with the bedevilments, and he learns to get even freer of unmanageability. But I learned there early on about step 10. I didn't apply it as effectively as I did until I did the fourth step and had an understanding of the issues that the fourth step has us plumb the depths of: resentment and fear and dishonesty and selfishness. Bill in page 84 says, watch for these. Step 10 is about vigilance. That's the principle here. Vigilance. Watch for, pay attention to, develop your conscience so that you're aware of, and you have a radar screen that does a sweep of in the morning or during the day or in the evening of disturbances, a radar screen that tells us to listen to our feelings of anger and fear and dishonesty. Feelings that come out of our selfishness as the root of our problem. And when we realize on the spot that we have this problem, that's the benefit of the 12 and 12 step 10. It clarifies the use of step 10. We don't do it at night and we don't do it in writing. Oh, heck, I don't care what anybody does. Whatever works, whatever you will do, whatever you can do. But if you want to use the tool the way it's intended to be used, pay attention to the big book. Pay attention to the 12 and 12. The 12 and 12 very clearly says it's a spot check inventory. On the spot, I take action. On the spot, when I'm disturbed, I pray because I'm powerless. On the spot, I discuss it with somebody because I'm human. I pray for the removal of the disturbance because I know that I'm powerless over my resentment and my fear and my dishonesty, and especially my selfishness. Read page 62, the end of the second paragraph on page 62. About selfishness and self-centeredness. We can't even reduce it much by wishing or trying on our own power. We're as powerless over our selfishness and its manifestations as we are over alcohol, having no power at all. Oh, we can name it, we can analyze it, we can talk about it, we can write about it, we can reduce it, we can diminish it, but we can't get rid of it on our own power. We need a power other than ourselves. Part of that empowerment is to discuss it with somebody because I'm human, and then to make amends if I've created harm. If you're like me and normally just human, if I'm disturbed, I'm certainly as hell going to disturb the people around me. That's just, I'm contagious. Again, Richard Rohr says, we either transform it or we transmit it. I'll take it a step further. We're always transmitting. We're contagious, relevant, especially in today's environment where we're so conscious of the pandemic. We're contagious. We're either transmitting the spirit or we're transmitting the bedevilment. The final part of a 4-part formula for the 10th step is that we resolutely turn our thoughts to helping somebody else. Isn't it interesting? He doesn't say in the big book that we actually help somebody. He just says we resolutely turn our thoughts because he knows it's good psychology. As we think, so eventually we'll act. Maybe we're at work and it would be inappropriate for us to be, in fact, reaching out to help somebody in the way that we think we ought to, as a counterman to this particular disturbance that we have. I'm asked all the time, what is my will and what is God's will? I don't know, but my expectation is that the opposite of resentment might be being in alignment with reality, which is my interpretation of God's will for me. Alignment. It's not in the big book in step 3, but it's the word I use for step 3, making a turn of my will and my life to the care of God to be in alignment, like the GPS. I don't know where I'm going, how to get there. I have an address. I have a car. I put the address in my GPS, whether that be a phone or an instrument in the car, and then I listen to the instrument and it tells me the direction, and I listen to the direction. I'm responsible to drive the car. God's not. It's my car. I have a driver's license, I have insurance, and I know how to drive. It's my responsibility to drive. But it's also my responsibility to know where I want to go and then to listen to the direction. The opposite of fear is trust. And that's what it says on page 68 in the big book. Trust is an action, not a feeling, not a thought. It's how are your feet moving? My wife said to me that she didn't trust me. And I said, I was making amends to her after 4 years of sobriety, and it was about time, and it was effective. A story for another day again. And I said, so when will you trust me again? And she said, trust is never given, Herb, it's earned. And I said, so how do I earn it? She said, with consistent behavior. And it was 5 years later. We didn't have any discussion between that moment and 5 years later. And 5 years later, she turned to me one time when we were on a walk and she says, I trust you now. Your behavior has been consistent for 5 years. The opposite of dishonesty is honesty. Bill says rigorous honesty. I like the word radical personally, coming from the Latin word radix, meaning root, At the root, I am to be transparent. That's my goal. That was the goal my sponsor gave me. Be transparent. I had to ask him, what does that mean? Because I didn't know. He said, I want your insides and your outsides to match. Okay. I said, okay. I didn't actually know what he meant. This was my first year of recovery back in 1984. And that's what he told me. And that's what I said I would do. And over a several year period, I got more transparent as I got more recovery, as I thawed out in the room on the outside, which prepared me to thaw out in the steps on the inside. And the opposite of selfishness is love. Now, that's a word that's so used in so many ways that it loses its meaning. What does love really mean? I woke up this morning and I loved my cup of coffee and I loved my view. And my daughter happened to be staying with her, and I love her, and I love my granddaughter who was also with her. Now, I've just used love in so many different terms with so many different meanings. I looked up the word love in a dictionary. I'm in pursuit of a really good definition of love, because you hear it all the time, unconditional love. And I have no idea what that means, but I'm in pursuit of it. I actually have some idea. And I looked up the word altruism. Do that. Look it up in many dictionaries, maybe. I have several different dictionaries, one from 1900, one from 1935, one from a little bit later, and one from current. I have a Greek dictionary, a Latin dictionary. I have a Hebrew dictionary. And I look up words for their root to see what they mean in the big book. Bill had an intention with the words he used in 1939 that came out of his education and his experience and his culture. Love, I looked up the word altruism. Doing something for the benefit of somebody else with no possible benefit for yourself. Wow. That comes as close to unconditional love as I've come in a definition. Doing something for somebody else. Doing something for the benefit of somebody else with no possible benefit for yourself. I read a book, Tattoos on the Heart, by Greg Boyle, a Jesuit priest who created Homeboy Industries here in Southern California, a workplace to bring the women and men gangbangers out of the gangs into society and give them a productive and helpful life. Homeboy Industries, and he wrote a book, Tattoos on the Heart. It's a wonderful book. It's a story about his journey. But in that book, he says, perhaps God created humans because God thought they would enjoy it. Just a great meditation. That's unconditional love. If there is this reality, God, it is unconditional. It is infinite. It doesn't need anything. It doesn't come or go. It doesn't reward or punish. Whatever it is, it's unconditional love. It didn't need to create. Bill had the insight. Look at page 53. God is or God isn't. God is everything or God is nothing. If there is this reality, God, whatever it is everything. It's a mystical insight. Phenomenal, worthy of wonderful series of meditations. This is emotional sobriety. If you're experiencing the list of things under watch for, you're in your willfulness, the bedevilments. If you're experiencing what's under the word results, you're in alignment with reality. We call it God's will for us. We don't need to use that terminology. We can just use the human terminology of we're in alignment with reality. This is emotional sobriety. This is placing the center of my gravity deep inside myself where I've cut the puppet strings and I take 100% responsibility for how I think and how I feel and how I react. Emotional sobriety is this turning from the disease to at easiness, at the very least, dealing with the first half of the first step, addiction. And then at the very most, which is the point of my conversation with you today, dealing with unmanageability, anger, unforgiveness, fear, intrust, inappropriate sexual behavior, and behavior that's guided by principles. The answer to question number 9 on page 69. There's 9 questions in the sex inventory. None of them are about sex. They're all about our attitude and about our principles and about our motives and about our beliefs and about our impact of our behavior on other people. Number 9, what should I have done instead? It surfaces my principles. The big book has no dogma and no rules or regulations about sexual behavior. In fact, it says at the top of page 69, we have no opinion about this, but you do when you answer those questions, especially question number 9. And it's about rigorous honesty. In contrast to our hiding, our camouflage, our survival instinct, fight, flight, and freeze. That freeze instinct is hiding, camouflage. In order to not be eaten, the lizard turns green in a green environment. I become camouflaged in my environment so that I feel safe. I do that through my dishonesty. I build a mask, a persona, a Hollywood storefront, and I don't know that I don't know, but it's the source of my suffering. I build a cinder block wall as a wall to protect myself for survival, and at the end of building the wall, I realize I'm in prison. Part of that is having secrets, and you've heard it many times in the rooms. We're as sick as our secrets. That's where that transparency comes from that my sponsor had asked me to hold as a litmus test of my honesty. Guilt and shame are not words in the big book, but they're relevant today based on our psychological sophistication and awareness. Guilt, a negative feeling about what I do. Shame, a negative feeling about who I am. There's healthy guilt and there's healthy shame, but that's not what I'm talking about right now. And we can be free of those, certainly through the steps. And if you have difficulty with your own emotions and at the end of a step process, or maybe more than one, and you still have difficulty, then you might need professional help, outside counsel. The big book is very clear. Outside professional help, whether that be medication or therapy or counsel with trained, educated, experienced people. We turn from unhealthy self-esteem to healthy self-worth. We turn from willfulness to willingness. This is willfulness, that self-centeredness that Bill talks about as the source of the bedevilments on page 62. Willingness is the source of our freedom that he begins to indicate as the cornerstone in the spiritual arch through which we walk to a new freedom. Step 3, he says, is the keystone, and the next time he mentions is at the end of the 5th step on page 75. We've built the arch through which we walk to new freedom, and now at the end of step 5, we walk through it to freedom. Freedom from our addiction. It's indicated in the promises on page 75, but it's not promised conclusively until we get to the promises of step 10. I'm asked again, what's my will and what's God's will? I don't know. But I surmise that the things on the left-hand side are a manifestation of my dysfunctional self. And the outcomes and consequences and behaviors on the right-hand side, the experiences on the right-hand side, are when I'm in alignment with reality. You can call that in alignment with God's will if you want. It doesn't need that to be so as a human being. If you want to be an optimal human being, then you want to live at ease, because it's the tension that we experience that brings us back to the addiction that we have experience with that eases the tension, but we're in a program because it didn't work long term. And in contrast to the addiction, where short-term gain is everything and we're willing to support long-term pain, that's the turning that we experience in step 3 and through the steps 4 through 9, where we have short-term pain. Step 4 and 9 are not a walk in the tulips, but it's short-term for long-term gain. It's kind of like what the Oxford group called it, soul surgery. Soul surgery. Nobody likes surgery. Well, no sensible person likes surgery. But all of us like the results of surgery if it's successful and the healing that comes from it. Out of alignment versus in alignment. And then, of course, we can see the truth. This is the same picture. The second slide from the one that had pathetic Herbie in prison. When you get a bigger perspective, you see there's no walls, there's no ceiling, there's no floor. There's just pathetic Herbie holding the prison bars in front of his face because I've put myself there. And I need to learn to drop the bars. There's a book called Drop the Rock. It's about 6 and 7. This picture is about the impact of steps 4 through 9. Freedom. Freedom from my addiction at a minimum, but freedom from unmanageability at a maximum. Lack of power is the underbelly of my addiction, but it's also the underbelly of my unmanageability. I get free from my addiction steps 1 through 9, but I don't get free of my unmanageability. Bill says we have a daily reprieve that we're not cured. Not cured, what does that mean? Daily reprieve, what does that mean? It means we have to work for it by improving our consciousness, improving our relationship with other, notice with a capital O, or our relationship with others in contribution with a small o. I use the word improve because it's in step 11 for step 11. I use the word enlarge in step 12 because of the definition on page 35 that Bill gives us. The indication on page 35, he says, Jim, the car salesman, failed because he drank again because he failed to enlarge his spiritual life. Enlarge. We don't know what it means there, but in his own story at the bottom of page 14, he says, we perfect and enlarge our spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others. Okay, I can use that word in step 12. I enlarge my spiritual life. So I see a vertical growth of my head in the clouds in step 11, as Bill says on, I think, page 125, but I keep my feet on the ground, a horizontal walk. This is the crossroads. This is the crucial, coming from the Latin cruce, at the crossroads. A vertical relationship with reality and a horizontal relationship with reality. This is spiritual sobriety. Prayer meditation. I can do a 4-hour talk on that, and I did. You could go to YouTube and find it. In October, I believe it was. Meditation was revealed to me in 1988 when the man said, look it up in the dictionary, and it said directed thinking. And then I saw that Bill gave us that direction. Upon awakening, we asked God to direct our thinking. And this man said, it's a prayer, Herb. It's a simple prayer. God, please direct my thinking. Bill says in the big book, then we begin thinking. Meditation is a thinking process, not a non-thinking process. Meditation is done in silence, but it's done in silence while we think. Bill says we think about the 24 hours ahead and we consider our plans for the day. Now, here's what's not in the big book, but this man gave me that cracked it open. It's such an important concept for me because I was in a monastery for 7 years, 7 years of silence with a lot of meditation. And when I left the monastery in 1964, I hung up my black robe and I didn't meditate again for another 25 years. What's that? Here in 1988, I learned how to meditate because he said, we ask God to direct our thinking. Then we begin thinking, listening to our thinking. Oh my God, that's not in the big book, but it was his experience. And it was the key that opened the door. And I haven't had a problem with meditation since. And I have a morning practice that I've had since 1988 that has become more graceful and more filled and more complete. And I've built on the skeleton structure from the big book. But it's about listening to my thinking, listening to my feelings, listening to my awareness as the possible voice of God. I don't hear God speak to me through my ears. I hear God speak to me in that tiny whispering sound. You hear the terms wee small voice. It's a mistranslation from the original Aramaic. I didn't know that until about 3 years ago when I was doing a little bit more research, deepening my awareness of words. It's not wee small voice. An authentic translation is tiny whispering sound. Listen to that sound, that energy, whether it's a thought or a feeling or an awareness or a sensation, as the possible answer to the prayer, God, please direct my thinking. This is a spiritual awakening, a change in the way we think and feel and behave. And it's done to us, not by us, but not without us. Bill uses that in a wonderful poetic metaphor in the fifth step promises on page 75. Walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe. Love it. That image carries me. Walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe. God won't do it to me usually without me, usually. It's a co-creation. It's a collaboration. My decision, my action, and grace. Grace and willingness and my action. I don't know which comes first. In fact, it probably doesn't make any difference. It's a paradox for me. Grace generates willingness. Willingness generates grace. Listen to the poetry that came out of my meditation on the conundrum. I was taken to a place of willingness. Hear the grace. I was taken to a place of willingness. But I was willing to be taken. Did it answer the question? No. Did it satisfy me? Yes. Because I can look back over my shoulder and I can see the change in my behavior, the change in my thinking, and the change in my feelings. Lighting the path for others. This is where we want to be. Step 12. Carrying the message. What's the message? You too can have a spiritual awakening. You too can get free from your addiction. But the real message is that you can live a life of power, empowered by the Spirit. Empowered by the Spirit that is deep down inside of each one of us. But be very clear, that's a process, not an event. At least it was in my case. A process that took about 10 years of doing the steps 3 different times with 3 mechanics. And it was an integration of my personal life. I got sober. That was the gift without any effort on my part. But I stayed sober by going to meetings and talking to a sponsor every day and making an effort to do the steps on my own, even though it was feeble and it didn't have much of an impact on me as I measured it by future work where I got emotional sobriety and doing the steps with a guy who understood the instructions in the textbook. And then again with another person who further deepened and broadened my understanding and my application of the instructions in the textbook. And I had an awakening progressive, like a dimmer switch over time, going up a click at a click, a notch at a time, a click at a time, and the lights get brighter. But I also know, because I've witnessed it in myself in a minor way, but in other people in a major way, that there is disintegration. That same dimmer switch goes down a notch at a time. Unmanageability is the spiritual malady. Unmanageability is the lack of power. We're not cured. We have a daily reprieve. And if in fact we allow resentment and fear and dishonesty and selfishness to enter in just a minor way in our, oh, it's no big, it's a white lie. Oh, it's nobody's business. Oh, it won't hurt me this time. Then the dimmer switch goes down a notch at a time, and pretty soon there's enough cloud in us that blocks us from the sunlight of the spirit. The obsession returns, and we're back into our addiction. The dimmer switch is just a marvelous metaphor for the spiritual journey. It goes up a notch at a time as long as I lean into it. I keep my shoulder leaning into it because it's hardwired to go backwards. Like Thibaut said, the ego has an uncanny way of regenerating itself. There's lots of moving parts to the program. Certainly meetings are important. Certainly the big book is the textbook. Certainly the process of the steps I've illustrated from my own experience. And prayer, of course, and meditation because we're powerless, and service and helping others because in fact we're human, and it's contrary actions. And this is the source of our enlarging our spiritual life. But here's the most important component from my standpoint, and that's why it's in a different color. Sponsorship, accountability. Because if you have an active relationship with an experienced sponsor, here are my qualifiers: active relationship, you actually talk to this person. With an experience, they know what they're doing and they've had a spiritual awakening. They have an effective relationship with reality and with themselves and with other people. If you hold yourself transparently accountable with that person, you'll do all the other moving parts of it. Step 10 is a conscience practice, receiving the light, aware of feelings, aware of disturbances, taking responsibility for alignment. I use a fancy word for that, self-actualization. It comes from Maslow's hierarchy of needs. He's a psychologist. And he uses that as the first level of waking up, self-actualization. But then we have this consciousness practice in step 11, becoming a lantern. This is my image of sponsorship. I become a lantern. I'm not the light. I'm the channel of the light. I become a lantern. I am responsible for the effort, not the results. It's a journey, not a destination. It's not a light switch for most of us like it was for Bill. That mountaintop mystical experience. Most of us just have the spiritual awakening, a very slow, gradual, glacially slow process. A process, not a task. An experience, not an event. Self-actualization, certainly, but self-realization as we become more authentic. And then a compassion practice of step 12, transmitting the light. The whole point of the lantern is to shine the light on the path. The light guided by principles, because I have some now, not just thoughts and not just knowledge and not just feelings. I have operating principles from the inside. They're organic deep down inside of me. They don't come from society. They don't come from culture. They don't come from my sponsor, and they don't come from AA. They certainly don't come from any religious tradition. They come from my own waking up. I want to help today. not manipulate, but authentically help people reduce their suffering by going through a process that wakes them up. Of course, underneath the underbelly is my self-interest, but that's lost in the passion to carry the message, because I know that I wandered around this earth for 48 years, a seeker, but never a finder. And when I began to find, I became so grateful for it that I don't want to keep the secret any longer. I want to share that secret with others. This is our way of life, becoming a channel. But clearing the channel with the roto-rooter of step 4 and 10, filling the channel with prayer and meditation and whatever intentional consciousness, that's my broad catch-all phrase for contemplation and centering prayer and transcendental meditation and mindfulness. It's all going in the same direction with different methodologies. And then allowing the channel to empty. I just stand by the path, shining the light on the path, becoming a lantern and lighting the path. This is what I call emotional and spiritual sobriety. It's captured in the prayer of St. Francis, and I'm going to unshare now and go back to Michael and see if there's any questions, or if we have time, I'd love to spend some time talking with people about their questions, their concerns, their disagreements or resistances. I'd like to minimize that, but I'm very open. So Michael, if you want to come on and let me know what your thoughts are.
Yes, Herb. All right. Well, I've seen your presentation so many times, and I'm always learning something every time I see it. So
I change it, and I change.
Yeah. Well, that's the scary part, trying to keep up with you. But all right. Well, there is a couple questions. Actually, there's 3. So you talked about the ego rebuilding.
Yeah.
So how do I recognize that I'm in that place?
Yeah.
And not in a complacent place of my program, going to meetings, especially the question was, I have a lot of time. How do I know I'm asleep, dreaming I'm awake?
Yeah. That's at the heart of it. That's the bullseye question, actually. And it's really about, Bill says it in the 12 and 12, when I'm disturbed. Are you disturbed? When I called this man who was helping me at 20 years of sobriety, I was doing a little inventory work, and I said, I don't have any resentments. He said, that's right. You've got a really good program, daily meditation, steps, active 10-step. Sure, you don't have any resentments. Do you have any annoyances or irritations? Oh, I got 10 right away. All right, because I wasn't awake to it. That mosquitoes are detrimental, then they're annoying. All right, they're not white sharks any longer. So pay attention to your feelings. This is emotional sobriety. Is paying attention to your feelings. Feelings of contentment or feelings of disturbance. If you're disturbed, there's some work to do. What's the next question, Michael?
Next question. All right. So maybe it's along the same guidelines. If you've got some time, and how do you know you need to do the work again? And how would you recommend going about doing that and picking?
Yeah.
Do I do it with my same sponsor, or do you recommend? I know we kind of have a terminology called step guide.
Yeah.
So what would you recommend to someone who's feeling like I got it, but I'm still feeling like I'm missing something?
You know, that feeling, look at it like I indicated early on in my discussion as a potential invitation. So when I did the work the first time, I had a lot of pain in my life due to work. Going through the steps resolved that pain. I changed jobs. The second time I went through the work, I had a lot of pain in my life due to my marriage. I wanted to get rid of my wife like I got rid of my prior employer. I did the work and I found out I was the problem. She wasn't. And we were married 52 years when she died 3 years ago. All right. So I don't actually know what's best for me. But when I'm irritated or disturbed, I know that I need to do something. And if I do the 12-step work, I will come to a spiritual solution, an enlightened solution. When I did the work the third time, I didn't have any pressing pain or issue or suffering, but I knew that there was more, like you just indicated in your question. I knew there was a yearning in me. I knew there was more. And so I did it and I found more. At 20 years of sobriety in my meditation, I felt like there might be something that I need to do. And I maybe have an old idea. I think it was actually. I did the work. I had a nice experience, but it didn't provide anything new. And I got peace. I'm a finder now. I don't have to keep looking. My yearning has been satisfied in the sense that there was something missing. There's nothing missing. There wasn't anything missing at 20 years, and I confirmed it by doing the work. You can't hurt yourself by doing the work, but it may or may not be necessary.
And then finally, what do you do with what I kind of call resentments that don't go away, or grievances, or what do you do, and how do you stay true to the form till you know you've freed yourself up?
Yeah. First, I don't free myself because I'm powerless over it, according to the big book, page 66. We're as powerless over our resentments as we are over alcohol. But page 66 and 67 give us a prayer practice for the removal of deep resentments in me. Many people misread that. It's not a prayer for them. It's a prayer for me. It's a prayer for my healing. It's a prayer of intervention, asking the divine spirit, the divine surgeon, enter my heart, my soul, and cut out this cancer of deep resentment. And I did that on a daily basis for 3 months, a daily basis for 3 months. Nothing was happening. And then all of a sudden, it was gone. And I had 8 on my list. And over the next several weeks, all 8 disappeared and they've never come back. That's freedom. But there's a process. It includes doing column 3, really getting clear on our delusional beliefs. It includes doing the prayer, and it includes, well, that's interesting. And it includes column 4, looking at our motives and really understanding the manipulation that is given to me by my selfishness and self-centeredness. So it's kind of a package deal. And then in terms of outside reading, I would recommend Forgive for Good by Fred Luskin. He's a clinical psychologist from Stanford. And he writes a psychological process that was his thesis 30 years ago at Stanford, which he turned into a book on forgiveness. And it parallels the process in the big book in terms of the identical process with different vocabulary. And that validates for me the experience I had with the 12-step process. But reading that book expanded the vocabulary and the experience to be able to access the method in the big book.
So it's okay to use outside sources, psychological, spiritual?
Not okay. It's not okay. It's recommended in the big book.
That's right.
Yeah.
Herb, tell us about your workshops coming up on January the 4th and what you got there. We're out of time here, but just tell us how people can find you.
Go to my website and or email me. Let me just get that up here. All right, that's my email address, and my website. Is my email there? No, it isn't. No. Oh, I'll have to change that. All right, well, there you go.
Well, it's pretty easy. herbk12@hotmail.com, right?
herbk12@hotmail.com. Right. And then I'll give you whatever information that you're looking for. It is either going to be, it's either on my website or will be soon. I'm rebuilding my website now and bringing it into the 21st century. So it's not up yet, the new workshop website, but the current website will give you some information, but the email is probably the best way, herbk12@hotmail.com.
Yeah, and it recommended. It's a workshops as definitely recommended. And I'll talk more about that later in the session.
It's a weekly workshop for an hour and a half.
Right.
And I take people through the steps from January through December, step 1 through 12. And I've been doing it for 25 years.
Yeah. Yeah. Get him while he's spry. So
get it while I'm still cognizant.
Well, do you have anything else, Herb? Because we are out of time, but did you want
lots of stuff, but no, we don't have any time.
We can schedule we will schedule you again, and maybe in the springtime we'll have to come back and do another session like this.
I'm looking forward to it.
Your emotional sobriety talk with Dr. Berger, which he did contact me, and he said he'd like to do that again.
February 22nd, we determined a date yesterday.
Okay, great. All right, so you can find it at the website. And then, so are you going to wrap up with something? I saw you bring up the St. Francis prayer.
No, it's up to you. If you would like, I would love to.
Got about maybe 1 minute. Can you do it in a minute or so? A minute or two?
Maybe. Let's see.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, just join me in the prayer of becoming a channel. Listen to the promise, listen to the process, listen to the turning from self-centeredness to other-centeredness. Every line is a promise. Every line is a process. Every line speaks of turning from self-centeredness to other-centeredness. Pray it to yourself, not at all, or pray it out loud with me, please. Lord, make me a channel of your peace, that where there is hatred, I may bring love, that where there is wrong, I may bring the spirit of forgiveness, that where there is discord, I may bring harmony, that where there is error, I may bring truth, that where there is doubt, I may bring faith, that where there is despair, I may bring hope, that where there are shadows, I may bring light, that where there is sadness, I may bring joy. Lord, grant that I may seek rather to comfort than to be comforted, to understand than to be understood, to love than to be loved. For it is by self-forgetting that one finds, it is by forgiving that one is forgiven. It is by dying that one awakens to eternal life. Amen. As Eckhart Tolle said, the secret to life is to die before you die and realize there is no death. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Herb. Beautiful.
Welcome.
Great way to end it, especially putting on an event like that. You have to have that at the center, or you know, as you put on things like this and bring that kind of experience and content to people through this medium. It's you need all the different groundings to keep you there. So thank you so much again for being here. I love you.
Thank you.
Thanks for what you give to everybody. And I can always say, folks, is go to his website and go to his workshops. He's got this thing down, and we've all been practicing it, and we're very grateful that you've been doing all the work you've been doing, Herb. So thank you for sharing today.
It's my honor and pleasure, and you know that. Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you. Enjoy your afternoon. I'll call you later.
Yeah, I bet you will.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Herb. We are excited. We are just halfway through our program, folks. Maybe you want to stand up, take a little stretch, run around your room, do a little dance. We're going to keep going. Just want to give you a couple of quick reminders here. If you would like to make a donation to helping this out, we have some expenses and things like that, and whatever you do help with, we will proceed to Dr. Bob's house, the East Bay intergroup, as well as down here in the South Bay central office. So please feel free to donate. You can do it on Venmo or PayPal, which is on our website. It's real easy. You go right in. If they ask for some reason, I'm handling the accounts on this stuff, but if they do and they ask for my phone number, some guy said earlier, it's 8989 at the last numbers, or email me on here. Again, emails, you can ask questions over email. And we just had one come in, but it's kind of a little bit late, but we'll pass it along to Herb. But you got to get your emails, your questions in early, folks. So if you're thinking of something that's coming up, the last 15 minutes of our presenters or is the question time. So please get them over to me, and I will give them to the presenters. This next one will be an hour and a half. So you'll have She's going to go for about an hour, and then we'll take 15 minutes of questions, and then we prepare for the next session. And then Dr. Mooney's after that for an hour. And then I'm going to be doing about an hour and 15 minutes on how to pull this all together and the spiritual, the context of the circle and the triangle and the recipe of recovery, which Herb and I both were lucky enough to be around a group and a couple of men who really understood how to journey through the big book in a dynamic way. So please stick around for the afternoon, folks. Call your friends. We still have lots of time. Send them the link. You can send them the link. This is not, we just ask you don't post it on social media. Don't put it anywhere out there in public. Follow the traditions, folks. Stay on the traditions with this. And we don't have any problem with anybody in any fellowship viewing what our content is today. So I'm going to turn this over to our buddy Tim, and he's going to do he's going to announce a couple of folks on here. He's been part of our hosting today. He did a great job this morning with his presentation. So Tim, why don't you take it away, and then you can announce our next speaker.
Cool. And yes, I am Tim. I am a recovered alcoholic, and I am actually really thrilled that Nancy is joining us this morning or this afternoon now. My God, it is afternoon. I have seen Nancy do her presentation, and she has done a wonderful job researching and creating this presentation. She's going to present just a few of the founding women of AA who worked so hard to make sure that AA survived and carried the message to the still suffering alcoholic. And I don't think that the women in our early recovery get as much attention as they should. They did a lot of work. These women started some of the biggest public information campaigns and service structures in our organization's history. They are the shoulders on which we all stand today. We owe our lives to these women. Without some of these ladies' efforts, there would not be the program of recovery that we all enjoy. These women created foundations for early treatment centers. They started outside organizations to convince the world that alcoholism is a disease. They carried the message that alcoholism should be treated with health care and science-based knowledge, not sanitariums, drunk farms, and jails that they used to put us in. These ladies went to Bill and established the Grapevine, AA's journal and print. That publication is responsible for many finding their way into the rooms of AA, the journal that carried the message to the public to institutions and prisons for decades. And not to be forgotten, the endless effort these women put forward to help the women in their communities to find a way to recovery. The ladies who were so denigrated by their disease in society that recovery seemed hopeless and unattainable. These were the ladies that would pick up the torch and bring their service efforts to many others. So with that, I'm not going to go on any further. I could go on for an hour about how much I appreciate some of these great gals. Nancy's done a wonderful job, and we're going to hand it over to her.
All right, I go into screen share.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Get my view, the slideshow. Okay, can you see this okay?
You're good.
All right, we are on. Hi, my name is Nancy Carpin, and I am an alcoholic from Galt, California. Thank you, Tim, so much for asking me to be a part of this. How exciting. What a wonderful program you've had. I've just really been enjoying listening to you and everybody else and get to go through Dr. Bob's house again. It's just been really great. And thanks for including me in this. I've been interested in the history of Alcoholics Anonymous since May 24th, 1972. The stories in the big book tell a lot of our history, plus they've had a huge impact on my own sobriety. I can identify with each one of them. I've chosen 9 stories from the first and second edition of the big book because they were our women pioneers. Eleanor Roosevelt said, do something every day that scares you. So here it is. Florence Rankin, A Feminine Victory, New York City. Although Jane Sturtevant got sober in February 1937 in Akron, Florence was the first woman to get sober in New York, even for a short time. She came to AA in 1937 and had several slips, but was sober over a year when she wrote her story for the big book. Florence wrote, when the idea was first presented to me that I was an alcoholic, I thought, horrors, how preposterous. What humiliation, how disgraceful. but I have reached the source of help. It must have been difficult for Florence, being the only woman. She prayed for inspiration to tell her story in a manner that would give other women the courage to seek the help that she had found. She was the ex-wife of a man that Bill Wilson had known on Wall Street. She thought the cause of her drinking would be removed when she and her husband were divorced. She wrote, oh, I had them all down, letter perfect, all the excuses, reasons, justifications. What I did not know was that I was being destroyed by selfishness, self-pity, and resentment. But it was Florence's ex-husband who took Lois Wilson to visit her at Bellevue. Bill and Lois got her out of Bellevue, and she stayed in their home for a time. And after she left their home, she stayed with other members of the fellowship. She even stayed with Ruth Hawk, Bill's first non-alcoholic secretary, and she took care of her children. Florence wrote, oh, I'd been taught to realize there is a God and to love him, but though I had been taught all these things, I'd never learned them. She said, Bill put it to me this way: you admit you made a mess out of things, trying to do them your way. Are you willing to give up? Are you willing to say, here it is, God, all mixed up. I don't know how to unmix it. I'll leave it to you. At one point, she was all alone and felt like drinking. She read the Bible and prayed, but she didn't say, I must not take that drink because I owe it to so-and-so not to. I didn't say, I won't take that drink because I am too strong to resist. I didn't say I must not, or I will not at all. I simply prayed and read, and in about half an hour, I got up and was absolutely free of the urge to drink. But I know absolutely that the moment I close my channels with sorrow for myself or being hurt by or resentful toward anyone, I am in horrible danger. I know that my victory is none of my human doing. I know that I must keep myself worthy of divine help. And the glorious thing is this, that I am free, I am happy, and perhaps I'm going to have the blessed opportunity of passing it on. I say this in all reverence. Amen. In part, due to Florence having been sober for more than a year, 100 Men was discarded as the name for the big book. She spoke up and said, what about me? I'm a woman. So they changed it to, changed the name of the book, became Alcoholics Anonymous. She moved to Washington, D.C. and tried to help Fitz Mayo, whose story in the big book is Our Southern Friend, who after sobering up in New York, started AA in Washington, D.C. She married an alcoholic that she met there who unfortunately did not stay sober. Sadly, Florence started drinking again and disappeared. Fitz Mayo found her in the morgue. Despite her relapse and death from alcoholism, Florence helped pave the way for the many women who followed. She was in Washington by the time Marty Mann, the next woman to arrive in AA in New York, entered the program. Marty only met her once or twice, but Florence's story in the big book no doubt encouraged Marty. Women suffered too. Margaret, Marty, Mann. While Marty was not the first woman to come to AA, she was the first to stay sober and to obtain a great length of sobriety. Marty's first date of sobriety is uncertain, but she attended her first AA meeting at Bill W.'s home in Brooklyn on April 13, 1939. Marty Mann came from a wealthy Chicago family. She attended the best boarding schools and a finishing school in Europe and traveled extensively. She made her debutante debut in 1927, then eloped with John B. of New Orleans. Marty said he was the town's worst drunk. They were both drunk when they eloped. Marty, whose alcoholism was not as far progressed at that time, could not put up with John's drinking behavior, so they were divorced in 1928. And that was at the same time that her father faced a big bankruptcy, taking all the family money. For the next 10 years, she did whatever she wanted to do for greater freedom and excitement. She went abroad to live and ran a successful photojournalism business. But her alcoholism got out of hand, and soon she was in real trouble, attempted suicide twice. She tried jumping off a third-story building in England. She came home to America broke and desperate. Things got even worse. Marty said, when my friends said that I was drinking too much, they were no longer my friends. Drink had become more important to me than anything else. It no longer gave me pleasure. It merely dulled the pain, but I had to have it. In 1939, she was convinced she was having a serious mental breakdown and was admitted as a charity patient to Blythewood Sanitarium in Greenwich, Connecticut. Her psychiatrist, Dr. Harry Tebow, gave her a manuscript of the book Alcoholics Anonymous to read. After reading the first few chapters, she said, I wasn't the only person in the world who felt and behaved like this. I was suffering from an actual disease that had a name and symptoms like diabetes, cancer, or TB, which she had had as a teenager. She exclaimed to her buddy, Grinny, a fellow patient, we're not alone anymore. Dr. Tebow persuaded her to attend her first AA meeting at 182 Clinton Street in Brooklyn, New York, Bill and Lois's home. At that time, there were only 2 AA groups in the entire United States. I went trembling into a house in Brooklyn filled with strangers, and I found I'd come home at last to my own kind. She rebelled at any thought of religion until a personal crisis filled her with righteous, raging anger. She is going to get drunk to show them. Then she read a sentence from the book on her bed that said, we cannot live in anger. She wrote, the walls crumbled and the lights came on. That feeling of impending disaster began to dissolve. I put into practice the 12 steps and it worked. Despite several relapses during the first year and a half, Marty succeeded in becoming sober by 1940, the year I was born. In 1945, Marty became inspired with the desire to eliminate the stigma and ignorance regarding alcoholism and to encourage viewing it as a disease instead of a moral issue. She believed that alcoholism runs in the family and education of the disease is essential. Marty was a visionary and a pioneer who took on an unpopular cause during an era when women were supposed to remain silent. It would just be the little woman over the corner, just cleaning house, fixing dinner. With the encouragement of and support of Bill W., Marty founded the National Council on Alcoholism, through which she educated the general public about alcoholism. In part because of Marty Mann's life work, alcoholism became seen less as a moral issue and more of a health issue. Marty influenced alcoholism legislation at the state and national levels. In the 1950s, famous journalist and newscaster Edward R. Murrow included Marty Mann on his list of the 10 greatest living Americans. Marty was on the first board of directors of High Watch Farms, the world's first recovery center founded upon the principles of Alcoholics Anonymous. She had a brief relapse nearly 20 years later from alcoholic bitters, which she had heard Sam Houston had used to curb his alcoholism. Loaded with alcohol, though, due to her widespread fame and anonymity breaking, she was reluctant to admit that she had had a slip, and many members covered up that fact for her. After all, she had spoken all over the world and broken her anonymity. Around 1964, she admitted that she had had a drink and began going back to meetings, being active in the public once more, and she never drank again. Marty Mann's public admission of her own alcoholism, her successful experience with AA, and the encouragement of others, especially women, to get help, contributed greatly to AA's growth. She was the first lesbian member of Alcoholics Anonymous at a time when gays and lesbians were not accepted by society. Her longtime lesbian partner was Priscilla Peck, once a glamorous art director at Vogue magazine, and the fifth woman that Marty brought into AA. To protect the work that she was doing during a period of heavy anti-gay bias, Marty never revealed her lesbianism except to Bill W., her sponsor, and a few close friends. She resumed her maiden name and sometime thereafter started to identify herself as Mrs. Marty Mann, and this helped her to cover up her sexual orientation. Marty said the 12 steps gave her more than sobriety. They gave her a glimpse at something she had never known: peace of mind, a sense of being comfortable with herself and with the world. Mrs. Marty Mann died of a stroke at age 75 on July 22nd, 1980. Sylvia Kaufman, Keys of the Kingdom, Chicago, Illinois. This worldly lady helped to develop AA in Chicago and that passed her keys on to many. According to the member list index kept by the Chicago group, Sylvia's date of sobriety was September 13th, 1939. Because of slips by Marty Mann, Sylvia may have been the first woman to achieve long-term sobriety. Sylvia was raised in a good environment with loving and conscientious parents like Marty and given every advantage. She had her first drink at 16 and loved what it did for her. She married at 20, had 2 children, was divorced at 23. This gave her a good excuse to drink. By 25, she developed into an alcoholic. Sylvia said, "Drink did something for me that was different from the way it affected others." She began making the rounds of the doctors and hoped that one of them might find a cure for her accumulating ailments, preferably something that could be removed surgically, maybe a hangnail. Of course, all they found was an unstable woman, undisciplined, poorly adjusted, filled with nameless fears. Most of the doctors prescribed sedatives and advised rest and moderation, whatever that might be. Between the ages of 25 and 30, she tried everything. She did a little graphic and moved to Chicago thinking a new environment would help. She tried all sorts of things to control her drinking: the beer diet, the wine diet, timing, mixing, measuring, spacing the drinks, trying them mixed, unmixed, drinking only when happy, only when depressed. Nothing worked. The next 3 years saw Sylvia in sanitarium. She wanted to die, but had lost the courage to try. She remarked, "I was 33 years old and my life was spent. I was drinking in sheer desperation, alone and locked behind my own door." She felt shame and fear with no complete escape any longer, except complete oblivion. Wipe it out. There was one doctor who did not give up on her, like all doctors of his day. He had been taught that the alcoholic was incurable and should be ignored. With the alcoholic, they could only give temporary relief. And in the last stages, not even that, alcoholics were a waste of the doctor's time and the patient's money. Nevertheless, there were a few doctors who saw alcoholism as a disease and felt that the alcoholic was a victim over something for which they had no control. Sylvia's doctor tried everything he could think of, including having her go to mass every morning at 6 a.m. doing menial labor for his charity patients. This doctor apparently had the intuitive knowledge that spirituality and helping others just might be the answer. In 1939, this doctor heard about the book Alcoholics Anonymous and wrote to New York for a copy. And after reading it, he tucked it under his arm and called on Sylvia. That visit marked the turning point in her life. He must have studied the book carefully because he took its advice. The doctor explained that alcohol was no respecter of sex or background, that most of the alcoholics he had encountered had better than average minds and abilities. Of course we do. Just ask any one of us, we'll tell you. He also gave her the cold hard facts about her condition, that she would either die of acute alcoholism, develop a wet brain, or have to be put away permanently. Then he told her about a handful of people in Akron and New York who seemed to have worked out a technique for arresting their alcoholism. He asked her to read the book. Sylvia remarked, "I stayed up all night reading that book. It promised recovery if I would be willing to do a few simple things and have the desire to drink removed." Here was hope. Her doctor asked her to talk with a man who has experienced success using this plan. This was Earl Treat. His story in the big book was he sold himself short. Earl was the Mr. T to whom she refers in her story. Sylvia said, I was ready to go into the interiors of the African jungle, if that's what it took for me to find what these people had. They seemed to have all the ingredients for successful living, and I wanted it. Earl suggested that she visit Akron. According to Bill Wilson, she got off to a slow start there and may have been a pill addict. She took a lot of little white pills, which she claimed were saccharine, and no one could quite explain why she was so rubber-legged. She said, it had been many years since I had not relied on some artificial crutch, either alcohol or sedatives. Sylvia stayed 2 weeks with Clarence and Dorothy Snyder in Cleveland. Clarence's story in the big book, The Home Brewmeister, she met Dr. Bob, who brought other AA men to meet her. Dorothy Snyder said that the men were only too willing to talk to her after they saw her. Sylvia was a glamorous divorcee, extremely good looking and rich. She was getting a $700 a month alimony from her husband. Looked good in those days, but these attractions probably did not help her with the wives of the alcoholics, who were known on occasion to run women out. After meeting Dr. Bob, she wanted to move to Akron, but this caused great concern since her presence there threatened to disrupt the whole group. Even Dr. Bob was uncomfortable with her being there and felt like women didn't belong in Alcoholics Anonymous. She went back to Chicago, where she finally got sober after drinking on the train, and worked closely with Earl Treat. Her personal secretary, Grace Cultus, became the first secretary at the intergroup office in Chicago, the first in the country, which started in their apartment. And by the latter part of September 1939, they had a nucleus of 6 and held their first official group meeting. Sylvia said, by 1955, our membership in the Chicago area had grown from 6 members to 6,000. Now there were many of us to carry on the work. The group did not need us in the same degree as it had earlier, but our need for the group had not diminished. Sylvia leaves us with, there is no more aloneness with that awful ache so deep in the heart of every alcoholic that nothing before could ever reach it. That ache is gone and need never return again. We say to the new person, don't take our word for it. Instead, try it for yourself. Only then can you be sure that you've latched on for a way of living that can really work for you. Now there's a sense of belonging, of being wanted and needed and loved. In return for a bottle and a hangover, we have been given the keys of the kingdom. Sylvia Kaufman died on October 31st, 1974. From farm to city, Ethel Macy, one of my favorites, Akron, Ohio. She tells how AA works when the going is rough. A pioneer woman member of AA's first group. Ethel's date of sobriety was May 8th, 1941. She was the first woman to get sober in Akron. She was the oldest of a very poor family of 7. Her father was an alcoholic. At the age of 16, she was invited to spend the summer with her aunt in Liberty, Indiana. And her aunt told her that she could have boyfriends come over and visit, but there was one boy she must stay away from, and that was Russ Macy. He came from a fine family, but he drank too much. 4 months later, she married him, even though he drank and was 7 years her senior. She was sure his family disapproved of her because she was from the wrong side of the tracks. They had 2 daughters, and about 7 or 8 years after they were married, his drinking became so bad that she took the children and went home. Ethel said, I was still bitter because I felt that drinking completely ruined my childhood and my marriage, and I hated everything pertaining to it. I was about 25 then. I'd never touched a drop. She didn't see Russ or hear from him for a whole year. By the end of the year, the children received a card from their father, which she kept and cherished. It said, tell mommy I still love her. Soon Russ himself arrived. She welcomed him with open arms, and though he had little but the clothes on his back, he told her that he would never drink again, and she believed him. He got a job, went back to work, and stayed dry for 13 years. By the end of the 13th year, the daughter was married, the older one was, and she and her husband were living with them, and the younger daughter was in her last year of high school. Then one night, the son-in-law and Russ went to a prize fight. Russ came home drunk, crawling up the stairs on his hands and knees. Ethel said, the children are raised. If this is the way you want it, this is the way we'll have it. Where you go, I'll go. What you drink, I'll drink. And thus Ethel started drinking. They went on vacations in the car, drinking all the way. Ethel did the driving. One Sunday afternoon, she got picked up for drunk driving, and they were both thrown in jail. On another occasion, she got drunk and set the house on fire so they wouldn't have to paint it. Makes sense. Ethel got upset with the religious neighbors down the street. She said they used a sound truck that would stop out in front of our house. They'd sit there and they'd play these hymns, and I'd be lying there in bed with this terrific hangover. If I'd had a gun, I'd shot the horns right off that thing. It made me so raving mad. In 1940, they read something about AA in a newspaper. She talked about it and thought there might come a time when they need it. A man at the bar told her, well, they roll on the floor, they holler, and they pull their hair. And she says, well, I'm nuts enough now. And her hope died. Then one day, Ethel told the woman bartender she wished she had never taken another drink and wanted help. And she said, I thought no matter how crazy they are, I'll do anything they say to do. She was told to talk to Jack, the owner of the place, whom they'd always tried to buy a drink, but he refused, saying that he couldn't handle liquor. This may have been John Munir, one of the early Cleveland members. Finally, one morning, Ethel got in the car and cried all the way to that bar and told him that she was licked and wanted help. But Jack was out, and his wife said that she would send him as soon as he returned. He soon arrived with 2 cans of beer, one for Ethel and one for Russ. That was their last drink that night. Men from AA started coming to the house the next day telling their stories, and Jack brought them the Saturday Evening Post article about AA. He told them the whole thing was based on the Sermon on the Mount and asked if they had a Bible. Coming off a drunk, it was hard to read the small print of that little testament and that the bulldog had chewed up. But Russ said, Mother, if this tells us how to do it, you're going to have to read it. It was important for us to do what we were told. Paul Stanley, his Truth Freed Me is in the first edition, visited and stressed that they read the book. Jack took them to a meeting at King's School on Wednesday night and introduced Ethel to some of the wives. That meeting is still going today. One was Annabelle Gillum, the wife of Wally Gillum. His story was fired again in the first edition. Annabelle was told to take her under her wing. Women had a harder time being accepted in Akron than they did in New York. Perhaps the reason Ethel was accepted is that Russ joined at the same time. Also, Ethel weighed about 300 pounds, and women probably did not consider her a threat. Her husband, Russ, was about 5'2", and about half her weight, and they called him the pencil. Ethel gave a lot of credit to Dr. Bob and Ann for their recovery. She and Russ worked as a team and were very active from the beginning. Ethel started what may have been the first women's AA group. Russ died on Monday, September 4th, 1944. And was buried on Friday. AAs had invited Ethel to dinner the following Sunday. But first, Ethel went to talk to the women at St. Thomas Hospital. She recalls, I sat down on the side of one of the beds and I started to weep. I was so startled. And I apologized again and again. I just couldn't stop. And that woman told me long after that this was the surest proof that this program could work. If on Sunday I could be there trying to think of something that would help her with this problem, then we must have something that would work. After Russ's death, Ethel's whole life was AA, and she sponsored many women. Ethel tells my story. In Ethel's parting words, AA has changed, but the root of it hasn't. We're older in AA, we're older in years. It's only natural that we don't have the capacity to change, but we ought not criticize those who have. Ethel Macy died on April 9th, 1963. Flower of the South, Esther Elizardi. Houston, Texas. Esther's date of sobriety was May 16th, 1941. She was a very attractive woman, full of pep. She was raised in New Orleans, where social drinking was acceptable. First time she realized that what alcohol could do for her was at her own wedding. She was so afraid that everything wouldn't be perfect and that she wouldn't look right in her dress, the church wouldn't be filled, and she was very nervous. It was in a terrific state when her father says, Miss Esther is about to faint. Get her something to drink. Esther wrote, Emma, the servant, came back with a water glass full of bourbon and made me drink it down. That bourbon hit just as I started down that aisle, and I walked down that aisle just like Mae West in her prime. I wanted to do it all over again. From that day on, she used alcohol to ease social situations and didn't know when she crossed the line into alcoholism. She divorced her husband after 7 years and went home to her parents. Couldn't stand living with them, went back to Texas, remarried her ex-husband. Then they moved to Oklahoma, and in Esther's words, that's when all the boys and Esther got drunk and the wives didn't. Her drinking got worse. Her husband would come home day after day to find her passed out. She was sent to a mental hospital where they kept her for 17 days. When they moved to Houston, the drinking continued. She went out one day to walk her Cocker Spaniel. Patrol car passed and saw her staggering. So they stopped to take her home, but she got sassy with them. So they took the dog home and took poor Esther to jail. Esther said, I don't like being fenced in with all those bars, and you don't get hotel service in there. I remember going back on that bunk and crying my eyes out. I think that's when I hit bottom. She was only in there for a few hours when her husband came to get her with a look of disgust on his face. And she was complaining about being in jail and how she was going to sue the city for what they had done to her. He told her, remember, Esther, you're in jail, not at home. He had read a story about AA in the Saturday Evening Post a few weeks before. He finally showed it to her with the ultimatum, if you'll try this thing, I'll go along with you. But if you don't, you'll have to go home. I cannot sit by and watch you destroy yourself. She wrote to the GSO office in New York, and she said, I was shaking, so I asked my husband to write that letter for me, but he said, no, this is something I was going to have to do all by myself. Within a week, a letter came back with AA literature. It was a routine letter that they sent to everyone, but with it was a handwritten letter from Ruth Hawk, AA's non-alcoholic secretary. That personal touch did a lot to help Esther. The letter stated that this man would see her. There weren't any women. That man was in the hospital, so she drank for 5 more days before coming into AA the following week. She called that her spill into AA. Esther was full of gratitude to her husband and to the AA members who paved the way for her. During her second year in AA, they were transferred to Dallas and she started an AA group there in 1943. The phone number in Dallas that Ruth had given her had been disconnected when she arrived, but unfazed, she started seeking out other alcoholics to 12-step. Esther had lived in Dallas from 1927 to 1932, and according to a letter she wrote to New York dated March 29, 1943, saying, this is where I've been so sick for 5 years. This is where I started trying out all the doctors, hospitals, cures, the sanitarium 3 times. So I've lots to do. First off, 4 doctors to call on and let them look over Exhibit A, me. My minister had 2 prospects for us, tried so hard for years, and I had never heard of AA. She had a hope I have much AA to report in my next letter. You'll be hearing from me. They did indeed. A week later, April 5th, she wrote, Dear Bobby, Margaret R. Berger, Bill's secretary at the time, the New Dallas group met for the first time last night. 3 inactive alkies, 1 active from Detroit, and 2 non-alcoholics who brought the active one. They met for some time in Bobby's home. She said, I threw myself, not in Bobby's home, in Esther's home. Get that straight. She said, I threw myself into 12-step work, and what I feared would be a calamity turned out to be the most blessed of blessings. Esther ended her story with, I feel there is no situation too difficult, none too desperate, no unhappiness too great to be overcome in this great fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. Al-Anon uses that statement. I wish I could tell you how and why AA works, but I don't know. I only know that it does if you desire it with your whole heart and without reservation. Esther died on June 3rd, 1960, with slightly more than 19 years of sobriety. Her copy of the Big Book, which is signed by Bill Wilson, is on display at the Dallas Central Office. Good time. Stars Don't Fall, Countess Felicia Gazica, New York City, page 401 in the second edition, 400 in the third edition. Felicia entered AA in 1943, but had several relapses that first year. Her date of sobriety was 1944. She was probably the 6th woman to get sober in New York. Marty Mann was her sponsor. Bill Wilson called Marty, said, I have a dame down here whose name I can't pronounce, and I don't know what to do with her. Felicia was born in 1905 in the family castle in Blansko, or Blans, which is now part of the Czech Republic. She was the daughter of Count Josef Gazica, a fortune-hunting continental count from a noble Polish family, and Eleanor Medill Sissy Patterson, an editor of the Washington Times. Her mother brought Felicia to America as an infant in 1908 after her father had kidnapped her, and she never saw her father again. Until her early 30s, when her drinking became a problem and she lived in large houses with servants and all the luxuries she could possibly want. Prohibition meant nothing. The embassies were always flowing, but she never felt she belonged. She was married 3 times. Her first husband was Drew Pearson, a newspaper man. Her second husband was an Englishman whom she divorced less than a year later. They both drank. Felicia said she used her venomous tongue. He used his fist. The third husband was director of a men's recovery home in Virginia. She met her first husband again when she had been sober for 10 years, and he told her they'd always felt guilty because she'd become an alcoholic after they divorced. She was able to explain to him that she would have become an alcoholic anyway because she had always been a sick person, unfit for marriage. She wrote, imagine my surprise when I came to in Europe and discovered I brought myself along. I began here and now to fear the answer to the question, what is the matter with me? In 1943, she'd moved to New York and was living a bohemian life in the village. Felicia said the horrors of increasing hangovers occupied the entire day with nausea, dry heaves, that rocking bed, nightmare-filled mind. Felicia remarked, I was not beautiful or good as I yearned to be. I was fat and bloated, covered in bruises from running into doors, and wore a man's raincoat turned inside out. My tweed suit, once a very good one, was now baggy and shapeless, had worn places in the elbow from leaning on the bar, and I just wanted to die. Felicia had the good fortune to find a new analyst, Dr. Ruth Fox. She said, I think now that God, in whom I did not believe, was looking after me. Perhaps it was he who sent my analyst to a psychiatrist meeting at which Bill Wilson spoke. Dr. Fox told her about AA and asked her to read the book. She finally encouraged Felicia to go down to the AA Foundation office, which was down in the Wall Street district of New York, talk to Bill Wilson. That's before we had the General Service Office. In Felicia's words, Bill was tall, gray-haired, with a kind of asymmetrical good looks and pleasant, easy manner that inspired the confidence in the shaken and afraid. She said he was well-dressed, he was easygoing. I could see he wasn't a quack or a fanatic. He said to me gently and simply, do you think you're one of us? Bill arranged for her to meet Marty Mann. I thought, aha, he's passing the buck. Now here comes the questionnaire. Felicia recalled that Marty was late and said, I felt like a gangster's moll about to be interviewed by the Salvation Army. But Priscilla Peck answered the door. It was Marty and Priscilla who took her to her first AA meeting. In those days, there was only one big meeting a week in New York. Priscilla assigned Felicia to look after Ann, a rowdy newcomer whose idea of fun was to hit sailors and insult cops. Ann was so scared that she was so busy. I'm sorry. She was so busy keeping Ann out of trouble and so afraid that Ann was going to swing on her that she had her last 2 drinks that night. In her first year, Felicia said, I kicked Priscilla in the shins, got the lock changed on the desk at the AA club because as secretary, I didn't want the intergroup secretary interfering. I took an older woman member out for lunch for the express purpose of informing her that she was a phony. She was a talented writer, and with Marty and Priscilla, helped start the AA Grapevine. Felicia had sunk low, but had not lost everything, and was one of the reasons they started to talk about high bottom drunks. She concluded her story with, AA taught me how not to drink, and on the 24-hour plan, taught me how to live. She wrote an update of her story for the November 1960 Grapevine. It was signed FM, New Canaan, Connecticut. In it, she said she was disappointed to learn that her story would be in the section They Stopped in Time. She thought she had sunk pretty low. Felicia died on February 26, 1999, at the age of 92, a few months after giving an extensive interview about her friend Marty Mann to Marty's biographers, Sally and David Brown. I don't have pictures of the next 2. I wish I did. If anybody knows anything on there or has their pictures, please let me know. I'd love to add them. So the Independent Blonde, that's Nancy Flynn, New York City. Nancy came to AA in June 1945 when she was 39 years old. She did not write her own story, which she claimed was written by some writers in AA, and said that she didn't even know it was in the big book. She left home at 14. Her mother died when she was 3. Her father remarried when she was 14, and her stepmother kicked her out. Nancy says, when you're thrown out, you don't feel like you're anything. You know something's got to be wrong with you or they wouldn't have thrown you out. And they tell me psychologically, I felt abandoned by my mother. All my life, I blamed everything that ever happened to me on someone else. And I usually could find someone. I thought if I left my husband, things would be different. That seems to be a common thread. Felt the same way. I never thought about changing myself, always thought about changing people, changing places. But she made a few geographic cures, but they didn't work. She kept quitting jobs, not having the courage to wait until she would be fired. Nancy wrote, I had heard about AA about a year before I came in, but I thought it was some kind of an organization that helped you out financially, and I was too independent for that. But by June 1st, 1945, I'd lost all kinds of that independence. Her contact with AA was at the clubhouse at 334 and a half West 24th Street in New York City. Nancy said, I got someone on the telephone and I told her I was in trouble and asked, what should I do? The girl asked me if I could walk. And I said, well, how understanding. My God, somebody knows you couldn't walk and why? And the girl said, well, the only reason I ask is if you can't, we'll come over to you. And I reared up in all my arrogance and I said, you'll never come to me, but I'll go to you. It took me until 4 o'clock to get there that day. She expected to meet a bunch of bums, so she didn't get dressed up. She didn't want better than they did. When she got there were a lot of Park Avenue types everywhere. And she said, I felt so welcome. It was the first time I ever felt welcome. I don't know who spoke first, last, or what, but someone got up and said he had been in Bellevue 35 times. And I thought, oh my God, I'll look like Saint Cecilia here. One day a call came into the clubhouse for someone to go out and do a 12-step job. And they looked at me and they said, how long are you in? And I said, oh, a week or so. And they said, oh, you can't go. You have to be sober 3 months. Then I realized that here I had spent all my life afraid that people were trying to get something out of me and I had nothing to give. I had to wait until those people gave it to me so that I could go out and give it away. She was impressed coming into AA to meet a countess, Felicia Gazika from Stars Don't Fall. At that time, Nancy had a little beauty shop, and they often gave permanents to members of AA, those who could afford to pay her and those who could not. And I still have my hairdresser's license. She and another young woman, perhaps Marty Mann, were often asked to go to hospitals and drying out places frequented by the wealthy because they were younger and presentable. They brought little hats with flowers on them and wore little black dresses with pearls on these occasions. I was so eager to give what I had, she said. I went right from the first step to the last step. You see, I'd never cared for anybody, not even myself. When you care for somebody, you begin to heal yourself. You don't even know it. She often went to Dr. Silkworth for advice. If we were in trouble, we'd go to Dr. Silkworth. If we were in a situation we didn't know how to get out of or were afraid we might get drunk, we'd go over and talk it over with him. He was a very simple, wonderful man. He said to me once, the day that you can sit down and just be honest with yourself with this situation, you will know what to do. That was the kind of man he was. Nancy went to the clubhouse every day from 11 in the morning when they opened until it closed at night. It was the only place she felt safe. Nancy ended her story with, the more I worry about me loving you, and the less I worry about you loving me, the happier I'll be. I have learned that the more I give, the more I will have. The more I learn to give, the more I learn to live. For the first 5 years, she did nothing but go to AA. She didn't know what else to do. For 15 years, she attended a women's meeting that Marty Mann had started on 58th Street in Midtown Manhattan. Marty wanted to hire her as a speaker for the National Council on Alcoholism, but she declined. Nancy is a good example of what people can accomplish after they get sober. She went to high school in her 50s and went to college when she was 70. She studied behavioral science and went to college for 9.5 years and graduated cum laude. When she arrived in AA, she didn't believe in God, didn't want to hear anything about it. I was the same way. But she began searching. Later, she became a Quaker and taught English to migrant workers. She lived in Pennsylvania and spoke at the 2000 AA International Convention in Minneapolis. I was so glad to get to hear her. She passed away on April 16, 2005, claiming 57 years of sobriety, although she drank twice during those 57 years. Annie Colahouse, Annie the Cockfighter, New York City, April of 1947. I'd love to have a picture of Annie. Annie arrived in AA at 67 years old, April of 1947. She was a scrub lady for 25 cents an hour, poor and educated. She started to drink in 1913. At age 31, when the women sat in the back room. God knows a woman sitting out in public drinking. Because of her drinking, her husband took her 2 small boys and left her. She said, it didn't worry me a bit. I love the drinking. I love the crowd I hung with, and I would have done anything to get the money for a drink. She got in a fight with a cop and tore the buttons off his uniform. And when the cop said he was taking her in, she says, do as you damn please. I was a tough piece of furniture in those days. If the Almighty God had come down, I'd have done the same thing to him. She was charged with molesting a policeman's uniform and got 5 days in the house of detention. She said, the only thing I was worried about is how that gang was making out without me. But they made out all right. I was in court again for drunk and disorderly. 30 days, says the judge, and I reared right up and spit clean in that judge's eye, distance of about 5 feet, too. And so another 30 days for spitting in the eye of the court. Nuts to you, says I, but I had to serve the whole 60 days anyway. After being away from her family for 15 years, she was on her way to a speakeasy and met her husband. And he asked her if she would like a drink. And she says, whoa, sure I would. So they had a few drinks at a speakeasy and she went home with him. On May 12th, 1946, she called Irene to take her down to where she went on Sunday nights. So I'm sorry, I missed something. Where she went on Sunday night. So down to the old, I'm sorry. Let me start over here. She couldn't stand the decent life and just wanted to be a drunk and kept on drinking. She gave her husband credit for raising their 2 boys. She said the youngest boy was going to be a policeman. Brother. Oh, well, it was all right. I had to take it and accept it. But every time I thought of that uniform, it just killed me. She was obnoxious, stole change from the other customers, was black and blue from being kicked and knocked around. She drank with the guys and the gals of the Bowery, but her whole clothes on her body were full of lice. Annie offered her old buddy drinking Irene a drink, but Irene told her she couldn't take that first drink. And Annie said, saints above, what happened to you? Well, I said, nuts to you. I'm having mine. But Irene said she was going to get her yet. And Annie replied, over my dead body. On May 12th, 1946, she called Irene to take her down to where she went on Sunday night. So down to the old 43rd Street clubhouse they went to a beginner's meeting where she met Nancy Flynn, whose story in the big book is The Independent Blonde, our last story. Annie sobered up that night after 32 years of drinking. She said she never shook hands or said hello to anyone. She just ran in, ran out of meetings. She married another drunk, and after 8 months, got into an argument with him and went out and drank for 2 days. She said, those nosy AAs caught up with me somehow. That damn organization knows my whole business. Nobody ever stepped over my territory before in my life. She said, I don't know what AA does to you, but you can never drink the same again. She was sent to High Watch Farm for two days and returned a new woman. Nancy encouraged Anne to take the 5th step with a priest. She told the priest, Father, I'll tell you everything, but don't ask me how many times. She cursed a lot when she spoke, and then she would look at a priest in the audience and say, excuse me, Father, but I'm trying to be careful. Nancy was a hairdresser, and Annie came to the beauty shop and would charge her $1 because she never wanted her to think that she gave her anything, because Annie was very proud. Annie later went to another beauty shop, and when they charged her $6, she says, hell, I can get it done for $1 up on Park Avenue. Annie concluded her story with gratitude for what AA had done for her. Her boys were back in her life, and she exclaimed, I live on that 24-hour plan. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. I don't mind the name of the alcoholic because I was called a son of a this and a son of a that. And an alcoholic is a good enough name for me. To the newcomers, I say, go to meetings, and God take care of each and every one of you. Annie Cola House died when she was about 74. Last drink. Win Quorum Laws, Freedom from Bondage. Ventura, California. Young when she joined, this AA believes her serious drinking was a result of even deeper defects. She tells here how she was set free. Wynne joined AA in California on July 25th, 1947, at age 33. She was described by the novelist Carolyn C., one of her several stepchildren, as a knockout beauty. She believed that alcoholism was a symptom of deeper trouble and that her mental and emotional difficulties began many years before she began to drink. But AA taught her that she was the result of the ways she reacted to what happened to her as a child. She learned that she could change this reaction pattern and match calamity with serenity. Bill Wilson's mother, Emily, divorced his father, Gilman, when he and his sister Dorothy were raised by the maternal grandparents. Wynne was born in Florida, and her parents separated when she was a child, and she was sent to live in poverty with her grandparents in the Midwest. This common childhood experience may have been one of the reasons for the reported close friendship that she had with Bill Wilson. She reports feeling restlessness, anxiety, fear, and insecurity. The only kind of security I knew anything about was material security. And I decided that all these feelings would vanish immediately if only I had a lot of money, of course. She married and divorced 4 times before finding AA. She said, I didn't have the courage to love. I was not even sure I had the capacity. The first time she married was for financial security. Her second husband was Stan Kenton, a prominent band leader, and she sang with his band. Her third husband was Army captain that she met during World War II. Her fourth husband was a widower with several children. One AA friend quipped when first hearing Wynne's story that she had always been a cinch for the program. She had always been interested in mankind, but she was just taking them one man at a time. Wynne stated that I was obsessed with self. I was immersed in self-pity, resentment. God, yes. My remorse and shame and humiliation when I was sober was almost unbearable. As soon as my day was finished, I could drink myself into oblivion. I knew it didn't make any difference where I started. The inevitable would be Skid Row. Wynne wrote, I attended my first AA meeting July 25th, 1947. I take no sedation or narcotics, for this program to me is one of complete sobriety, and I no longer need to escape reality. I believe, too, that it's equally impossible to practice these principles to the best of our ability, a day at a time, and still drink, for I don't think the two things are compatible. A willingness to believe is enough for beginning. When she wrote her story, she had been in AA for 8 years, and her life had changed dramatically. She had not had a drink since her first meeting, and not only found a way to live without having to drink, but a way to live without wanting to drink. Sometime after 1955, when her story appeared in the Big Book, she married her fifth husband, George Laws, another AA member. George and Wynne were married for several years, and his daughter Carolyn lived with them for a while. Carolyn said George and Wynne were a popular team speaking at meetings. My dad was Wynne's opening act. He couldn't help but be funny. Then he would defer to Wynne, whose tale was hair-raising. According to Carolyn, Wynne began carving out a career seeking men and money and started drinking to bridge the gap between the grim reality she is born into and the dream of American romance that she yearned for. Wynne said in her story that she didn't know how to love. Fear of rejection and its ensuing pain were not to be risked. When she found alcohol, it seemed to solve her problems for a time, but jails and hospitals followed. She was full of resentments and fears, and an article by a prominent clergyman helped her with a 25-year-old resentment against her mother. He said, in effect, if you have a resentment you want to be free of, if you will pray for the person or thing that you resent, you will be free. If you will ask in prayer for everything you want for yourself to be given to them, you will be free. Even when you don't want it for them, and your prayers are only words and you don't mean it for them, go ahead and do it anyway. Do it every day for 2 weeks, and you'll find that you have come to mean it and to want it for them. And you will realize that where you used to feel bitterness, resentment, and hatred, you now feel compassionate, understanding, and love. I call that the 2-week diet prayer. And if I miss a day, I have to start over. And that prayer saved my first husband's life. Wynne gave us precious gems such as these. I will have peace of mind to the exact proportion of the peace of mind I bring into the lives of other people. And I get everything I need in Alcoholics Anonymous. Everything I need, I get. And when I get what I need, I invariably find that it was just what I wanted all the time. Wynne and Jack P. of Los Angeles started more than 80 meetings in hospitals, jails, and institutions in Southern California from about 1947 to 1950. Jack P. reports that during this period, they were widely criticized by other members of the fellowship who thought that this was something that AA should not be doing. And look at us now. Carolyn wrote, AA can said to have worked for my father and for Wynne. Although they would divorce, neither of them would ever drink again. Wynne was the girl who lost nearly all, but changed, improved, transformed thousands of lives. She apparently died of cancer on December 17th, 1974, at age 60. Almost the anniversary of her death. The stories from the first 3 editions of the Big Book can be found in the conference-approved book, Experience, Strength, and Hope. I hope you have enjoyed learning about these 9 incredible pioneer women of Alcoholics Anonymous as much as I have. I want to thank you for allowing me to share this bit of our history with you today. So our credits, and I'm going to stop my screen share there. Okay.
Thank you so much, Nancy. What a wonderful presentation, as always. We're going to ask Mike if there's any questions. I've got some. Mike, have we got anything for her?
Go ahead with yours, and then I got a few here as well. So why don't you go do yours first?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Trying to get side-by-side view and having a hard time. You'll excuse us. So I wanted to know, Marty, of course, is one of my favorites, but actually Carolyn at the end also. I read her story recently. Do you know who the top 5 sponsees? I know Marty sponsored a lot of women, but do you know which ones she sponsored the most?
Well,
the first ones that came in?
Well, I know she sponsored Priscilla, and she also sponsored Countess Felicia Gazica. I don't know which other ones she sponsored. That's a good question, though.
I know she sponsored Geraldine and LeClaire Bissell and a couple of others. And I also recently read, I don't know if you got the chance to read it, that Sissy Patterson, Felicia's mother, threatened to out Marty because she knew that Marty was a lesbian. It was a hush-hush conversation in those days, but she was worried about. Did you manage to read that article that came out about that?
I haven't read that. I've heard that there's quite a bit on her, but I haven't followed up on Sissy.
We'll have to share that and see.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. Thanks, Tim.
Cool. And let's see, Dr. Ruth was not an alcoholic. She was a non-alcoholic, but she worked with a lot of women, right?
Right, yes. I was at one of my first presentations on this. A lady came up to me and told me that Dr. Ruth Fox had been her doctor. That was pretty neat. Are there any other questions?
So what degree did Marty have from, I know that her parents sent her to Europe because in those days women couldn't really get a degree in the United States. They could just get a finishing school or become a teacher, right, or a secretary. But did she actually possess a degree from higher education in England? Did she finish her studies in Europe?
I don't know that she was studying in Europe. I know she was working. She had her photojournalism business there, but she would just kind of living the life over there. And she's a pretty sick cookie. So I have read her book, but I don't remember exactly about her education. I know that she had gone to finishing schools, but I don't know if that's what she was doing at that time because, she was a little older by that time.
And Ruth Hawk was also a non-alcoholic. I just wanted the audience, but
Right.
If you want to expand on that, I was thinking of some of the other non-alcoholics. Geraldine was the one, if you want to expand on Geraldine for just a moment. Geraldine was High Watch Farms. No, she was the other one, the other treatment center.
Right. I don't really know anything about Geraldine.
Okay.
I just have focused on the ones in the big book. I know there are others out there who do talks and just amazing talks. So there's a lot of good information coming out about these women that nobody had ever heard of before.
Yeah, we have a lot of women getting into the history of the women, and I think it's just wonderful because I don't think everybody understands just how much they did. Yeah, and I read some of the articles about Carolyn C. and her husband. The AAers were pretty hard on those people for opening up jails and institutions and doing all of that.
You mean for Win Laws? Yes.
Yeah.
Win, yes. For Win, yes, yeah. They just thought, what are you doing? But my God, the difference that they made.
Michael, did we have any come into your side on questions for?
I can, if not, I have a little bit more information that I could just share with you on some of the early women that came in, how difficult it was.
I was curious, I'm in Los Angeles, so did you know Sybil?
I knew Sybil, yes.
Yeah.
I used to see her in meetings, yes.
Yeah,
I knew her daughter who lived up here by in Elk Grove by Galt.
Yeah, it's it took a long time for women to get into this. They were up against a lot back in those days. And the question I had here was what was it, you talked about Bill, I think even it was talked about that Bill sponsored Marty Mann. Can you talk about the mixing of men and women and women into women as we kind of talk about today in AA? Is that something?
Oh, yeah. There was a lot of talk about mixing men and women in early AA.
Probably from the wives, I imagine, or vice versa. But yeah.
One of the first one you may have heard about, the lady known as Lil. She and this other fella, Victor, who had been active in city politics and all, were doing their own examining, I guess you could call it, on Dr. Bob's examination table in his office while Dr. Bob was out playing bridge at his Monday night bridge game. And when they were all done, Victor wanted to leave, but Lil didn't want to leave. And of course, she'd been drinking. And so Victor called up Ernie Galbraith, Dr. Bob's son-in-law, to come and see what he could do about getting Lil out of the place. So when Lil saw Ernie coming in, she went over and grabbed a bunch of pills out of Dr. Bob's cabinet and started diving out the window, but Ernie caught her, and oh goodness, it's just putting up a fight. And later was able to get Lil back to Dr. Bob's house and kept her in the basement for a couple of days until she could go home. But Dr. Bob thought that women didn't have any place in AA. Just too much trouble, too much trouble. We don't need them. And then there was Jane Sturdivant. Her husband was a very well-to-do steel mill executive. And she was home, she loved to drink. She was home wallpapering the house. And so the wallpaper hanger was there, and he liked to drink too. And so they were drinking and wallpapering, drinking and wallpaper. A husband come home, find them all wrapped up in the wallpaper, both of them dead drunk on the floor. And so she later got sober, but not through Alcoholics Anonymous. There were other women that came in, and the wives ran them out. And they were brutal. And so other women came in and couldn't find sobriety there because they were not allowed in meetings.
Where did they find it at?
Who knows? I don't know. Maybe through a church. I don't know. But I'm sure some of them did not find it. But it was really rough in those days. And that's where the saying "behind every skirt is a slip" came out. And I remember hearing that a lot when I got sober. And I also heard the term, and I haven't heard it for years, was that the women don't stay sober over the long haul. And that was 1972 when I got sober. And we've proved that wrong. There's a lot of us women who've outlived the men.
Dr. Bob would send them to Clarence Snyder. He would sponsor women, and he tried to sponsor Sylvia in, but they couldn't get her off the little white saccharin pills. And I remember the story that he told about every time she took her little white saccharin pills, she got wobbly on her heels. But you brought up Annie, the cop fighter, and Clarence Snyder has a great story about he had one of those in Cleveland, Ohio. And every time he got around her and she was drunk, she ended up in jail. Well, one day he was trying to help her, and she dropped her drawers and decided she needed to relieve herself in the gutter, and they both ended up in jail. And Clarence Snyder ended up being very popular at the jail. For every time they picked up a cop, they would call Clarence Snyder, and that's where he got a whole lot of his sponsees, was because he got thrown in jail with this gal. I think her name was Annie as well.
Could have been, but this one was from New York. So there were several others who came in, and then we had the label. We were all labeled nymphomaniacs, and of course this label came from the wives, and a lot of the women, when they came in, were sponsored by the wives because there weren't any women sponsors. And when Ethel came in, there weren't any women before her, so Ann Smith helped her. And they did what they could. Lois helped Marty Mann. So did Ruth Hawk, and with Florence Rankin. So they had to rely on what we had because there were no women to help them. And then slowly, women started coming out of the closets and started being able to say, hey, I've got a problem, because it was so disgraceful for women to have a drinking problem. It was okay for men, that was acceptable. People didn't necessarily like it, but was a lot more acceptable than a woman having a problem with alcohol.
Harmon touched on it this morning, but I was going to touch on it again because we have some Al-Anon folks spending out the afternoon for us, or some double winners as well. Dr. Bob, they always had their families in the meeting rooms with them, right? He believed that it was a family disease, and of course, part of that was because of Ann Smith, who I think is responsible for the 11th step on our wall. But he would get in their face if they didn't bring their family to the meeting room on the once a week meeting. Dr. Bob would get in their face and say, if your family's not here next week, I'll be picking them up. So he believed that we had to fix the whole family, right? That it was, and of course, Ann Smith was a big influence in that as well.
Yes.
And such a wonderful contribution, and how much work she did with Clarence Snyder's wife, even though they never eventually got there with her. And then she later on ended up being in the rooms as well.
You're talking about Dorothy?
Yeah, she ended up being an alcoholic, and so did her brother. They eventually came into the rooms of AA years later. But yeah, Dorothy worked very hard, and Dorothy was also part of the final editing on the Big Book the night they were getting it ready to go to the printing.
Right. Yeah, she and Bill and Ruth Hawk, they're in that hotel room together.
And there was one more with them. Do you remember who it was? It was Bill and Ruth Hawk and Dorothy, and there was one more man.
Yeah, Hank Parkhurst.
It was Hank. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was Hank or Earl.
I'm Ruth and Hank were having a little thing, but they were not being so open with it.
And you're welcome to share on any other. We still have about 3 or 4 minutes. If there's no, I had some other questions written down too. I was trying to remember, and I don't want to put you on the spot. There was a non-alcoholic woman in LA whose husband was a really bad drunk, and she went to New York to meet them, and she went all up and down the coast of California getting newspaper articles written about AA after she went to New York and met Bill Wilson. And I've been trying to remember her name for the longest time, but she got like 20, 30 articles written up and down the coast of California about Alcoholics Anonymous.
I've heard that, but I think I just heard one brief thing on that. I really don't know much about that.
Okay, I stopped by chance.
I have one question here that came in.
Yes.
Wondering, do we have any documentation of women of color in the history of Alcoholics Anonymous?
Not until later. There was one, what's her name? Jimmy, Elizabeth, what's her name? Kathleen CH talks about other women, the ones who weren't not in the book. And she was the first one. I think she was from maybe Indiana, Illinois, in there somewhere in the Midwest.
And they wouldn't let her into the meetings, and they finally went down there and convinced the group to let her and another black gentleman into the meeting, and they would let them sit in the kitchen and listen in.
Along with the women. The women weren't allowed in the meetings either. And but it was okay if they went in and made coffee for the men. And
they did the same. They did the same thing with Joe McHugh from Joe and Charlie in Little Rock, Arkansas. And then the cops found out that blacks were going to the meetings and started hassling them. So they built a wall down the middle of the room, the middle of the meeting room, with windows in it. And the blacks would sit on one side and the whites would sit on the other, because it was actually illegal for them to congregate together.
Jackie B does a wonderful play on that, on our traditions and early AA. She just does a wonderful job of that, going into the discrimination that went in with the gays, with the black, with the women, anybody who was a little different, how we were discriminated against in AA.
And Jimmy died with 51 years sober. Am I remembering that right?
Possibly, yeah, somewhere in there. Uh-huh.
Yeah, she stayed sober a long time. Yeah, I thought that was amusing that they would, if the cops were coming, they would just close the windows, right? And when the cops left, they'd open the windows back up in the meeting rooms. And I thought, we're a creative bunch. We'll figure out how to break the rules.
Yeah. Oh, and we do. Yeah, defiant brats. Well, thank you so much for allowing me to come and share with you today.
Awesome.
Yeah, I miss seeing the faces of everybody.
Yeah.
But
this is a new platform. We thought we'd try something different and see how it worked out, and playing with new platforms and trying to liven things up a little bit.
Is this a webinar, or is this a YouTube thing?
It's being simulcast on YouTube. So what they're seeing what we're doing about 30 seconds or 15 seconds, depending on how slow the feed is after we do it. So it's a live broadcast to YouTube. And we may try it again. We'll see how it works out. I was kind of hoping that you and Kathleen and Jackie I could put together something in February for all of you, and we would do a whole Women's Day again.
Oh, that would be fun. Yeah.
So everybody pay attention. We may be doing that in February if we can get all the dates worked out. That's always the hard part.
Oh, that would be terrific. Of course, looks like we'll be doing things virtually for a while yet.
Yep, absolutely. But we'll get it done. And I want to thank you again, Nancy. I know that you've been really busy during this time entertaining everybody with your presentation, but it's really cool. It's great for people to get to see what these ladies did for our organization.
I'm trying to put something together in a hard copy and a book form of I've had people ask for copies of my talk or recordings or whatever, but I thought it would be great to just be able to put it in a book form so people could read and see the pictures and not have to just try to keep it in their mind. So that's a work in progress. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, thank you again. And everybody stay tuned. We're going to have Nancy back on in a month or two. We'll get everybody's schedule figured out, and we'll go through all the women of AA through the different generations. It'll be great. Kathleen kind of does the second generation, right?
There are a lot of stories to be told. There's a gal in Southern California who put together this little book, and that was great. It talks about a lot of the women, including Betty Ford in there. And I think Kathleen covers some of that, but if you get it all together, there's quite a bit out there that just before the last couple of years, nobody knew about them.
Well, just because of Zoom and all of these history talks, everybody's been getting interested in going out and doing some research. So we really have learned a lot this year. And it's really cool to have this stuff dug up.
Yeah, it's interesting. When I watch Marty Mann speak here, she reminds me unwittingly of Ozzie Harriet. Ozzie Nelson from Ozzie and Harriet. She kind of looks like her, sounds like her. She could be a sister of hers. I don't know if you noticed that. She obviously remember from the Ozzie and Harriet show?
Yeah,
was on
Marty looks like.
She has an uncanny sound and almost looks like a sister of hers, you know.
But Ozzie was a male.
No, I'm talking about Harriet.
Oh.
Harriet Nelson, yeah, from Ozzie and Harriet.
Okay.
Oh, no, she didn't look like a male. No, she looked like Harriet. Well, when I see her talk, I'm like, oh, that reminds me of Ozzie Harriet. So, yeah.
You know you're dating yourself, Michael.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm hoping that the sale of the Experience, Strength, and Hope is going to take off, and that there are going to be a lot of sales of that book from General Service Office and help our income there.
Cool. Thanks again so much, and we'll see you very soon.
Okay.
Michael, do you want to give us just a few announcements right quick and remind folks that we're recording this? And
thanks again to Nancy. What a great job. I mean, wow, extensive and amazing dynamic people, these women that were back in the day, and how their resilience to continue into the recovery and make such a big impact. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Really grateful, very grateful. Just a couple things. You still have time. We got Dr. Al Mooney coming up. He's a non-alcoholic trustee of AA. He's going to talk on the family afterward and on the recovery and living and growing in recovery. And he's a very well sought after speaker. You're going to enjoy him very much. And then after that, we're going to put this all together. I'm going to show you something that was shown to us back years ago. It's called the Recipe of Recovery, and the using the circle and the triangle and various tools in order to travel through the step process in a much more dynamic and I find to be easier manner. And it really helped me to understand the depth of what the program was trying to offer. So please stick around, folks. If you have sponsees or sponsors you want to bring to this stuff, it was given to me and to Herb, who spoke earlier back 30 years ago, and it changed our entire path of our lives to being in the program and how we utilize the process. And so that's our last two things coming up. Just a couple things, if you could help us out, we'd appreciate your donations. You can go to the website. There's a donations button there right below the home button. We do take Venmo and PayPal. It would help us. We just got some small expenses and stuff like that for this. But most importantly, whatever you do give, we're going to give proceeds to Dr. Bob's house and to the East Bay, as well as the South Bay down in the Southern California area. And then don't forget, we are, you can go to AMOT, AMOT audio.com, and you can find all these recordings here from here today. There's been some people asking if we're going to rebroadcast this. We'll probably announce that at the end, but I believe we're going to keep it open for a while. So if you did not make it or are feeling short, you may want to try to get back. But right now we're just putting it up here now. So we'll have to decide on that. We really didn't talk about it, but there's a chance it'll still be open for the day or so. You can call your friends or send the link to them and get them on here now, and they can start to watch it. And then finally, we're excited to have some folks that are coming in and do some talking with us here in a little bit to tell us a little bit about GSO and like that. So I'm going to turn it back over to Tim if he doesn't have any announcements what we're doing, and he's going to introduce a few people just for a couple of minutes, and then we'll go right into Dr. Mooney, and then after that we'll do the circle and the triangle and the recipe recovery. So go take it away, Tim.
Thank you, Michael. I'm excited about Dr. Al Mooney. I got to do a presentation with him before, and he is just a wealth of information. And right quick, for folks who don't understand, we have Class A and Class B trustees at General Service Office, and I'm going to do a little plug for General Service. December is a good time to donate your money to them. If you're able to deduct that off your taxes, they are 501c3, and so the General Service Office in New York could certainly use your funds, and God knows they do a ton of service carrying the message to the alcoholics who are still suffering with corrections and the internationalists and loners. So we have 21 trustees. Somebody can correct me if I mess this up. We have 21 trustees of the General Service Board. It used to be mostly non-alcoholics. In this day and age, over the years, it's swapped. And we now have 14 alcoholic trustees and 7 non-alcoholic trustees. And there's a lot of reasons for having non-alcoholic trustees. Number one, they can present AA in the public using their faces and names. They can sign paperwork. They can be our public face. And it also brings the professional communities in different ways into our organization. And they can be a part of carrying the message as well out to the greater community in ways that alcoholics can't, because we don't use our faces and names in press, radio, and film. Not to mention, we always get spectacular. So Dr. Tebow, Dr. Silkworth were all non-alcoholic trustees as well at one point in time or another. So really an interesting history of some of the people who have served as trustees on the General Service Board. So we're going to bring in, for a quick description for newcomers, what General Service is. We're going to have Lynn B. read Bernard Smith's Why We Have a Conference. And then Jacob will be introducing Al Mooney, and we'll have a full hour with Al, and you're going to want to get your questions in early for Al Mooney. There will be lots of questions come in for him. Every time I've been in the room with him, it's been a busy Q&A session. So we're going to carry it away from right now. And I'm going to open the room up to Alex. If you turn your video on, and you'll pop up on the screen. Oh, we got Lynn. We need Alex. There we go. Take it away, Alex.
Thank you so much, Tim, for letting me be of service. And yeah, I'm really excited to hear what Dr. Al Mooney has to say. Alrighty, gang, Alex P., recovered alcoholic. So the General Service Office serves in all matters that help carry the primary purpose to the general public. This support and development is achieved through accumulating and distributing information for service committees, which include public information, cooperation with the professional community, corrections, bridging the gap, the internationalists and loners, treatment committees. Groups in the US and Canada are compiled to distribute to any member that contacts them. Additional services the GSO provide connecting correspondence for folks in corrections with recovered members in the community, handling these said correspondence, and syncing the internationalists and loners with other AA members.
Thank you very much. And we're going to bring Lynn in for one of the famous writings that's in all the service manuals that are printed through the years. Lynn, if you want to take it away.
Yes, thank you. Lynn Alcoholic. I'm so happy to be here. I've enjoyed this so much. It's been great. I've been sort of following Tim around for a while, and I appreciate his service and all of you guys. So I have a reading called Why Do We Need a Conference? The late Bernard B. Smith, non-alcoholic, then chairperson of the Board of Trustees and one of the architects of the conference structure, answered that question superbly in his opening talk at the 1954 meeting. We may not need a general service conference to ensure our own recovery. We do need it to ensure the recovery of the alcoholic who still stumbles in the darkness one short block from this room. We need it to ensure the recovery of a child being born tonight, destined for alcoholism. We need it to provide, in keeping for our 12th step, a permanent haven for all alcoholics who in the ages ahead can find in AA that rebirth that brought us back to life. We need it because we, more than all others, are conscious of the devastating effect of the human urge for power and prestige, which we must ensure can never invade AA. We need it to ensure AA against government while insulating it against anarchy. We need it to protect AA against disintegration while preventing over-integration. We need it so that Alcoholics Anonymous, and Alcoholics Anonymous alone, is the ultimate repository of its 12 steps, its 12 traditions, and all of its services. We need it to ensure that changes within AA come only as a response to the needs and the wants of all AA and not of any few. We need it to ensure that the doors of the halls of AA never have locks on them, so that all people for all time who have an alcoholic problem may enter these halls unasked and feel welcome. We need it to ensure that Alcoholics Anonymous never asks of anyone who needs us what his or her race is, what his or her creed is, what his or her social position is. Thanks.
Now we're going to bring Jacob in and he'll introduce Al Mooney.
Hi everyone, Jacob Alcoholic. Whoops, give me 1 second, I lost my script. Okay, Al J. Mooney, MD, is recognized internationally as an author, addiction expert, and physician leader. He practices addiction and family medicine in North Carolina and Georgia. He has been board certified in the specialty of family medicine since 1979 and has provided medical care in the specialties of family, behavioral, community, and addiction medicine for 40 years. Co-author of the best-selling recovery book, he has gained international recognition. Can you hear me? I think I got muted. Okay. He has gained international recognition as a respected authority on addiction and recovery. In his current clinical and personal activities, he systematically strives to assist anyone with a desire to stop drinking to become abstinent and familiar with recovery through Alcoholics Anonymous and other 12-step fellowships. Dr. Mooney pioneered the field of addiction medicine. He is an inaugural diplomat in the American Board of Addiction Medicine. He helped establish the certification standards for the specialty in the United States while serving on the board of American Society of Addiction Medicine. He served as a delegate in the Kroc Summit in 1983 in Santa Barbara, California, to select a national organization to represent addiction medicine in the American medicine through the AMA. And in the 1980s, he was also among the first physicians to be certified in addiction medicine. Dr. Mooney's commitment to recovery began in 1959 after his parents entered recovery. He has been involved in mutual support and professional recovery activities his entire teenage and adult life. A recent book, When Two Loves Collide, chronicled Dr. Mooney's family's recovery experiences through his parents, Dot and John Mooney. They founded Willing Way Hospital in Statesboro, Georgia, devoted entirely to helping alcoholics and addicts. Dr. Al served as board member and director of addiction medicine and recovery at Willing Way until he retired from that role in 2017. He now serves on the board of the Dot and John Mooney Foundation, collaborating with the School of Public Health at Georgia Southern University to sustain a recovery campus where students pursue their education in an abstinent, 12-step friendly, and recovery-safe environment. Dr. Mooney's service has ranged from work in state-owned and private hospitals to community service provider organizations, state leadership and advisory councils, licensing boards, mental health authority administration, volunteer associations, and homeless shelters. He has been a friend of AA since childhood, and he presently serves as a Class A or non-alcoholic trustee of the General Service Board of Alcoholics Anonymous. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Al-Mooney.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Jacob. Great job.
Yeah, thanks, Jacob. I really appreciate it. Can everybody hear me okay? Tim, y'all coming through?
Absolutely. You're good to go.
Okay. First of all, I want to look around my living room here and see who that guy Jason was talking about is, because he's not here. I do appreciate that hyperbolic introduction. My name's Al, and I guess I can say it here, I'm a grateful member of Al-Anon, and I'm also a friend of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I come here also as a trustee, a Class A trustee of Alcoholics Anonymous. I've been doing that about 1.5 years, and it's been a very interesting journey during these virus times. I'll talk a little bit about that. I am not here representing the General Service Office and representing AA. The committee that asked me to come asked me to talk from kind of a personal standpoint, but the honor and privilege of representing AA as a Class A trustee is just huge. And I will do everything with every thread of my body to support that in a way that it deserves. I love Alcoholics Anonymous, and my family loves me. My mom and dad are both deceased. They were the ones that Jason mentioned that came into AA in 1959, and that's where my journey with AA started. And I'll talk a little bit about that. But my folks thought a lot of me. You know, they were very, very proud of what I did with my life and my education. But the one thing that I never quite lived up to their standard was I was never able to join Alcoholics Anonymous. I lived in it for my first 10 years. And when it came time for me to make choices about substances, I had been given some better options than drinking. And I learned very early that there is one symptom that every alcoholic has. And there's a lot we don't control in alcoholism, but the one symptom that every single alcoholic has, we do have control over. And that's whether to pick up a drink or not. And I don't know whether it was just luck or wisdom or great tutoring from wonderful AAs. But as a teenager, you know, I knew enough to know that if I didn't pick up a drink, I'd never have to go down the path that my parents went down. I'm grateful for that, but I'm also grateful that there is a path in service. You're going to be hard pressed to find a person that loves AA, and I'm including here AA members, but you'll be hard pressed to find a person who loves AA more than I do. And yet I'm still too much of a wimp to go out and get the membership requirement to drink so I can stop drinking. Fortunately, and when I first began to reflect on this friendship that I had with AA, I got a lot of blank stares. And then as I was asked to do some service work with AA, one of the things that people asked me to do was to read the service manual. It's been mentioned earlier, and it's a stroke of genius. And it was mentioned in our tour of Akron and Dr. Bob and Ann's house, because when Bill and Bob knew that Dr. Bob's time was growing to an end, they decided to turn the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous over to new leadership. And that was a general service conference. And now we also have a general service office in New York. And a lot of people, and in order to do that, there was a service manual written that went into great detail about why that was done and about how that was done. And it continues to be revised from time to time. But after I read that service manual, I've discovered something that I realized a lot of my wonderful close friends in AA did not know. And it's been mentioned over and over again here. You know, nobody's beat it to death, but AA probably would not exist if there were not friends of Alcoholics Anonymous. And even though I felt like a fifth wheel because of this strange love I had for AA, when I read the service manual, I got it. And whenever somebody comes up to me and say, "Oh, you're not an alcoholic. How could you be at a high service position with Alcoholics Anonymous?" I'll ask them, I'll say, "Have you read the service manual?" And most of the time they'll say, "What the hell's that?" But I'll encourage them. I would say, go read the service manual, chapter 9 particularly, but also the history of early AA when it was close to falling apart or not getting any traction. And Bill recruited friends who saw what AA was doing, but had standing and trust and integrity in their community that allowed them to position these new AA members with a book to help get AA off its, on its feet. Harry Tebow, Dr. Silkworth, Ruth Fox was mentioned. I was great friends with LeClaire Bissell, even though she was an AA member. She was, she was a wonderful person in my mentoring. As a medical student, I went to New York and spent a month at Roosevelt Hospital in Smithers and trained under her. So many people in those days, the Rockefellers, so many people were not alcoholics, but were very critical if you examine the history of AA. Now, a lot of the history that we gossip about focuses on the AA members, and that's justified. I love to keep people alive that I've known in AA, those giants whose shoulders I stand on in my life and recovery and trying to be of service to AA. But as I began to get familiar with the real origins of AA and some of what maybe a need AA has now, I won't sit in judgment of anything the membership of AA does, because if the AA membership has wants any help from me, the General Service Conference in April, comes up with a list of things that I'm asked to contribute to helping with as a General Service Board member. And it is interesting, though, that one of the things since I've come on the board that keeps coming up is, how do we cultivate friends? Go back and look at those early days of AA, and they were all over the place. Just think if Henrietta Seiberling had not been there to introduce Bill and Bob. Just think if Ann had kicked them out of her house early on. I mean, you just go on and on and on talking about the friends of AA. And when I read that in the service manual and began to look at that history, I felt right at home with this affinity I have for the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. I will not be here today to talk a lot about that organization, but there's lots of discussion about the General Service Office, the General Service Conference, and I encourage people to get more familiar with it. I have been involved in this level of leadership of Alcoholics Anonymous, and leadership in Alcoholics Anonymous is very different than any other business or corporation or organization you might be involved with. Most places, when you get attached to the board of directors, it's like people say, "Oh, you're the boss, man. You got to come up with the policies and tell us what to do." AA is exactly the opposite. The membership of Alcoholics Anonymous, representing themselves through the group representatives, are my boss and all other 120, 30-something members of the general conference that meets once a year to decide the direction for Alcoholics Anonymous. And I did not understand that. And the founders created an organization that is just so elegant, it's hard to describe, because AA is a fellowship. It's not a business. And, some of that history, what Bill had wanted to do, and Dr. Bob pulled him back a little bit, even before there was McDonald's franchises, that was kind of where Bill's head was going. Thank goodness they didn't do that. But as the AA fellowship and movement moved forward, there are all sorts of problems that must be solved. And traditionally, all those problems are solved in organizations with legal structures and bylaws and bureaucracies and huge complicated votes and things like that. And the General Service Board and through the conference actions has actually been organized so that the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, without a lot of this bureaucratic or governmental complications of regulation, feeds in to the organization at the board and conference or the board level to write a script for what we do. Our job on the board is to carry out the wishes of the General Service Conference. It's almost as simple as that. And what a privilege it is, and particularly as I started to say, watching this fellowship go through this past year. It was an incredible opportunity to watch the love and service during this past year. It's in July we're supposed to have the international convention. I know what it's like. I went to my first international convention in Toronto in 1965. I'll reflect a little bit on my relationship with AA because I've been around a while, and as a child and young adult, and now an adult, and in having some leadership opportunities, my development has continued in kind of an amazing way for me. But you guys that have been to the international know what a huge event that is. And to basically say, we can't, because of this virus, we can't have the international like we used to have it. And not to mention all the other meetings. We had a regional forum last weekend. We'll have another one, a Western regional next weekend. And those have never been done virtually. The kind of things we're doing today have never been done virtually. And even though I don't know all the ways this is going to work out for the fellowship, I have seen unbelievably positive things come out of this. No, it's not been a good year for me. I've had all kind of crappy stuff happen, and can't see my grandkids. There are all kind of things that I could sit back and, along with about 7.5 billion other human beings, I could whine about. But I try, through using the principle of the program, to look at the positive elements of this unfortunate time we're going through, and there are a lot of them. I was in a meeting the other day, and the group kind of came to the conclusion, and what if the whole world had some of the tools that we have in recovery to accept the things we can't change and make a difference when we can? And it's almost like the world needs a 12-step call from AA. Doesn't have anything to do with alcohol and drugs. I've watched people who have never been face-to-face to an AA meeting get sober and take chips and build their recovery. So what a privilege we have to watch the response of Alcoholics Anonymous, even the financial responsibilities of AA, to run a general service office, to supply literature all around the world, to try to help people get information about AA when they feel a need to stop drinking. There are individuals in an office in New York that's continuing to follow through with all those needs that the suffering alcoholic has in this very, very difficult time. And the job is getting done. Maybe one day we can get back to New York and visit the office, and you'll get a chance to see that face to face. I'm hoping that as a board member, I'll have a chance to do that as we get back into our quarterly board meetings. Right now, it's going to be a while before we can do that, but we're headed that way. Let me talk a little bit about that's kind of the Class A perspective on this. But in order to kind of share my personal journey, I need to tell you a little bit about kind of what my relationship is with AA, because I grew up in an alcoholic family. I knew nothing about the disease of alcoholism. About the only thing that I really knew, I got it somewhere in my material. I'll find it in a minute. I can't find it right now. But my dad was a paratrooper in World War II. He was in the 82nd Airborne, and he was a war hero. I guess he really was. I thought of him that way, but it probably was true. He parachuted into Sicily behind the Italian lines, and then flew gliders in Normandy on D-Day. He was a physician and did this work to set up field hospitals so that initial wave of soldiers could get medical treatment. And the 82nd, if you know any friends, or if you've been there or have a family member who's been in the 82nd Airborne, they have an insignia with a shoulder patch that's AA, and means All American. And that was about the only AA I knew. And when he would be drinking, he would be talking about the paratroopers in World War II and some of the things he did. And that just that captured my attention. And then as I got older, I'm talking about 10 years old, and even before that a little bit, my dad would kind of disappear at times. And I know now that his alcoholism and his drug problem from an injury in battles in World War II were preying on him with his addictions to alcohol and the drugs. And he would just disappear. I'd say, "Where's Daddy gone?" And they say, "Oh, he's off learning to be a better doctor." Of course, they were not wanting to lie that he was in institutions, and the last one being prison. But I guess they didn't want to tell me the truth. So I was confused by that. And we're talking about the family afterwards. I'm not going to go paragraph by paragraph over the family afterwards, but in the big book, in the family afterwards chapter, there are 2 chapters actually on families in the big book that are just very, very wise. The perspective is a little distorted by the society we lived in, and that's already been discussed here related to gender and racial diversity and those things. But the family afterward has some great information, and one of the things it says very clearly is families get sick. And I didn't know it then, but I can identify with that. But I did have a longing to know what was going on with my dad, and I knew when he disappeared like this that something was wrong. It wasn't a medical convention, and it wasn't like rocket science. In a lot of those institutions in those days, it's very different now, but in the 50s, you go into an institution and the theory was not a disease of addiction, but the theory was that if you could get to another habit that you liked, you would give up the habit of drinking, and then you could have a constructive habit, like, making pot holders or welding or whatever you might want to get into. And my dad loved woodwork, so they put him in the woodworking shop of all these mental institutions. And the way that was confusing to me is because after about 2 weeks of him being gone and the family telling me he was learning to be a better doctor, we'd start getting furniture in the mail, headboards, bookshelves, toy chests. And I was left very, very confused about what was going on. And so when finally he came back from prison, I found out that's where he finally was. And he told us, first night he came back, I'll never forget it. There were a couple of moments during his return to our family after incarceration that have stayed with me and continue to be important forces in my own life. But the first night he came back, he said, I want to clear up things, kids. My mom was still struggling with some withdrawal from some of her alcohol and pills, and he came up to our bedroom and talked with us. I know now he was doing some night step work. I didn't have a clue what it was about then, but he said, I want to tell y'all what's really been going on. And he says, I've been in prison and I've been released, and now we're going to try to start a new path in our family. Now, my dad was a great AA member, and he would go all kind of places and talk, and we restored our relationship because we were both pilots and we flew all over the country, all over the eastern United States and to the Rocky Mountains when he needed to talk or we needed to go to a convention together or something. But he was very, very timid about AA in that first conversation. He didn't sound confident at all, and it's what I've heard from others who are early in recovery. But he said, I've been told, of course, I know that now is the first step. He was listening, which he was not very good at, as I remember even as a child. But he said, I'm told that if I do certain things, we can have a better family life. And he went into superficial education to us about what these things were. And I don't even remember what he said, but it was what new way of living that AA brings. And it kind of blew me away, first of all, because he said he had been in prison. Now, my dad was a smart guy, and if he wanted to lie, he could have told us he was back in medical school at Emory, or he was doing missionary work, or he could have come up with all kind of good stories. But when I heard him say he was in prison, 2 things. First, I knew I was getting the truth. Later found out that was part of what was necessary in his recovery program. I knew he was giving us, the truth. And secondly, there was a burden that lifted off of me because I felt some as a child, I didn't understand it, but I felt some sort of freedom from the lies that I had been living and not even knowing I was living those lies. There was one other thing that happened to me when he came back from prison, because it was a thread that continues to this day, and I want to talk a little bit more about it. And I'm searching for a path to use this second thing I learned in November of 1959 when he got out of prison, because it still is very important to me. And I'm hoping that in my servant leadership role with Alcoholics Anonymous, it can still have can still stimulate some interest. But I had only known my dad through his addiction. And when he came back from prison, it was the strangest thing I had ever experienced. It was the same body. It was clear it was my dad who was coming back home. But this thing that was really, really strange was that there was a different person inside that body. I had the conscious thought, how did they put a new person inside my dad's body? And I was 11 when he got out of prison in November 1959 and came home. But I was stunned by what was going on. It was one of those Twilight Zone moments for a kid my age. And later, that gave me, I think, a spark of curiosity for AA. We tell people, not to be too intellectual. And I'll share, I believe, and you can decide, that some of that intellectual curiosity that I had is what kept me coming back. I see a lot of people coming back to AA long enough to get their life back. And then they, after 6-10 years, they say, so long, God, I've got it now. And I've worked professionally and seen too many of those people come back for relapse help or die. And now that that there's a newer understanding, it was talked about earlier. I've heard several people who have talked about the emotional sobriety that Bill discussed pretty deeply in his last chapter, I guess, of his recovery. And somehow I've come to understand that my interest in Alcoholics Anonymous and the disease comes from a sense of pursuit of that intellectual curiosity. And I've been coming back a long time. That's 1959. That last AA membership survey says that half of the AA members, the median age of AA members is 50. So a vast or a large majority of AA members today haven't even been born for the 60 years I've been coming around since I was a 11-year-old kid. And that's a journey that I hadn't thought about until I started looking at some of these numbers, but it's really, worth reflecting on, particularly at a meeting like this. I'm so glad that Tim and Michael and everyone else has looked at the history, and not just to gloss over things we always echo in meetings, but to challenge some of the misconceptions and misinformation and areas that we don't know as well and don't keep up with as well, because that's kind of what, when I look at what Bill wrote for the Class A trustees' job, is AA doesn't need voices from more people with the same voice the membership has. And I'm still trying to find the best path, and I'll share with you a couple of things that are on my front burner. But what Bill said is that, and he used a couple of these words, he said that we depend on our trustees, Class A trustees, to bring a different perspective and bring new ideas and their life experience to their service to Alcoholics Anonymous. And that's worth discussing in some detail, but it also is something that helps challenge me as to how I can bring a type of service to the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous that maybe is different from what AA members bring to the table. And a couple of examples that I wanted to at least open up discussion, because this is one of the things that attracted Tim and me together, was the idea about friendship with AA. You know, back in those early days, AA would not exist without friends. And yet, when have you heard in a meeting or a group conscience or an intergroup about what we can do to build friends? And I know in talking with people around the country, there's some networks that spend a lot of time on that, and some that hadn't even thought about it. Just imagine if we did have a way to cultivate friends, because, you know, a lot of my colleagues in the professions respect AA and would be good friends, but have a misconception that AA is some kind of secret society, and out of respect, they maintain a arm's length relationship. Heck, I did more of that than I wanted to until I read the service manual. Then I jumped into that pool up to my neck. What if we had a way for every AA member who's interested in service and 12-step work to tap into that potential network of friends? It might be as simple as a 12-step call to your primary care doctor. What are there, 2 or 3 million AA members? And just think of all the professionals that we have as friends. If people just developed a friendship with the couple of professionals that they know, the ones that help you are ones that we know that we can call on to help somebody else in trouble. So that idea is something that to me is of a lot of interest. And some of these things that I have gotten interested in and hope to find opportunities. You know, I don't want to be too pushy, because I know as a non-alcoholic and a Class A, my role is different than every member. And as I find that role, you know, I want to try to work with the membership to best achieve what at least Bill in the service manual think of as service that a Class A can have to the program of AA. But one thing I found was that there's a lot of misinformation about Alcoholics Anonymous and about alcoholism that we know so much more about now than we did in the early days of AA. It was a pretty big step to call alcoholism a disease. And when Dr. Silkworth had a good bit of trepidation about even doing that, and that's why his name wasn't even attached to the first edition of the big book, because he thought he might lose his medical license. We know a lot more now, and as was mentioned earlier, now the science of the medical profession is beginning to catch up with the big book. And I won't go into all the ways it's doing that, but I'll try to mention I'll mention a couple of things that I told you what captured my attention and my curiosity for my whole life, at least since my dad got back from prison in 1959, is that concept that there was a new person in my dad's old body just blew me out of the water. And it was very hard to understand. But as I hung around AA more, which and we did, I was in Statesboro, Georgia, and we had a ton of eating meetings. And I went back not because I knew that much about AA, but I went back for the hugging and the kissing and the eating fried chicken part. And there's that attracts a lot of people, even when they're not ready to take that first step and quit drinking. We got an AA member who drank for 20 years, coming back drunk for the hugging, the kissing, the eating fried chicken. Guy W was his name. And he finally got sober and lived another 20 years sober as one of the greatest AA members I've ever known. And I never quite identified when he said he kept coming back for the hugging, the kissing, the eating fried chicken until 2020. And man, I've been getting a lot of AA, and more than I've ever been to, doing a lot of things in AA. But there is no hugging and kissing and eating fried chicken this year. And now I know the force of that kept Guy Williams coming back for 20 years before he was able to take the first step and quit drinking. And I recognize, not knowing what I was seeing when my dad had a different person inside that body, that the big book calls that the psychic change. It's been mentioned a couple of times here today. And, I saw that in 1959. And I know when I was in medical school in Atlanta in the early 70s, I think this was 73, I asked my psychiatry professor, because this concept of a different person moving into the old body was fascinating to me. And I had not read anything in my science books that explained it. And so I remember asking a professor, what accounts for a person having a change like this? My dad was diagnosed in prison as a sociopath. And then when he came out, I won't tell you the whole story. Jason mentioned it in my introduction, but my mom and dad, my dad was a doctor, my mom was a nurse. They thought they were doing 12-step work. And so they started helping alcoholics that had flunked out of AA in their local area. And they helped people by giving them detox with phenobarbital, sometimes admitting them to the hospital, giving them room and board for a few months until they got on their feet. A little like Bill and Dr. Bob and Ann did in those early days. But finally, they realized that was not 12-step work. But part of what got them there, understanding that this is what professional treatment is, and Bill talks about it, just a few words, but he talks about it in the big book too. But they began to realize that that was not 12-step work, but it was important to get the alcoholics the help they needed like that. And then as they began to get better, introducing them to the program of Alcoholics Anonymous gave that kind of psychic change that we know works so well. But as I was going to Emory and asked my professor, how does a sociopath become a philanthropist? Because I never had the guts to tell him I was describing my family's journey. And he just blew me off and said, no, that never happens. You are hardwired. They used the term hardwiring then. Today, we talk about chemical imbalances in the brain. But still, it's as though you're hardwired to have a disease, and it's like it never changes. And if I had not lived in this family healing, I would probably have moved on and realized that, that he thought he had known what he was talking about. But I didn't ever confront him. But I said, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. This discipline seems to not know what they talk about, because I watch people every day that have that psychic change. Now, even that was 1973. So fast forward another 40 years, and we have this new field of brain science that now everybody knows there's something that we call positive neuroplasticity. That means that once damaged or having never developed, the brain can actually mold under the right challenges and circumstances. The brain can mold into something it never was before. And it explains very, very clearly what happens when a blank slate of a brain is immersed in the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. It blossoms in ways that are hard to express. And thank goodness I saw that. And thank goodness that I had some training in medical education that both gave me some understanding of what could happen, but also left me enough of a cynic about some things I heard to look for more. This past March, and I won't get into details of the science too much. That's a PowerPoint or two for a different time. But there has been a lot of, I don't want to say controversy. We've always known that AA works, but there was a recommendation in the first edition of the foreword of the first edition, first printing of the big book, that asked medical science to investigate it more. And that finally has happened. You fast forward 80 years, and now there's a good bit of investigation through science of the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. And one of the things that has come out of that is, now that we're all in the medical profession, what we call evidence-based, some of the strongest evidence that's out there for any mental disease has come over the last 5 years with Alcoholics Anonymous, and published. Tim mentioned it earlier, published in March. And we cite different references, but there's a library of evidence-based research called the Cochrane Library, where if you talk with a scientist or a doctor, that is the golden standard of scientific evidence for diseases and treatments that we use as we move forward. And Alcoholics Anonymous now is listed in that, compilation of science as something that's effective. And I mean, for a while we all knew it worked, but the evidence that they use to put something in their archives has not been there until recently. And I've been around a long time waiting on something like that, so no telling what we feel in the spiritual progress of recovery that might not come to pass through the eyes of science for another 20, 30, or 40 years. And I can give you a whole list of those things that I see happening. For example, in my profession, there is no scholarly investigation, or up until recently, there's never been scholarly investigation of what AA every day calls happy, joyous, and free. And now there is. There's a research group up in Boston that's really looking at what AA has been knowing for 80 years, that we can actually get better than normal with certain types of healing. And AA fits that. That's one of the reasons I think science had trouble with documenting success in AA, because we had no metrics in the medical profession for better than normal. And that has lots of implications for scholarly investigation that fortunately, we're not encumbered by anymore. And AA has been around over 80 years, and that's all recent science. So stay tuned, everybody. I'm very, very excited about what the future holds. I just hope I can stay alive long enough to see these things. Let me say a couple there, and just to mention for those of you that might be interested in this, before I try to wrap things up here, there's science, because I began to ask as a doctor, why don't people get well in AA? The big book says basically rarely have we seen a person who's thoroughly followed our path. And I see a lot of relapse. The medical studies that are out there show a lot of relapse. So and there now is investigation on that facet of addiction and recovery. And one of the things that comes out is what we call motivational readiness, because it takes, even though there's one membership requirement for Alcoholics Anonymous, it's a pretty huge one. You have to have a desire to stop drinking. And, it's sad, but about 85% of the people don't have a desire to stop drinking, 85% of the alcoholics. And so as AA in 12th step work and service works with professionals to help cultivate a desire to stop drinking for people that need to, then I think the floodgates could open for AA like they did in those early days when the big book first came out and the Jack Alexander article was published. There are also some things that I've been privileged to be involved with, and anybody here could do it too, that are related to opportunities that we're seeing through this hard year we've been through. And one of them is the virtual meetings. I go to an open AA meeting every day in Africa, and I'm learning some things because the big book is probably divinely inspired. And so much of what I believe about recovery and about addiction is outlined very clearly in the big book. However, the 1930s was a difficult time for our society related to racial issues, gender issues, cultural issues. It's what I call filled with baseball and Wall Street examples. Even as we heard about even the women that were adding diversity to AA in the 40s, there was a certain social layer that those women came into AA with often. We've had some of those same issues with race and even non-binary gender issues. There are a lot of things that are currently on our plate, and yet some of the meetings in Africa have different cultural barriers than we have here, and it has helped me open my mind to kind of grasp some of those things. Family and faith are important in the African culture, and sometimes we marginalize those things out of respect for diverse opinions. And I'm not saying we'll change that, but it's been helpful to me. Another thing, as an older person myself, the African culture, because sometimes we get older in America, at least maybe it's just just me, but sometimes I have interactions and say, well, you're just ready to go out and pasture. AA has not treated me that way, but some other things do. And in Africa, the elderly, just beyond anything earned, respects old people and life experience. And that's a quality that could be easily cultivated in AA and is cultivated frequently. Somebody helped me understand from a meeting in Africa the other day that I'm not getting old. I'm just an ancestor in training, because the greatest influence on African culture are ancestors, which is way out of my box, but it made a lot of sense as I tried to process that. And I believe, and I'm trying to get more understanding of this by spending all the time I can talking with AA members, but there's a discussion about how much of the big book needs to be rewritten to be in a present day language, or how much can just be reinterpreted through the historical meaning of the big book. And I know I've seen people going both ways in that, and I'm very curious as to how it can work out. So as we're kind of approaching the end of my time, what maybe I'd like to do, Mike and Tim, is see if there are questions that I've generated as kind of a little bit different kind of speaker as a non-AA member speaker, because there are lots of areas related to science, related to AA leadership and structure. I hadn't even mentioned the upside down pyramid in the service manual. But if y'all have some questions, it might be effective to get into a few questions in this last portion of the meeting. But I want to thank all of you for the effort you're putting into some of this history for AA, opening up new doors, looking under rocks for the history that might be significant that has not been talked about much. Because I, as a kid in AA in 1959, things changed dramatically. And I watched that in the 70s when treatment came along. And there were a lot of things that were lost in AA daily interactions and helping newcomers get into AA that seemed to disappear after you just drop people off at a treatment center somewhere. And I'm very interested in some of those things that are not as, that newer members since, say, the 80s might not be as aware of. I also mentioned, let me mention one other thing in some of this look at science, because there is more of appreciation, and this is part of what I've accumulated in my journey. There's more of an appreciation through some of Bill's writings of emotional sobriety. And that brings to the table what I think of as a developmental aspect to recovery. We now know it takes 5 or 10 years for the brain to heal enough for those neurons to really hit on all the subjects that we need to assimilate in good recovery for the spiritual and the service and the family that takes us outside of our selfish recovery. And emotional sobriety gets into that. Emotional sobriety talks about, in the words of Bill Wilson, he said he became a citizen of the world. And I love that. And in some of my writings, I'm not here to talk about my work, but the research that I have done also emphasizes how important that mature development over lifelong recovery is in the healthy recovery process. Remember when the big book was written, and I love the big book, but nobody had more than 4 years of sobriety. And when you think about that developmental level of recovery, the 12 and 12 added a lot more. And now this emotional sobriety that Bill started, and you got Herb and Alan Berger and people like that who are emphasizing it. I do the same thing, but I also emphasize some of the science and the medical piece, because there a lot of the misinformation and ignorance in my profession sometimes add as much negative to the equation as just not quite getting into that emotional sobriety. There's a medical side to emotional sobriety that often is not emphasized. So thank you very much for allowing me to be with you today. This has been a wonderful day. I hope that as Tim and Michael move forward, it'll open up into more opportunities for discussion. Y'all have really touched on wonderful material. Thank you all so much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
I want to thank you, Dr. Al. I always call you that, and I've never asked permission to do so. There was a couple of things I wanted to touch on that you really that you struck on, and you and I have had some conversations. One is how do we reach out to the doctors? The other is, you touched on it, and it's been touched on a few times today. We call it the spiritual malady in AA, right? The good doctor at the beginning of the book calls it a psychic change. A complete psychic change is necessary. William Silkworth in the back of the book says a personality change sufficient to overcome alcoholism. All of them meaning the same thing. And I always love Carl Jung, and I just have to throw that in there on page 27 of the big book. They appear to have in nature huge emotional displacements and rearrangements. And that's what was required of me. And I love touching on that because, and I'm glad that you brought up, we have such an astounding science going on right now that's really bringing the big book. The big book was so far ahead of everybody on all of this. But what they really were they were taking great ideas from past masters, right? And so we're just now catching up in science to that. And then I'd like you to address, as you know, the National PI Group has been trying to put together videos that we can use to help educate the public and professionals. And you and I have talked about doing some work, and we're working on that. I have run into the medical profession, even doctors in our program. And when I say we neither endorse nor oppose outside issues, including medical science, right? And these doctors don't hear that. What they hear is, we oppose what you're doing because we don't want to talk about it. And I'd like you to address how we get through to the doctors. How do we say, we aren't opposing what you're doing, we just don't want to take a position on it?
Well, there are two things that I put into that equation, Tim. One is that, you know, I'm not an AA member, and I try to be very careful about pushing anything that I believe that could be perceived as me tampering with AA. So normally what I will do is, like being here today, you know, I didn't push you to invite me. I have no agenda, but I am thrilled to be on this panel today. You know, my one job description as a Class A trustee is to be of service to the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. And when I get invited to something like this, I consider that somebody must consider that a service to AA, and I show up. So the permission from an AA member, and remember, every group is autonomous. So if I just have one AA group that wants to talk to Dr. Al, and even, heck, I've even shown PowerPoints to an AA group, you know, that's not ordinary, but every group can do what it wants to. And I respect the traditions of Alcoholics Anonymous. The second principle that overlaps with that is that I've tried a lot of things and failed, and I have to remember it's God's will, not Al's will. And so what I do is, the way I get around that and check out a lot of things that Al wants that God might not be with is it's like throwing spaghetti against the wall. I'll try a bunch of different things, and then when God wants something to happen, I'll just check the wall and do what sticks. Because I personally think, you know, one of the concerns I have is that a lot of people look at especially doctors, look at the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous and say, and I don't disagree with them, you know, if you're getting sober and hadn't fried your brain completely, why in the world would you go to a book written in 1939? I mean, if I have cancer, I don't want my doctor taking his gospel and cancer from a book in 1939. So alcoholics deserve a better explanation than just that's the place to go. Fortunately, you know, the science of AA, the neuroplasticity, emotional readiness, the science on cognitive dissonance, the science on developmental recovery over a lifetime, you know, there is so much. The big book was so good. and so on target, and science has backfilled what is truth if we just open up our minds a little bit and don't have to go back in time. I mean, would you go to somebody that's doing your appendectomy out of a book from 1939? Sometimes we have to be careful that we don't misrepresent the wonderful information and we actually bring it up to date. What got me thinking of this, I do a talk at a homeless shelter here in Raleigh. And I talk about a lot of the same stuff, but one of the homeless guys came up to me after the meeting and says, Dr. Al, we really get into AA here and study the big book. And after listening to your class, a number of us have talked, and we really feel like if Dr. Silkworth was alive today, he'd be saying the same things you're saying. And I don't think I've ever had as good a compliment from a talk that I've done, because these homeless guys somehow took what they were reading in the AA classes they were going to, and some of that came out of Joe and Charlie's recovery dynamics work, and they were correlating it to more science than the professors down the road at Duke know today about cognitive dissonance and neurotransmitters and even allergy. There's some wild research on allergy in the brain that if I told some of you doctors in recovery, they think I was nuts, but it's true. Got good solid science for it. But anyway, and to me, remember, I'm the poster child for Keep Coming Back. I was introduced to Alcoholics Anonymous in 1959 when I was 11 years old, and I'm 72 years old now. And it's 2000, soon to be 2021, and I'm still coming back. And to me, what's kept me coming back, whether it works for alcoholics, you have to decide, but just satisfying some intellectual curiosity about a disease that, if you know alcoholism, you can know every disease in the medical books. And it's kept me stimulated enough to keep coming back. And I have no intentions of dropping out now. Thanks.
Thank you. You and Dr. Jelinek and a few others stuck around Dr. Silkworth as well. He may not have had the science we had, but he had a ton of anecdotal evidence, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, and that's one of the things that that I'm so privileged. I met Bill Wilson. I remember meeting Clarence Snyder. I never met Dr. Jelinek, but if you know the Jelinek curve, the Jelinek part of the curve goes down to cycles of endless drinking. And the guy from England, Dr. Max Glatt, actually most of the time when you see the Jelinek curve, it goes down and back up. When Dr. Max Glatt invented the curve going up again. And I met him in England, about 35 years ago. So some of these people that I feel so fortunate to have met, and it was at a time where our family was just trying to stay sober, and we took vacations. Nobody had any money to go to Miami or anywhere, so we just took vacations at AA conventions. And even when I went there, I knew this AA thing was something. I was too young to know what it was, but I'd watch the news on the night, and the United Nations would have like 5 or 6 microphones. The guys would be so important, everybody, all the networks wanted to record them. And I'd go downstairs to the AA meeting that night at the banquet, and they'd have 20 microphones at the podium. That's back when nobody thought they could just record one tape and share it. Everybody brought their own reel-to-reel tape recorders. And a lot of AAs don't remember that. But that, as a child, the way it impressed me was, man, this whatever this organization is about 3 times more important than the United Nations. At least, I mean, for a simple mind of a child, that's what stuck.
Well, we're going to certainly have you back for more, and we're going to plan more. I want you to come back and do just an hour and a half or 2 hours on the Claire Bissell. She's another one of my heroes, and you actually knew her and got to study with her. So once again, another woman that really had a huge impact on Alcoholics Anonymous and the treatment industry, and a great character.
Tim, I was a co-author on she did some of the best research ever been on alcoholic physicians and recovery. And I was a co-author on her first paper in 1975. And it was a throwaway journal. It wasn't anything that was worth keeping, but we wrote it together. And then her next publication was her doctorate research that she's well known for.
Well, she contributed so much. And Mike, have you got any questions mailed in? We have just a couple of minutes left here before we jump on to the next presenters.
The only thing I have here is a question about the references you made, Doctor, and if there was a way we could maybe post them. There's a few things you might forward to us that we could post on the website that we could send out, and it had to do with the articles. You just referenced scholarly articles pointing to new research in science that speaks to recovery. So,
yeah, I've got.
Do you have a website?
Yeah, I don't have that on my website, but Tim and I'll correspond, and because some of it is very scholarly, like rat research, and some of it is posted to a quick Google to Cochrane Library. Alcoholics Anonymous will get you what you need. But I work with Tim and you, Mike, and we'll get people some good references. And one of them is a book. The one on denial, cognitive dissonance, is a book called Mistakes Were Made But Not By Me. It's really wonderful neuroscience.
Okay. Yeah, we could always once you get it, we could post it on the website, and then we can send out an email, and you guys can go right there and get the information. The website's going to stay up, so we've got it up for. We're doing a bunch of other things, and there's material that's been added on there today as well. So within the last couple hours. So make sure you go and check out what's there, guys.
And I'll work with Tim, and we'll get some more references, because Tim, it sounds like what you're saying, we're not finished yet.
No, we aren't done. You know that. I'm coming after you. I've got some of those studies downloaded to my computer, and I can send them over to you and put links in on where you find those on the JSAD website and the other websites.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks so much, Doctor. You're awesome. I've heard about you. I've never met you. I'm surprised I haven't, but you sound like me, except you're in another body running around the world, loving the programs of recovery. So thank you so much for your enthusiasm.
Awesome. Well, thanks for allowing me to be here.
And by the way, we had you covered because we put with Al-Anon participation on the flyer. So you were completely covered.
I appreciate that.
Real quick, Doc, how many times did you meet Bill Wilson, or how much time did you spend with him?
I saw him twice. He and Lois, I think their last international was 1965, and we were in that audience in Toronto. But on the way there, or somewhere with a trip we took with the family, we went by the New York office. And my dad was so weird in front of Bill Wilson that I almost missed Bill Wilson because I was so taken by the way my dad was acting. But I remember, Bill had a small office, the desk, and I think his chair and the couch are still at the General Service office on Riverside. And that was in a small room. And I remember he's tall and lanky and had to kind of do a little contortions to get out from behind his desk to come out and shake our hand and talk with us. So I have the image, but still most of my attention was on my dad, who was just kind of hunched over and in respect of Bill. And I'd never seen him act like that before.
Yeah. Well, we got a gentleman coming on right after you're done here. His name is Jack, and he met Bill Wilson back in 1962, I believe it was. Wow. And he's going to share a little bit about his engagement with Bill for us, just for a few minutes.
Awesome.
And he's a dear friend. He's been sober almost 45 years now. And but yeah, I always love to hear stories. There was another fellow out here named Rashid T. He's got 60 years. He knew Bill as well. He'd met Bill before. It's always good to hear people talk about about him.
The group that LeClaire was in, there's a group of AA members called International Doctors in AA that meets once a year. And LeClaire and my dad were both members of that. And I as a teenager, these were some of the family trips. But Bill was an invited guest to that meeting. And there was some times in the 60s, well, must have been early 70s. This was 60s. 1966 was the time I remember, I think, where Bill was on what's called Bill's niacin kick. He got taken up in some scientific studies, probably more than he should have. But one of those was vitamins cure alcoholism, and he was big into niacin. And he was there at that meeting discussing with these doctors in AA what their thoughts about niacin was. So I do remember my dad coming back from those meetings. I didn't meet Bill there, but he came back to our hotel room and talked about their discussions of niacin.
Thanks again, Doctor. Really appreciate it.
So, and you're fascinating. It's great to hear you. Yeah, it's fabulous to hear you. Thank you so much for being here. Go ahead, Tim.
So yeah, we're going to move on so we can so Mike can actually get off of this sometime today. And he's going to introduce Jack, and then Bell's going to come on and give a little plug for Al-Anon and introduce Michael. So that's the schedule of events for the rest of the day. Remember that this is being recorded by amotaudio.com, and you can go there and get it taped probably in a day or two, or listen to the audio. And we're going to figure out how to put it back on. And the website also has some links to information for Nancy and Dr. Al Mooney and a couple of others. So check that out as well. So you want to introduce Jack, and we'll get this thing rolling.
Yeah, and I just want to say before we do, again, if you could help us out, folks, we have a 7 tradition for this meeting all day long. You can do it at our donation button on our website at recoveryvirtualtours.com through Venmo or PayPal. We'd sure appreciate all that. Any proceeds we have, we'll give to Dr. Bob's in the East Bay and also the South Bay Central offices. I'm going to tell you right now, folks, and I'm not blowing my own horn because it was given to me. Stick around for the next 45 minutes or an hour and listen to what I'm going to share with you. I've seen so many people's lives change based on the context of doing this, and what Dr. Mooney was talking about, and Nancy was talking about, and Herb was talking about, and even and Harmon from Dr. Bob's all kind of wraps into this, and how you can approach it and use it for your own benefit, for your own growth and your recovery, and ultimately your own freedom, So it's just been an incredible afternoon, but I would say give it a little bit more time, take a big stretch, get a drink of water, come back, and I'll show you a couple of things, and then we'll get off of here. But I want to introduce just a good friend of mine. I've known him for several years now. He comes to our meetings. He's a hammer. We call him, his name's Jack. Jack's a guy who's had a lot of stuff going on in his life. He's right now in the midst of building a huge studio. I'll tell on him now. You can Google him. His name's on the thing, Jack O'Halloran. He doesn't mind me telling you, but that's only in this group. We don't go out and put this in the newspapers, guys, or on TV. But he was a good friend with Superman. In fact, he was in the Superman movies. He even fought George Foreman in the fights. He's been around. But he also met Bill Wilson, and he had a 3-hour stint with Bill back in the 60s. So I just thought I'd have him come on here and just take a couple of minutes. So let's see if I can find him here in this little thing and bring him alive. He is alive. So I'm going to go to grid, which means we're both on here. So Jack, we're on here together. How you doing today, Jack?
I'm doing the best I can, whatever they'll let me get away with.
All right. Well, I just wanted to bring you on. I know you met Bill Wilson back in 1962. And, it's so funny. We listened to all this history stuff, and we just absolutely, it's so far away, yet so close. And it's so nice to hear guys who've had an opportunity to kind of meet the master himself and how he put all this together and what he shared with you that was so important. So, Jack, tell us, you told us, you shared this before, and some people may have seen you, but tell us what happened when you met Bill Wilson. How did you come about doing that, and what it did for you?
I was 19 years old, and I was getting ready to embark on a professional football career. And I also was involved in my father's life, and my father was a top mafioso don in New York, Albert Anastasia. And he had a dear friend of his from Maine who was a capo in Maine, and this gentleman was in the 30s, was in jail in Ohio. And when he came out, he was at a halfway place, and he met Dr. Bob. Dr. Bob 12-stepped him, and they became very close friends, and they talked back and forth all the time. And he had a lot of admiration for my father, and he looked over me a bit, and he told me one day, listen, I want to take you to a meeting, and I want to introduce you to somebody, and I think you should go and listen. Because I was a bit of a crazy old wild kid. And so I went, and the person he introduced me to was Bill Wilson. And I sat with Bill Wilson for 3 hours, and he went through the whole process of how AA was originated, how it constituted itself, and went from one program to another. And the fact that just like the gentleman was just speaking, they were only four years sober when they wrote the book, but I can't hear you at all.
No, go ahead. So what was some things that Bill said to you that was so impressive that I think I've heard your story, tell the story many times, but
he started from the beginning and explained to me, he explained to me exactly how they lived this. They put it together and they lived all the experiences that they were doing and how it all interfaced with the way that they got sober. When you stop and think about it and you read chapter 11 and, when they went to see the third alcoholic and they put him in a suite and the guy was a very, very bad alcoholic. He was strapped down in the bed and talking to Bob and Bill back and forth and experiencing their experiences together. This man got up out of that bed and walked away and never drank again after 3 days. So the solution that they put together that took 21 years altogether to put the steps and the traditions and the concepts together, it took them 21 years to do that. And he explained it to me, but they lived every facet of it. As they were writing things, they lived their experience and some intervention spiritually. And I was listening to the doctor, and Dr. Silkwood hit it right on the head where medically, there's nobody can help me. And having an allergy to alcohol is one thing. My disease of alcoholism is a spiritual malady between my ears. And there's nobody that can medically cure that or do anything about it. I have a solution that these gentlemen put together. And Wilson he was great. I used to have phone calls with him all the time, and I'd call him on the phone, and because I was in and out, being a crazy young man in my life and Vietnam and everything. And he would say to me, and I tell him, I haven't had a drink for 6 months and my head is crazy. And, what are you people talking about? And he'd say to me, we have a solution, young man. When you're ready to come back and sit down and listen, we're here. And he'd hang up. And I call him back. I say, you realize you just hung up with me? He said, yeah, isn't that amazing? And he'd hang up again. And we'd have other further conversations about that. And he was an amazing individual. But, and then I was very fortunate in 76 when I got sober, and I had a sponsor that was a lot like him, Mike Ross, and, people like Chuck C. that had a lot of Bill Wilson's attributes and followed the same path about how this is a one day at a time situation for me as an alcoholic, that I had to learn how to live one day at a time. I had to let go of yesterday and, not worry about tomorrow. If I took care of today, tomorrow would take care of itself. So I put the whole solution that he taught me, and then it was further taught to me of the steps, the traditions, and the concepts, which is a mind-opening situation, and I live the program. I don't play a game with it. It's not a working chore. It's something that I live from the time I open my eyes in the morning till I go to bed at night, because that's what I need to do, and that's what I was shown to do. And I have talked to a tremendous amount of medical people, had a lot of arguments when I went into rehabs to try to help people and try to tell them you can't fill an alcoholic with drugs because you're only prolonging something here. You're not helping them at all. We have a solution in AA. And if someone really wants what we have and they're willing to go to any length to get it and sit down and listen, it's a life worth living.
Yeah. Well, you're a testimony to that, almost 45 years now. So, and I know you sponsor a lot of young men and you help a lot of people, and I know you speak all over the place. So let me ask you a trivial question, Jack. So who is tougher, George Foreman or Bill Wilson?
Bill Wilson. He was an incredible man. Like this gentleman and other people have explained to you, the guy had an aura about him, which was incredible. I sat there with 3 hours, and after 3 hours, he looked me right in the eye and he said, "We'll be here when you're ready, kid." I said, "Well, what are you talking? I'm here right now." He said, "No, you're not. You're here because this gentleman brought you here thinking I would say something to you that would keep you here. But until you walk in this door for you and you alone, you're not here. But we'll be here. You know, and he was kept it simple. He told me how to keep it very simple.
That's
and
right.
He said, that's the key. Don't try to overstate it. Don't try to outthink it. You know, put it together one day at a time. And that's what I learned how to do, how to live this thing. And it's worked for me for 44 years, you know.
Well, thanks for popping in with us, Jack, and being a part
My
of all
pleasure.
this.
I think you guys are doing a great job.
Thank
you know, and it's a great way to carry a message. But keeping it simple is what I was told. You know, it's and you got to separate the medical side as the allergy is not the, you know, we're addicted to it's like when I drink alcohol, I'm so allergic to it. Something in my metabolism makes me allergic to it. But when I stop drinking, I still have a journey to go down because the disease is between my ears. Alcohol is only a symptom of my disease. It brings my disease to an ugly head. So stopping drinking is only the beginning of the journey. And the book explains that.
That type of style of sponsorship, or Bill Wilson and your sponsor, and I know I've been sober since 1984. That's the kind of stuff. And some of the other folks who've been here today who have been talking about it, they all were around that style of a sponsorship to it. Had its place for us then. It was very clean and very cut dry. And if you didn't pay attention, they said, you know, go figure it out.
You know, it's like Chuck C. Chuck C. was like Bill Wilson, you know. And I remember I used to play chess with him at the Radford Club. And one day he sat, I was sober about 9 months, and he looked me in the eye and he said, how you feeling today, kid? And I said, man, I'm on top of the world. I will never touch another drink as long as I live. And he looked at me and he shook his head. He had this quirky little way of smiling at you and said, still full of shit, huh, kid? What are you talking about? He said, anytime you talk out of today, you're full of shit, because all we have is today. And then he said something to me that I never forgot. He said, how many hours in the day are you awake? So I don't know, 18, 20, maybe on a bad day. He said, paying attention to something that gives you life. Is your life worth that? Because that's what you're talking about. This disease wants your life. You have a solution to put that to bed. It's up to you, kid.
All right.
And I never forgot that, you know.
Well, thanks so much, Jack. We're glad you're here. And
thank you. Have a great time, you guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming by and jumping in for a little bit. We really appreciate it. So
really do appreciate it. Great having you. Thank you so much. We're going to introduce Belle for just a minute, and she's going to give us just a little rundown on Al-Anon, and then she's going to introduce Mike, and he's going to take us home for the afternoon.
Thank you, Tim. Hey, everyone, I'm Belle. I'm a very grateful, recovered member of Al-Anon. We believe alcoholism is a family illness, and that changed attitudes can aid recovery. The Al-Anon family groups are a fellowship of relatives and friends of alcoholics.
She is now. Yeah, we're good. It just takes a little while for it.
Among us are wives, relatives, and friends whose common problems have been solved by practicing the 12 steps adapted from AA. We want to leave you with the feeling that no situation is too difficult, no unhappiness too great to overcome. That comes directly out of the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, chapter 8, devoted to the wives. If God can solve the age-old riddle of alcoholism, he can solve your problems too. That's also from chapter 8, devoted to the wives. Cling to the thought that in God's hands, the dark past is the greatest possession you have, the key to life and happiness for others. That's chapter 9 from the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, devoted to the family members of alcoholics. So just as alcoholics can recover from the seemingly hopeless state of mind, the loved ones recover too. We really do find a life of serenity, purpose, and freedom, whether the alcoholic is drinking or not. To show other Al-Anonics precisely how we recovered is the main purpose of this group. It works. It really does. That is my experience in Al-Anon through working the 12 steps, sponsorship, service, and unity. So next up, we have a speaker who has a great wealth of knowledge and experience in both AA and Al-Anon. He has a passion for helping others open up their minds and expand on their current commitments. I'm always humbled and learn something new every time we speak. So please help me in welcoming Michael Bird to speak on the circle and triangle of AA and Al-Anon.
Okay, well, I am grateful to be here. I've been here all day, and I just want to take a few minutes. We put this thing together, and I know a lot of you have stuck around all day, but we put this thing together so to bring a better, deeper understanding of how the program works. And the history of AA has its lessons. There's a lot to learn there. And when we walk the path like these guys done and listen to people like Jack and Dr. Mooney and Nancy, and then even to Dr. Bob's house, it always strikes me. I mean, I got to tell you, I did not come out of college or high school. This was not on my college entrance requirements. This was not something I'd put on my list of goals in life. But because of my addiction, took me to a point where by the time I was 21 years old, I was getting sober in treatment. I had to say, well, okay, so how do you do that? And I thought it was just about not drinking and not doing drugs and doing whatever there is that was part of my story. And so, when I see the history of it and you hear about it, it's like, yeah. But, I got stuff to do. I got things, I need to get a job. I need to make some money, get a place to live. And then eventually when you get that going, you want to get a car and you get some clothes and then maybe find someone that you want to hang out with, maybe even have a family or, got places I want to go. A lot of people, if you ask them what they want, they say, well, I want to travel, I want to do all those things. And, all that kind of came about. But when I was newly sober, I went into the program and they said, well, how you make it here is you just go to meetings, you don't drink, and you call your sponsor. So I did that. And I did that for a good 2.5 years, dedicated to it. I got a sponsor. I thought he was a guy that kind of just listened to my problems. He said, and he did. And he finally took me to the step process. And I did a little bit of step work. He said, your answers are in the book. He said that specifically. The answers are in the book. And if I just go do that, and I get to the meetings and sit there and get my seat in AA because I've earned it, then I will get better. And the more I got into the program, the more I started getting this little tiny sense of doom. I was grateful to be sober. I started feeling better physically. I started waking up. Dr. Mooney talked about it, how you start to come to. You start to come to. And I didn't realize until actually when I was about 10 years sober, how much I was asleep. And I got sober when I was 21. You'd think I only drank 8 or 9 years, but I went hard. And I mean, and the other extra things like cocaine and all that other stuff raised my body, and I was doing all of it. So I'm also a member of the other 12-step program, and I'm not here to disrespect the singleness of purpose in AA, but it is part of my story that got me to the point where I needed to get sober when I was 21. And I got on a plane to go to treatment because I needed, what the book talks was that I was jittery and befogged and I needed to sit in a place and calm down. So I went to a place up in Estes Park. It's called Harmony. It's still there after 51 years helping alcoholics and drug addicts, whatever, to get that initial bridge to getting to the program. But what they told me when I got there was, we think we can help you for a few weeks, but if you want this thing, we recommend you go to Alcoholics Anonymous. So the recommendation was there. Now, I've also got, my dad's been sober for 40 years. I've got 36 years next Monday. My dad's got 40 years. I had the opportunity to go to Alateen in 1982. And I went to Alateen for the very first time as a late teenager and went in and I heard the message. In fact, what I really saw was the demonstration. I went to Palm Springs and went to the Palm Springs Roundup, which was actually run by Chuck Chamberlain that Jack was talking about, who wrote The New Pair of Glasses. And I was there and I saw 3,000 people on a weekend have fun and enjoy themselves and be with each other. And they were in just having fun. I mean, they weren't, one guy came in the door, he had a beer in his hand and the lady just turned him around and shot out the door. I don't know whatever happened to him. I don't know why he was there, if he was even with our group. But the 3 or 4 weeks before that I was down there on spring break with my buddies for a week at a time. And we drank and drugged the entire time we were there. We got a cheese sandwich in there. went to Denny's and dined and dash and did all that stuff, trying to keep going because we were out of money and trying to figure out how to scrape on to get that next drink or drug. And I did that for the 3 or 4 weeks before I went down there. But this week I went down and saw 3,000 people at the Riviera Hotel. And it struck me, wow, people do stay sober. And I thought it was my dad's problem. It wasn't mine. I was not ready yet. That's why when Jack says that about Bill Wilson, I was not ready yet. I had a few more years to go. And only actually about 2.5. But it was interesting. The second year I went to the Palm Springs Roundup, because I went every year, it kind of dripped on me. So if you're a member of Al-Anon or AA and you start judging people about their journey here, you got to watch that. That's one of the great things about the Al-Anon program, is that we have to watch how we judge things and turn things over to God, just like we do here. The Al-Anons do it a little differently, but it's the same step, but there's a different come from it. And there's also, what we do is we let go and let people figure out their journey. So, that's the only way we're going to do it. We can't force people to be here. And I was not forced. I was only shown the demonstration. My dad was continuing to be sober, but I went down in 1983 and sat in the meeting and listened to Lois Wilson tell her story. And now I look back and I wish I would have over and grabbed her and went for a dance, but I did go up and shake her hand. And I said, hi. And she was 92 years old at the time. And she had just told her story for about 45 minutes. And she wasn't fancy about it. She'd been doing this for years and years and years. And she just told us her basic story about being married to Bill and what they did and how they got things started. Nothing flashy, very humble, sat at a table. And I went over and shook her hand, and she was a very frisky young woman. She was very spry. She wanted to live to be 100. She lived to be 97. But she kind of grabbed my hand and pulled me in as I was walking by. And she goes, you're a handsome young man, aren't you? And I thought, oh, boy, the old lady's still got it going after all these years. But she was wonderful. She was very humble and very much told her story and wanted to help people. And it struck me. And, it's funny. I told that story a couple of years back. It was with some old young people, long-timer young people at a young people's conference, which I've been to many times. And I told that story and he said that to all the guys. And that was her thing. She did that. Now it kind of made me feel bad for a moment, but it was not. It really verified that I had met her, And just last year I was able to go to her grave up in Vermont, where her and Bill are buried, at the house that's called the Wilson Hotel and the Wilson House. And I would recommend, if you have not been there, go there. It has a feeling, an experience that you just would not know by going there. Now, why do I tell you all that? Well, it costs money and you got to go there. We got to get on with our sobriety, as I was saying. But I'll tell you something. It was those first 2.5 years, I was trying to just get this thing. I was just doing the drill. I was going to meetings. I went to 800 meetings my first year, 800 meetings my second year. By the time I got to the middle of my third year, I'd been to 400, 500 meetings. And what was going on inside of me was a deep inner type of doom and desperation. Like I was doing the program and I was sitting in the meetings and I was hearing people say stuff. But as Herb talked about earlier, I had all this information, how to work it, how to do it and everything like that. But I had not really changed within. And I'd had a sponsor my first couple of years. His name was Larry. He was fantastic. He was a lovely man and he was very dedicated to the program and he helped me. But I only did a certain amount of depth to the work because I kept trying to find the answers. If I get the answers, then I could fix me and I could go forward. And the more I continued to work the program and try to fix me, the worse I got. And as Herb was talking about, when you use the same information about trying to fix you, positive reinforcement, just mind over matter, trying to get all this stuff into you, and then hopefully it'll cram inside your spirit, and then you'll just one day be better. And what was going on for me is the same type of thinking that I was using to get better was getting me sick. And it was making me sick in AA. And it's rough because I now kind of pick on the experience of AA sometimes. Like the dirtiest little secret in Alcoholics Anonymous is working the steps. People say it, but they really don't do it. And I've been one of them. There's an old saying from a guy that was, and I always read it, and it's not an AA saying, but it's something that it's by Henry David Thoreau. And it says, most men lead lives of quiet desperation and die with their song still inside them. And that was me. When I see that, I was in AA, going to meetings, not drinking, getting involved with service, which was fine, but I was not changing. And I wonder, why do people go back out? You know, I mean, there was a part of me like we judge people sometimes. We're harsh on people that go out. You know, I sponsor guys today that some of them, they're still going in and out. I've sponsored them for 5 years. I got one guy who goes in and out, goes in and out, in and out. Most guys say, oh, you're fired. Get him out of here. What a bum, you know, or, you know, get your head out of your ass or stuff like that. Real mean stuff. And what I've had to learn now, especially in these later years, especially, I mean, the last 10 or 15 years, my empathy has changed, my compassion, how I do things. But I'll tell you where it changed for me is I got to the point where I was so uncomfortable inside that I would go to the meetings and I'd drive down the street and I'd get angry and pissed off at my life. And I was just wondering, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? I was scared because I knew if I drank, I was not going to stop. When I drink, I don't stop. My drug of choice is whatever you got that gets me off, because whatever I have is gone. And I came across a real point where we were really desperate. Me and my friends, we were going to meetings, going out to coffee afterwards, eating sugar and chasing each other on parking lots and going to play pool and going bowling and, you know, doing all this crazy stuff, which was fun. It was all fun. But inside, it was a real disconnect. And the more I got sober, the more disconnected I got. The more I kept asking, what's wrong with me? I'm going to, where's my promises? I heard speakers, Bob Earl, guys who had been around, Jack, you know, the long timers. I love the long timers. They would tell you, wake up, kid, wake up. But you're like, okay. And then you'd walk away kind of scorned and ashamed going, well, what do you mean wake up? I'm doing everything. And I was looking for the answers, trying to apply the steps on the wall at the meetings. I was reading them, you know, I was reading how it works, getting involved with everything. You know, I was loving this Dr. Mooney because I get him. I went for the fried chicken. Sometimes you just go for the meals. So if you can get the chicken, you might get the message at somebody's house, you know, whatever it took. I was committed, but I was not getting better. I had no transformation. I was not changing. And through some real desperation and prayer, and I'd almost gotten drunk a couple of times or loaded. I had a really cute girl with a tube top one day and dolphin shorts, which they wore back in the 80s. If you don't know what I mean, go watch the Lakers and the Celtics. They wore dolphin shorts. We used to wear those. We actually thought they were stylish, and they were. But the bottom line was that she was there, and I gave her a ride somewhere, and she jumped in the car after going wherever she was going and lit up a crack pipe and said, "Do you want some?" And my initial reaction was no, but my inside, my pain was, well, why not? And I didn't kick her out of the car. I took her back where I picked her up and went back to the club, and I shook there. And I shook for a long time, and I sat and talked to a guy named Larry, who was the club manager. I said, man, I almost got loaded again. This is crazy. And I knew to drink was to die. I had enough of that in me. The Bill Wilson types, the people. I knew Jack's sponsor. He was a tough guy, Clancy. And then my sponsors were telling me, wake up, kid. You're going to die. You're going to die from this. But that wasn't solving my problem. And through some real prayer and desperation, I called my sponsor at 2 a.m. in Colorado, because I'd gotten sober in Colorado and came back to California. I was back a few months. And I called him and said, I don't know what to do, Larry. I can't find anybody that works the steps like we do. And I was interviewing guys. Most guys told me, call them every day and write down a bunch of affirmations and all that stuff. But where it went for me it wasn't working. I didn't need to be babysat. I knew that. I didn't want to be babysat. I didn't want to call someone every day and have them tell me, you're just not thinking right and just do this and do better, because that wasn't working. I was way past that. And we used to carry the message down to Skid Row in LA once a month from Hermosa Beach. And I met down there, and we were riding down, and I went down with this old guy named Stanley Coughlin. He's passed away now. And he said, I got this great tape. We used to look for good speakers that could really get us to the message, and talk about not having guys who got up for 45 minutes and told drunkalogs and then said, I got sober, and then sat down and they gave him a standing ovation for being sober for 45 years. Our question was, how did you get to 45 years? How did you get to 20 years? How did you deal with living sober? Because that was a bigger problem than it was living drunk, because I was going crazy in sobriety. And what happened was I ended up listening to this tape. He threw this tape in, Stan did, and we all the way down from the time we left Hermosa, all the way down the 110 freeway, which is about a 35 minute drive. I listened to this tape, and on the tape, the guys talked about dying of untreated alcoholism, being in the program of AA and dying of untreated alcoholism. And where he showed it to me was, and where he said it was at in the big book, And it's listed there was on page 52. I was having troubles with personal relationships. I was full of fear, unhappy, can't make a living, being a prey to misery and depression, not being able to be of real help to other people. I'm kind of paraphrasing it, but that was what was there. And then it said you couldn't control your emotional natures. That was a big one for me. And I thought when I eventually started working with this guy, but when I thought at the time, well, this is because I've got a lot of bad luck out here. I just haven't met her yet, or I haven't gotten the right job yet, or maybe I'm at the wrong home group. Maybe I need to go to more meetings. We hear it in the meetings, in the program all the time, in the fellowship program. That's the meetings. Just go to meetings. I need a meeting. If I get a meeting, then I'll be fine. And that was getting kind of old. That was taking up a lot of time, just because I was wearing out and I didn't understand, why I was there, what I was doing. I was going there. I love the personalities. We have unbelievable personalities. When I was listening to all the personalities that Nancy was talking about in those women, I would have loved to have met them. They must have been just a ball in sobriety. And there's people in AA, the most beautiful people on the planet. And I've met some really famous, really dynamic people in the world in my journey. But we have some real characters, And to this day, even when we do long-timers reunion things over at the club and stuff like that, we love it that we're there. We kind of survived it. But I didn't want to survive my recovery. I was hearing guys talk about, they had this little formula, a little secret that was like, you can get to the promises. Where's the promises? Where is it in my life? And I had to wait to page 83 and 84. That's where it's at, right? It's where it's at. So that's what we say in AA. We chime in and say, that's where it's at. But this guy talked about untreated alcoholism, but he also talked about another thing in that tape. He talked about a precise way to do the work, but he didn't go through the work in an answer format. He went through it in a question format. He took everything in there and applied it to him. He said he went through and he had someone guide them who had done the work, who had also not only done the work, but had completed amends. Joe used to ask questions like, how many people have actually really finished amends in this room? He'd get up and do this stuff in meetings, and I watched him. And most people can't say they finished them. And I knew I had not finished my amends. In fact, I had known that I really had not done that deep, what they called a catharsis, an inside shower inventory. I was too afraid. I did not know if I could even go in there. I was afraid to go in there by myself. I was afraid that, in here, inside me, I'd put it all in there, but I was afraid to go back there and get it. And what Joe talked about was a process that not only offered the questions, it was a way to go through it, but he offered a way to really define it for myself personally. And within a week, I listened to that tape all the way back from Skid Row, because I thought I was going to Skid Row to carry the message, and he later informed me I was probably just going there to spread manure. You really didn't have a message. And that scared me, because I thought, well, what the heck's the answer here? But I went and saw him, and he sat me down and did a couple of things. And one was he put me through, I'm going to go to screen share here now. Let's see if I can get it on. Maybe you guys can verify if you see it on there. He showed me this thing here called the circle and the triangle.
You're good.
And this change, is it on there? Is it on there? Yeah, good. Thank you. He showed me this circle and the triangle. Now, it may not be I got to probably do a better job of putting the words on here, but I think if you look closer, you can read it. But what he did is he showed this to me. Now, I'd seen this all over AA. It was back then, it was all over the literature. It was all over our rooms. We had circle and triangles on the podiums. People had them on t-shirts. Eventually there was a big group that started putting them on keychains, and you get your little medallions. You're seeing the circle and the triangle. And I thought, well, that's just a symbol. And it is. If you take all those words off it, it's just a symbol. It doesn't mean much. It's just a circle and a triangle. But when he explained it to me, it changed my direction. And here's how. He said, there's three sides of the triangle. It's an equilateral triangle. And it's all sides of the triangle. It means it's equal. Now, I went to geometry. I didn't like math that much. In fact, that was the one class I went out and got high with my friends and came back and just tried to catch up on, because I didn't like geometry. It hurt to think too much. I thought critical thinking, there's a sign in AA that says think, think, think. Well, in this particular thing, they showed me that think, think, think was a good thing. They wanted me to not only think, think, think with my brain, which hurt when I did, but they said, let's define what you're thinking about. So they had me get out a dictionary. It said, any word that's on here that you even have the remote question on, we're going to look up. And then we're going to write a definition next to it. So where we're going through the book, and he started with the title page where there was nothing. And then he took me to this page. And at that time in America, now I know this is in other countries, it's not the case, but in America, that circle in the triangle was on the title page. And it had the first promise, the story of how many thousands of men and women have recovered with a D from alcoholism. And that scared me because there was a lot of controversy in AA about being recovered as opposed to recovering. He goes, no, you can recover. And he was one of the first men to ever tell me that you can recover and be recovered. And he says, it's been my experience. In fact, he started introducing me to people that also had recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. He had showed me people that had done that. But he said this circle in the triangle was the roadmap. It was the scope. He said, did you know that there's principles that govern each side of this triangle? And he said, have you ever heard of the thing that we call the 12 traditions? I said, well, yeah, we read that at the meeting. We say it all the time. The traditions are for the group, but the steps are to the individual. He goes, well, that's actually not a truth. That's called a half truth. He said, well, that means it's not half. If that's half true, that means it's a half lie. Well, if that's how you see it. But he said, there's 12 traditions there that you can use in your everyday living. Jack talked about it earlier, and we've heard about it from other people today. The traditions and the steps and the concepts, which I'm going to talk about, were personal things that I could use in my everyday living. I could take the traditions, I could use them for my family. I could use it for my job. I could use it for my community, my church. It's got great things in there, like, loving God, he may express himself through my group conscience. Well, I have a group conscience at work. I have a boss who thinks he's God. That's fine. And today I'm my own boss, so that's another story. But I can fire myself and hire myself within minutes because I have a bigger boss, and that's called God. But for a long time, even in the early sobriety, in the first 5 or 10 years, learning to live with a loving God was a practice I needed to get into. But it gave me a new idea. Being self-supporting through my own contributions. What a great concept. When you pay your way, you get to go your way. And sometimes it's not with money. Sometimes it's just with your time and your energy and all that. In fact, I want to say, before I even forget this today, Bella, who was just introduced me, had made all these graphics for us. She's made all our graphics and our designs for us here. And she's really done a beautiful job. Great to work with, but she's putting in her part, just like we all do and would be of service. So it talks about on here, the physical allergy, that the side of the traditions and going to meetings was for me to solve the physical allergy, the body part. Just don't drink and go to meetings. We hear that all the time, but that's not the program. That's just the fellowship of the program. That's just the meeting part of the program. He said, have you ever heard of the 12 steps? I said, yeah, they're on the wall at the meeting over there. Those are the 12 steps right there. We see them. We can read them. They put them on the little scrolls and everything. He goes, yeah, those aren't really the steps. Those are just the abbreviations. Oh, he goes, do you know where step 1 and 2 is in the big book? Oh, well, so he sent me home on that one. I went home on that one because I thought I knew. He goes, go home and find it and bring it back when you come back next week. Because I started meeting with him once a week. And so I came back and I said, I can't find it. He goes, yeah, there's a thing that says the first step of recovery. Because no, that's not really just step 1. That's a part of it. But there's a bigger part of step 1. And he broke it down and he said, okay, so there's the 12 steps. I said, well, okay, so they're in the big book. The big book, the journey from the title page until the end of page 164 is the outline of the recovery program for Alcoholics Anonymous. All 12 steps are there. And it says, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, we tried to carry this message. Which message? The result of having a spiritual awakening or a spiritual experience, or what Dr. Silkworth called a moral psychology, another way other than ourselves, in a 4-dimensional way, in a way that's bigger than us and beyond us, a higher power type of experience that would bring us to a place of a new place of living, a new place of thinking, and an entire psychic change, which we started to talk about. And so he showed me that, but I said, well, what I thought the steps is about spirit, having a spiritual experience. Well, actually, it's about cleaning up the stinking thinking. It says that it's in it. It talks about even on here, the mental defects, getting rid of the mental obsession, expel the obsession to drink. He talked about that this was a place to clean up that stinking thinking, the way you interpret things, the way you conclude things, the way you use things. I used to think the resentment inventory was about all my problems and everybody that got in my way and those people and all my complaints. But the big book tells me now, because of the way I'm able to view it, and that is, it's how I play God. I play God, and when I play God, I'm the ultimate decision maker. I'm the ultimate judger. My sickness is that I think I'm God, that I think it's all about me, selfishness and self-centeredness. And that the fear inventory I thought was, well, I have, life's just full of fear. And that's life on life terms. And you just have to deal with that and just go sit in the meetings, get to another meeting, and your fear will go away. It doesn't go away. Fear does not go away. Fear is a part of life. But it's where I get in trouble is it's self-reliance. The book tells me the reason I have fear is self-reliance. Again, selfishness and self-centeredness. And then I take all that broken being God and broken not being able to fix me, and I create a relationships inventory that's full of broken relationships and broken dreams and brokenness. And now I'm sitting there saying, well, why does my life not work? I'm going to meetings, I'm not drinking, and I'm reading the book, and I'm calling my sponsor. But these guys said that's not what this work's about. It's about expelling the obsession, the defects of the mind, the defects of the character, and having a new experience and taking me through a whole new experience. So now I've got, not only do I have the 12 traditions, I got the 12 steps, but then he said, well, there's one more thing. We take our awakened spirit, and I even wrote it down here underneath the circle. It says to carry your awakened spirit into the world, to carry the message and be of service. And that's the third side of the triangle. And the triangle talks about it there, spirit and will, defect of the will. It tells us right in the middle of inventory that when the spiritual malady or the spiritual sickness is overcome, we straighten out mentally and then physically, not the other way around. We don't go get a bunch of money and jobs and cars and all that stuff. Yeah, we can do all that. But if we're really going to change, and this was my experience, and I've seen many others who said it too, that when you try to get all the ducks in a row, then you're going to get God, good luck. And I've heard it from just about everybody today say it. Until you get the right priority, and that's get God and figure out how you're going to work with this, that what this is going to do is it's going to help you to find a power greater in yourself, which will solve your problem. And this third side of the triangle meant that I had to be of service. It talks about on here being other-centered. Herb talked about that earlier with a capital O. Other-centered, thy will, not mine be done. To take my self-reliance and my pain and suffering of how I suffer by playing God and how I doing by trying to fix me, that's my problem. The only way out of that is to get other-centered, to go out and be of maximum service to God and to my fellows. It says that in the middle of the amends, that our main purpose is to be of maximum service to God and to our fellows. But how do I get there? And that's what the journey was about, is not only do I have another set of principles here, they're called the 12 concepts of service. There's all kinds of gems in there to use for my everyday living. See, what I want to do is say, well, wait a minute, I'm just going to do enough to get by here. I'll just do the steps on the wall, and then the traditions are for the group or the steps are the individual. And God forbid if I'm going to become a GSR or a CSR, because there's all that controversy there. Did you guys ever notice when they do the announcements for these things at the meetings, how much time we give these guys? We give these guys who are literally holding AA up, we give them 2 or 3 minutes, and then we give them a hard time walking out the door. Are you kidding? They should spend 10 or 15 minutes. I started getting my meetings and said, we're going to talk about the GSR and CSR, and we want to hear from you every week. Now, we don't need to hear everything, but you could spread your announcements out over the time. You should be making space for this, because these are the guys that are holding Alcoholics Anonymous up. And how you know that is the way you find the 12 concepts of service is in the service manual of Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, let me show you a couple of things here. What I do when I sponsor guys, I have them go in and I have them put together. See if I got it on here. Oh, there's the whiteboard thing. Finally, I was trying to figure out how to use the whiteboard, but now I can't see it on this particular screen. But I have them get 2 pamphlets. One is instead of them overwhelming them by reading the 12 and 12, I have them get the 12 traditions pamphlet. It's called the 12 Traditions Illustrated. And the reason I do that is because there's cartoons in it. I wish I could find it on here. I did put them up here earlier, but there's cartoons in it and it's easy to read. It's an overview of the 12 traditions. If you want to know more about the traditions, the true way to learn about traditions is become a GSR and a CSR and get in the practice. Okay. So I don't see it on here, but get in the practice. So what I do is I have them look at that. And then the 12 concepts, there's another pamphlet called the 12 Concepts Illustrated. It also has cartoons in it. So because I'm starting to work with guys and I've taken through this process just like Joe did, and what he did with me is I start to loosen up and start to take a look at these things because it's overwhelming. There's a lot here. But I'll tell you what, this was a big part of my first step with Joe. I thought my first step was going to happen when I got into the doctor's opinion and I got into, the story of Bill's story about, what his story was. I mean, I thought Bill's story was at the beginning of a book because it was there and he's the one who invented AA. So therefore he put his story at the beginning of the book. But what he taught me was that's a tool. It's a tool to see if you drank and felt and behaved just like Bill. I could go through the Bill story, and I've seen women do this too, where I can mark almost 80 or 90% of what's in there. I mean, I can tell you, I was never a stockbroker. I never lived in Vermont. I never drove around with a crazy screaming woman in a sidecar of my motorcycle tell me what to do, which I'm just being light with Lois. But I didn't do all that stuff. And I didn't play golf with Ben Hogan. I didn't do any of that stuff. So I could look at the differences. That's my sickness. But what he showed me was everything from this point on, the circle and the triangle, which I'm going to show you some recipe of recovery in a second, how to put it all together, was all about, is this me? Did this happen to me? And with a man and a group eventually and a workshop where it approached that, it said, is this me? Do I have this? What am I suffering from? See, I thought I was suffering from drinking, but the book tells me that's not what I'm suffering from. It says it's only a symptom. It's not the problem. It's a problem when I drink it. I do not stop. But when I do stop, my problem's living, processing life, making life work, learning how to do things, learning how to relate, how to be with people, learning the skills of living, and most of all, having a power greater myself that I can go to on my own when it's not working, in the middle of the night when my head's going off saying, what's wrong with me? Why can't I get my life right? And I know many, many people, we come in and we say, well, it's just about not drinking and going to meetings. And I'm going to tell you, after 36 years, I've had to do this work again. I will not sit here. I love what they said earlier was that you gotta humble or you'll stumble or something. Stay humble. You won't stumble. That was what Harmon said about Ann Smith. So now I've got these three sides of the triangle. I've got the 12 traditions, the 12 steps. It's outlined in the big book, and I'm going through with the sponsor each week on assignment. Every week I meet with him. He got me to a group that asks you questions. They don't talk at people and they don't scream, no crosstalk. It's in our formats. Crosstalk and questions are in our formats. My Tuesday night meeting, as outlined in the group from Santa Monica, and my Thursday night meeting is called the Walteria Men's Crosstalk Step Meeting. What do you think we're doing there? We're not attacking people. We're lovingly, supportingly, compassionately, with empathy and patience, talking to alcoholics about slowing it down to take a look. Do you have this thing? Like, really? And so the circle and the triangle has three sides of it: the traditions, steps, and the concepts. 36 principles. And if I did all three sides of that triangle, that the circle around it means that one day I'll be whole. That one day I'll be whole, holy, godlike, wholesome. And I'll tell you what, I was more than anything, the more I got sober on my own until I met Joe, and then in this group and these people that were working this method of going through the circle and the triangle. And what I'm going to show you in a minute, the recipe of recovery, I was empty. The words meant nothing. They were just words. I was reading the book like Sports Illustrated or the articles in Playboy magazine. We only read it for the articles, right? Not to be crass, but just, information. And if I just get the information, I can learn it, I can fix me. And that was the biggest lie I was living. My sponsor called it delusion, illusion. Actually, he got even smarter with me and more honest and said, you lied to yourself. On your own, you lie to yourself. If you can fix you, why would you need to turn your will and your life over to the care of God? It's, the ABCs, the description of the alcoholic, the description, what that is. Do I see myself in the description? The chapter of the agnostic. Do I see where I don't have any power and I give it away and I use me as the power, the delusion that I'm God? And in my personal adventures before and after, make clear three pertinent questions. He had me cross out ideas and write questions. Am I alcoholic? What does that really mean? Jack said it earlier. It's in your mind. It's in we're locked in. I read a couple books on Silkworth and some other parts of the history. That Dr. Silkworth was working for 35 years before he ever met Bill Wilson. He had started doing this in 1899. Him and his wife, him and Towns had treatment centers going. They figured out how to get people off of booze. They used morphine back then, and then they all got addicted to morphine, and then they all went back to drinking. In fact, I read a really thing that sticks out to me, really big thing in this book about Silkworth. He would get up and share, even into the 50s until he died. He would get up and talk about alcoholism. And he was not an alcoholic. He was a doctor. He was a scientist. And he would say, he'd get up and start telling about alcoholism, what it happens bodily, physically, mentally, spiritually, what it does to us, how it destroys us, and what happens when we stay in the practice of drinking, but also what happens when we get sobered up, that it wasn't just about getting sober. It was about finding a moral psychology. He tells us in the doctor's opinion, you can absolutely rely on what these people have to say about themselves. You could absolutely trust what they got to say. But he said he would do that, and then he'd tell the solution. And guys would come up and say, Silkworth, Dr. Silkworth, thank you so much for telling me that. That is so awesome that you told me that. You know what? I'm going to stay sober the rest of my life based on seeing you today. And he said, invariably, to a man, every guy that came up and said that to him, and he said there were many. They got drunk and many of them died. He said it was the guy in the corner who could drink and not drink, the guy who wasn't sure, who had that deep desperation, that deep affliction that needed something more than just sobriety. Something more had to happen. Something more had to be more than just body, mind, and feeling. It had to be more than the three dimension. And it was a fourth dimension and a fifth dimension of knowing a power greater than ourselves. And he saw that. And he was humble enough as a scientist, as a man of science, a man who had studied for 36 years intensely. This guy lived broke for a good 10 or 15 years of his life with his wife. They were dead broke, putting drunks in their house, and guys were dying in their houses. But they were determined to find out. And when he got to Bill Wilson, thank God. Why do we look at the history? Because Silkworth had the patience with people like us, the people that were dying, and not just us, our families who were wondering, what the heck's wrong with my mom and what's wrong with my dad? Why can't we fix these people? And he said, you've got to have something greater. It's got to be more. And when Bill met Bob and they brought the Oxford groups together, and Silkworth was part of that, a bunch of other guys in there that glued us together. And they had the problem and then the solution in the Oxford group thing with the spiritual experience of the step process that we eventually became the 12 steps. We had to see the problem. And the problem was we can't fix ourselves. And it was good news for me. I had been secretly dying in Alcoholics Anonymous, wondering, is this going to work for me? Just like Thoreau said, desperately hoping that my life meant something. Is my life worth living? I'd hear some of the speakers get up, some of them, not a lot of them, and they would talk about getting free, but no one would sit down and you'd ask them. They were impatient. What Joe did is he showed me the breakdown. He showed me the circle and the triangle, that I could be a whole man one day in that circle and the triangle that's in there. And it changed me. It gave me hope. It gave me promise, like, wow. And it scared me too, because, whoa, there's a lot of work here. There's a lot to do. But it gave me a roadmap. The next thing he did is he took me to another place in this process, and it was called the table of contents. Now, I have already filled this in for you for the sake of my conversation, but this is the table of contents. It's on the next page in your big book. Usually we skip over that part. Oh yeah, look at that, whatever. And then there was those stories at the beginning of the book too. I'm not going to read that stuff. I was smarter than AA. I was smarter than you guys. In fact, for me, here's how smart I was. I went to How It Works in chapter 5 and started there, because all that other stuff was for you guys. I'm much more smarter than that, because How It Works is so eloquently written and so beautifully laid out that it sounds like the beginning of a book to me. And the 12 steps are there. So that must be where you can start. The rest of you guys, you can handle those other chapters. I'm going to go here. But I missed the most important part. And what I learned and found out was I missed the foundation of my recovery. See, I think I'm supposed to get rid of my disease so I can get better. And that's what these guys did. They showed me that's not what you do. You don't get rid of this. What you do is you turn it into an asset. You turn it into part of your growth. You turn it into part of your foundation. You take what's wrong with you and you go through this book in a question format with a step guide who can guide you, because I'll tell you right now, it's not easy. This disease is so powerful, has such a deep grip on the will. In fact, Silkworth at the end of his chapter says, when you scoff, remain to pray. Scoffing, doubt. I've got guys I'm sponsoring that are 33 years old, 33 years sober, 28, 25, 20, 15, 12, 10, 90 days sober. We're all scoffers. We end up all of a sudden getting smarter. Herb talked about the ego will rebuild itself and starts taking credit for all this. And I've done it. I've done it too. Got to stop taking credit for it. This is God's thing. I get to be a participant. I get to be part of watch the show, be part of the show. I don't have to be the show. Although I do sometimes because I'm growing, trying to figure out how to come to the end of myself. There's an old saying, God will not help a man until he comes to the end of himself. And I'm here to tell you that most of the guys I work with over the last 36 years, and there's been many, and myself going through the step process at least 9 times officially, had to. I don't do 10, 11, and 12 as good as I wish I did. I'm getting better at it. And I do look at it every day, but I still am blind to myself. I will tell you that. But I'm growing, and I've had more growth probably in the last 3 or 4 years than in probably the 10 years that was before that, 15 years. My son also turned 18. I got to be a parent, so I got to be a kid again with him. So that was part of it. But a big part of it was learning to understand this power greater myself. And I'm going to tell you, I think the greatest gift that comes here, and it's not in the promises, but it'll say you intuitively know how to handle situations used to baffle you. And I'm here to tell you what that means is what growing up in Alcoholics Anonymous is getting to know yourself, be of yourself and give of yourself, and know that you are on intention and on a purpose, that I'm on doing the proper use of the will and bringing God's love, my love, and for your love, the altruism of the program to my life every day. Everything I do is always in consciousness now, as much as it can be. As much as it can be. I'm more conscious than ever. And I'm more aware of myself than ever. And I'm more aware of people around me than ever. Still make mistakes though. Still got lots to learn, lots to grow, lots of things I want to do. But it's always centered around how I can help others. Even doing these webinars here, it's about helping others. So here's the recipe of recovery, the table of contents. He said, cross that out and put the recipe of recovery. He said, it's a textbook designed to transmit an experience, enable me to recover from my problem. But what's my problem? If my problem's alcoholism, it's called the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous. If I'm an alcoholic, they said, question that. Let's question it. Let's see what you mean by that. We're going to go through the next chapters here. He said the forwards to the first edition down to the 4th edition is an overview and growth and effectiveness of the program and the growth of the fellowship. And that's what it is. When you read through it, it's got some real gems in there. Like, you know, the spark that was to start the program was a New York stockbroker who met a physician on May 11th, 1935. Yeah, that's when Bill and Bob met. It's got stuff like that in there. It's got in there that one alcoholic talking to another is the main thrust of this program. But it doesn't mean just sitting in meetings. Most of my program, where I get most of my program now, my different programs, because there's 2 programs Joe showed me, and I found this to be true. There's the one in the fellowship, and there's the one that's in the Big Book. And they're not necessarily the same. And just because people are going to meetings doesn't mean they're there for Alcoholics Anonymous to get sober. Some are there to get married, get laid, get paid, get made. I mean, be a big poobah of a meeting and look like you know what you're doing. They said, you want to keep doing that? Go ahead. But if you want to get the program, here's the journey. He says, if you look at the preface down to we agnostics, we're going to look at step 1. He laid this out in a format so I could grasp it easily. 1 page at a time, 1 line at a time, 1 phrase at a time, and slowing it down, slowing down the chatter, the craziness. He says, we're going to look at the body. If you look at to the right of Bill's story, it says body right there. The doctor's opinion to page 23, we're going to look at the problem. We're going to look at the problem of the body, and we're going to look at the mind. It's broken down this way when you look at it. Now, there's a couple of things of both in there, but he helped me break it down like this. In the groups I was going to, that's what we were doing. We were looking at the body. What happens physically when I take a drink? Do I have the allergy? What happens when I think? in the mind? How do I think? How do I twist? How do I have a relationship to power, choice, and control? What's my obsession? A thought or idea that outweighs every other thought or idea. That's what an obsession is. I get those even sober. Obsessions, not good health obsessions. But if I went through this part, he said, if you go through and look at the body and look at the mind and start to answer the questions. Bill's story was a place for me to ask the questions. Am I just like Bill? That's the first statement on the chapter 17. On page 17 on There Is a Solution. It says, most of us were just as hopeless as Bill. And he asked me the question after I went through the doctor's opinion and Bill's story. Am I just as hopeless as Bill? Because if I wasn't, I don't need to do this. And it tells me There's a Solution that I have the common peril. The common peril that I've shared in having this suffering disease is one element. And the other is coming up with a brotherly and harmonious action of a solution we can all agree on. It doesn't say go to meetings and not drink. It says, where's that at? It's outlined. In the next page you go over, it says it's outlined in this textbook, a textbook. So I was going to say, when I went back to I want to go back for just a second here for a moment on the circle and the triangle. On the bottom, it says down here, it's on the very bottom, it says first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. But it also says plus, minus, times, division, algebra, geometry, and calculus. He said, we're going to read this book like you were going to kindergarten. We're going to start with addition. Then we're going to do a subtraction. Then we're going to do multiplication. Then we're going to do division. And then when you get down to geometry and how it works, and in algebra and geometry, you'll know how to use it and how to work it. But we all skip out and say, oh yeah, I'm just an alcoholic. I have no reason for being here. It was a much deeper process for me. My deeper process was I was ignorant to the fact that I thought I knew what alcoholism was, and I had no clue what it was until I started doing it with this process. We agnostics, over on the left, it says step 2. We agnostics is outlined in there and partly in how it works. It's got the solution. So we've got the problem in the body and the mind and the spirit, which it talks about over here to the right of the solution, a sickened spirit. I went through the chapter of the agnostics and marked everything I doubted first time. The next time I went down through it, everything I wanted, what I thought was marked as God. And next time I marked everything what I wanted God to be. So what I found is that my virtue to go into God right away was actually a problem. Because what it is I think I'm God. And I have it's so ingrained in me. But by going through and saying, what if it's not? What was the doubt in the first part of that, traveling through the agnostics? I started to realize, oh my gosh, look at how I make God. I make God no God. World hunger, there's no God there. But boy, I sure give a lot of energy to no God. I give a lot of energy to negativity, politics, and problems in the world and suffering. Some of my gods are negative things in my life. I make them bigger than a loving God. I had to see that. Well, that's, life is a struggle. Life on life's terms. All you got to do is just keep coming back in one day. That was all wrong thinking. That was given power to thinking that did not work. And my sponsor said, that's part of your spiritual maladies. You're giving power to things you're learning in the program. That does not work for you. It works for a little bit, but it's not the ultimate solution. So don't write me an email or call me and say, oh, Mike, you're bashing the program. No, I'm not. It's not nothing to do with the program. I don't care about the program. What I care about is my recovery and your recovery. These guys showed me that if you really take a look at what how you're given your interpretations and your conclusions to the words and the phrases and the things you're learning in the program. Some of us have been here so long in the fellowship that we've gotten sick being here because we've learned the wrong crap. That's not the whole program. So when I was going through this process, when I'm doing the description of the alcoholic and the chapter of the agnostic and my personal adventures, not just before I drank, but after I got sober. Now I'm 3 years sober and I'm doing this work and looking at how I got sick in the fellowship as well, because I did not have the solution. I did not know that I did not know. And I thought because you were all saying it, or most of you were saying it, that must be true. And I found out it's not true. There's an old wise guy used to tell me, find out what everyone's doing and do the opposite. And I found that to be true in AA in some ways, and in Al-Anon sometimes. We come in and think it's all in the sharing. And it's not. It's in rigorous one-on-one work, looking at our lives critically. How did I make all this up? So I started going through these first 4 chapters, and how did I make it all up? Because it talks about the solution in chapter of the agnostics. But how to find the solution was a very different thing. And that's how it works into action, and working with others is. That's how learning to use the Spirit to change my life. I used to ask Joe, how do you turn your will and your life over to the care of God? You do steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Acts, ACTS, that are contrary to the way you've lived your life to this point, that are contrary to the way you lived your will. It will give you a new experience, which will introduce you to a power greater than yourself, which will solve your problem, and you'll be able to have access to it. You know, we were talking about it earlier. This is where you get out of the dugout. I thought when I got to my amends done, I'd be at the top of the mountain with Moses and my staff looking down on the world saying, oh, I've done it. And thank you very much. I'm done. Now I'm going to go get made, laid, paid, and all the things I say that are necessary in life to be successful. And that was not even close. Steps 1 through 9 was just getting out of the dugout. It was getting out of the hole. There's more work to be done. Growth in 10, 11, and 12. And that's what the rest of this work is about. It talks about there are 2 wives, the family afterward, and 2 employers, recovery of mind, body, and spirit. I can recover from my stinking thinking and the things that have defeated me. I can recover from the not just the physical part of my body not drinking, but the way I get addicted to my feelings, and my feelings are more important than my recovery. And you don't understand, if I'm feeling bad, there must no God in my life. And these guys said, no, you can have bad feelings and still have God working in your life. Your interpretations, again, Mike, is what's defeating you. Let go. But part of the process, emotional sobriety, has been using the step process, steps 4 and 5, get it out, write down where I've stopped playing life and started playing God and being afraid and not thinking not the biggest defect of character I have is that I don't trust God and I don't know what it is. Now, I heard from someone who a long time ago said the best way to learn about God is borrow the one from AA for a while, the step process and the meetings, and listen to how people are bearing witness to thy power, thy love, and thy way of life in step 3 by coming here and making testimony that their lives changed because they dedicated themselves and immersed themselves and did everything they can to have that transformation take place. How they thought, how they felt, how they acted, and then how they behaved. And most of all, how they access a power greater than ourselves. Expanding the bigger spirit, as it says right there to the right of to the employers. And that's on the left. It says steps 3 through 12. How do I get the solution? 3 through 12. And then here's another promise on the recipe of recovery, a vision for me. It says a vision for you, but if you notice, we scratched it out and put me, and it's a promise. And if you read the vision for you, it says, our book is meant to be suggestive only. We realize we know only a little. Humility. God will constantly disclose more to you and to us. Ask him in your morning meditation. Meditation, how I listen to God inside me. What I can do each day for the man who is still sick. I ask through prayer. I ask God to show me. And I listen to the meditation. But obviously you cannot transmit something you have with God. See to it that your relationship with him is right. So now he goes down and says, here's the requirements. Abandon yourself to God as you understand God. Admit your faults to him and to your fellows. Clear away the wreckage of your past. Give freely of what you find. And my sponsor said, and then you can join us. He wasn't into this, wow, he's progressing. He's going to get there. He goes, no, have you finished your amends? Have you read your inventory? Have you finished all your amends? Because what happens with us is we start doing our amends and we get down to say we got 100 amends, we only do 50 and we start feeling better. And we start getting a little money and we start getting a little powder and we start feeling good and we're out there and we're looking good. We got the eyelashes and the suits on and we're looking good, but we don't finish them. And these guys said to me, that's relief. That's not freedom. If you're going for relief, that's not the program. If you want freedom and you truly want to get free and truly want to expel alcoholism from your life, you'll finish those amends, every one of them. And then you can join us. And you can trudge the road of happy destiny and we'll meet some of you along the way. So yeah, it's not harsh, but it was challenging. I had 200, after I started working with Joe, I had 500 names on my resentment inventory. I was pissed off. I was kind of blown away. Whoa. And the other was I had 220 amends. It took me 5.5 years to do it. By the time I was 9.5 years sober, I looked back and went, oh my God. That I had made them all. I found 60 more along the way. About 70 of them were financial. But boy, did I change. Boy, did I wake up. Wow. So it says here, sharing with others. the last part of that vision for you is giving and living in the solution, sharing with the Spirit with others. If you're not sponsoring, guys, then you're missing the whole part of the program. Half measures avail me nothing. I can do all the steps for myself and get my little pouch and my little thing and my little house and my little thing, whatever it is, my degrees. And I've been able to do that and get these great jobs and meet people and go places. And it's been wonderful. It's still developing, still growing, still learning new pathways. However, if I don't work with others, I'm missing the rest of the program. You must work with others. And if you're not handing out your phone number or calling people up, don't wait for these people to call you. They're not going to call you. They're going to die. You know what? There was a guy named Dell. I'm going to tell you about a guy named Dell. I was living in a halfway house in Colorado, Greeley, Colorado. It was not a vision for you. I spent my first 2.5 years in Greeley, Colorado, northern Colorado. It smelled like cow crap all the time. I mean, it literally smelled like crap all the time. It was near one of the biggest feedlots, fourth largest beef man in the country. I used to work for him for 4 months. I went over and they slaughtered 2,700 head of cattle a day. But here I am. I went to meetings. I went to 800 meetings my first year. I stayed sober, and those old cowboys kept me alive, because they would call me up and say, "Hey, Mike, what are you doing?" Well, what do you mean what I'm doing? I'm over here trying to figure out how I'm going to get a date or go, get a good job. Or no. I'm going to come over and pick you up. They come over and pick me up, just like Jack was talking about his sponsor earlier. And they'd pick me up. And there was this old guy named Dell. And I was living in this halfway house. It was an old hospital in Greeley. They even said it was haunted. I'm not sure about that, but don't tell anybody a place is haunted when they got 60 days sober. It kind of freaks them out. But anyway, that was another story. But Dell would come over, and he had no teeth. He had a cane. He took him 5 minutes to get up the stairs, and I think there was only 30 stairs. But he always wanted to come over and see me. And I'm like, what's with this old guy? He keeps coming over wanting to see me. I'm busy. I want to watch MASH. I want to do something else. I want to go chase girls. I'm sober now, and he just kept coming over and see me. And I've just recently been thinking about the people that have come to see me, and God doing for me what I cannot do for myself. And this guy would come over and just sit there. He just liked me. And I finally asked one of the guys, why does he keep coming over? He goes, he just likes you, man. He just thinks he sees something in you. And it wasn't long after that, I never saw Dell again, and he died. And I never told him how much I appreciated him coming up there. I thanked him, but I never told him how much I appreciated him. And that's what we do here. We have to be willing to do this 12th step. Not just go see him, but we got to take him through the work. There's an old saying that Bill said, it's our job to give an adequate outline of this program. And that's what I've hopefully done today. And on here, it says the pioneers of AA. There's stories in the back that you can read about how people found that power greater than themselves. There are some gem stories in there, and we've heard some of it today. And then there's all these things in the back. You got the 12 the traditions and the concepts are in the back of the book. So you can read both the short form and the long form. The spiritual experience about having the different types of spiritual awakenings. You could have it through educational variety, or you can be struck like a burning bush like Bill did and said he had, and said something happened. And I've had those. I remember one day I was sitting down at the beach in Hermosa Beach, and life was rough. And I was sitting on the sand, and I'm looking out and saying, I don't know if this is going to be okay, God, but I'm not doing well here. And I swear to you, I looked out, and my vision changed. Something happened where I went, phoop, and everything got real clear. And I looked out over the ocean, which I'm living in paradise. I live in paradise down here in Hermosa Beach. But I was looking out and I went, okay, you're going to be all right. Just follow what they're showing you. Trust it, Mike. And I didn't make that up. That's not me. I didn't do enough drugs for that to be that good, or enough alcohol. But I've had that happen many times, and I've witnessed it. The third step says, bear witness to thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. We take this journey. And if you'll commit and you'll get down there, you can trudge the road to happy destiny. And if you don't, you'll get to learn while you're going along the way. You'll get to screw up. You get to make up. And what we do here is we don't kill our wounded. Sometimes we're pretty hard on them. And believe me, I've made some real mistakes in my sobriety. I had a business that went upside down a few years ago. I've had to fight for custody to keep my son in my life. He just turned 18 this last year. I had the privilege of being somebody's dad, and I fought for it in court for 18 years. I went out and met someone professionally, and turns out she was one of us. What a surprise. Yeah, the lessons are there. What's in front of me is my lessons. It's all about letting go, learning forgiveness. Terb talked about forgiveness. That book he talked about today, Forgive for Good by Luskin, has been another added thing to this. I get involved with trainings, personal development. I get involved with sweat lodges once in a while. Sometimes we go and sit around and just get get kind of not completely naked, but thong naked and just sweat with the guys. Yeah, it's all part of it. But I have to remember that where I got the most from this all, and then what's on the top of my stack, no matter whether I'm sitting in a training or reading a book or reading an article or watching an athlete say God gave him the championship, or the guy who lost said, well, God will find me another way, or if it's Jesus Christ or Yahweh or Buddha or whatever, talking about how they've seen God, I've got the code. And the code is that we're all human beings having a spiritual experience. And that really what I am is a spiritual being having a human experience. And my job is to try to keep my humanness out of the way, my fears, my suffering. And I've got people that ask me all the time, how you doing? I've sensed some sadness in you. I said some brokenness. What's going on with you? Well, I'm working on it. I'm working. I'm making those amends again. I'm asking God to clean it up, to surrender, to let go, and then see what's available. I thought making amends was getting the monkey off my back, and it turns out it was about serving others. That's what it's always been about. I got my prayer and meditation in the morning, and I get to serve others for the rest of the day. My job is to be here to serve others and see what I can do to make solutions, to make things happen, to help other people. And I've been able to do some great things. Let me tell you the last thing I'm going to close out. Here's my commitment to that circle and the triangle. The circle and the triangle is really a roadmap for life. If you'll go out and fulfill this every day. And Joe told me, you have the physical side, the body, just don't drink and go to meetings, clean up the mind, and go out and take your awakened spirit to the world. You'll have a full, rich life with that circle. And he says, you got to have every day that you're doing something on each side of that triangle. Because if you don't, you'll have a flat tire. You won't be able to roll. And if you have both one side, if you just go to meetings and don't drink, you're going to miss the gifts of the rest of the program. And it's all right there. If you'll do all of that, you'll have a chance to do the entire thing. And you'll have a rich, full life. And every time I go out, that's what I do. That's the scope. And the target is to trudge the road of happy destiny. Trudging means to walk with purpose. And what I've been given is purpose. And anything I go into, I love when Nelson Mandela got out of prison after 28 years. He said, I was out 27 years ago. I got free in prison. And Herb talked about earlier, my own prison's right here. It's my perception left me doing my own thing, me trying to fix me. The way to freedom is helping others. The way to freedom is helping other people get what they want. When you help enough people get what they want, you'll get what you want. There's these little things that start to make sense. And I grew up Catholic, and I didn't like the Catholic Church for years. They scared the crap out of me. They said, you're going to go to hell. I've been in hell. Now I'm in heaven because I'm in Alcoholics Anonymous. I've got the code on how to live life. And I got people around me, a fellowship that's growing up around me. It talks about in A Vision for You. And you'll have this whole thing, and you just got to trust it. And there's going to be times they're all going to leave, and you're going to have to get in. The most spiritual thing you can ever do for yourself is fight for your life in sobriety. And I'm not saying that, not fight for not drinking, fight for what you got to fight sometimes and say, nope, some things are just worth fighting for. And if you're true to yourself, don't die with your music still in you. Don't die with the things that matter to you most. Tell your family how much you love them. Tell your kids how much you love them. Write them letters. Tell them now. Don't wait till they're dead. Don't go to funerals where they're saying, oh my God, I wish I would have told him I loved him. Those little things are cancer. Those spiritual cancers will kill you. Regret and not finishing up communication and not telling people how you feel about them and sharing what matters to you is a dis-ease. Be willing to take a risk and be authentic. God gave you this life. You have a great thing here. It's called the gift of life. And you can use it. And you can use it to live your dreams, and you can help other people. And then there's going to be days you're going to be standing out there at Dr. Bob's house with a bunch of your friends, sitting around the table and thinking, this is it right here. We're sitting where these two guys saved our lives. And we have got a gift. And if we don't use it, then we are stupid. We must use this gift. There's so many people right now in COVID that are suffering. We don't have to, I'm doing all this shit because I'm not going to go crazy in my head here. I'm going to help others. I want this to be a part of my life anyway. It is anyway. I've been to 7 world conventions. I've been to 27 ICIPAs. I've been to 100 young people's conferences. I've been to 300 AA conferences. I've been all over the United States, partly Europe now, all over Canada, down into Mexico. I always wanted to, when I was talking about it, you want to travel, get in AA and get on the circuit. Just go out there and you don't have to be a speaker. Just go to all the conferences. Go play every golf course. Go see every team play in town when you're there. Go to every museum. Go for a run in every town. Go smell the flowers. Smell the earth. Enjoy your life. You only got one life to live. And I'll just end with this. My old friend Edie, she passed away a few years ago. She was from Sacramento. Edie Cartwright. You can look her up. She's on YouTube. She used to say, the longest journey you'll ever take is from your mind into your heart. Most of us think that when our hearts hurt, that's wrong. And what that is, that's God saying, come into me. Show me the way. And if you'll trust your heart, your life will be an extraordinary. You'll live a life that's worth living. So I'm grateful to be here. I want to thank you for letting me share and indulging me, and we're ending up a beautiful day in sobriety. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, Tim, I'm a mess.
So one final report for everybody. AMOT Audio has recorded this, and I suspect they'll have it up in a day or two on their website. That's amotaudio.com, and we really appreciate them doing that. We will send out emails and let you know if we put up any kind of replay or recording on YouTube that'll be up for a week or two or whatever it is, but it will always be available on amotaudio.com. We really appreciate everybody showing up. We had a good showing all day long from start to finish, and some really wonderful recovery and history today. So once again, everybody, thank you for joining us, and we're glad that we were able to bring this to you. Literally a day full of get into service. If you didn't take that message away today, you were asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, so true. And I just want to mention, Tim is a wonderful man to work with. We connected, like I said, probably a month ago and put this together, and we just felt we wanted to bring this to those who were interested. And he's got so much passion and love for people and the program. And I just want to thank you so much, Tim, for being such a gentleman and bringing so much enthusiasm to my life and everybody here. So thank you so much for what you've created with us today.
Absolutely. And thank you for all the work you did putting this together and the YouTube stream. And Gabby as well helped out a great deal with the technical end of this, as well as Belle with the flyers and all the rest of the little munchkins that helped get this out across the internet and got it recognized so that people could come to it. So we appreciate all of you being here. How would you like to finish this, Mike?
Real quick, there's a couple questions.
Sure.
We'll leave this up, guys, for the next couple of days so you can rewatch it. The people have asked. I don't think everybody here knows what we're doing, but my request is you do not take this thing and post it anywhere. It must be you can come here, you've got the link, you can go through it again, take the notes. We're going to watch. We can tell how many people are watching it. And we know because the analytics on this is superlative. So we can do that. The other is you can go to the website. If you can make a donation, that's great. We sure appreciate those 7 Tradition and the support, either through Venmo and through PayPal. We're going to have some other events coming up here soon. We can put out through the email and stuff like that. There's going to be a Vision for You event on January 2nd and 3rd. And I'm putting that together with a couple other guys. And Harmon's part of that. We're going to do a Vision for You. You're going to have a chance to create your vision for 2021. And then based on your step 11, considering your plans for the year. And then we're going to help you make a vision board. And we're going to have people share their vision boards. If you've never done this, I learned it in another 12-step program. And we've got a formula here that's really fun. So if a lot of you are bored at home and tired of watching Netflix and tired of football, on the 2nd and 3rd, we're going to do that. You can just send us an email or send us, send me the email on the one here. If you're more interested in that, we'll send you out the information on that. So there's a lot of good stuff coming up here. Stay close to the fire. Even though COVID's got us kind of locked in and restricted, we can find a way out with this stuff. So with that, let's see. Just wanted to check the other. There's like 7 questions that came in. Just want to see. There's questions here we can forward off to you, Tim. Most of it's just about the service and how people are in relationship to it. Get involved, folks. Go find out where you can get involved and become a member of PICPC or anything else in service. You will learn the traditions and the steps. You'll have to work the steps because those people will drive you crazy. That's the good news. You can practice there And what you work on there will get fixed in your life eventually somewhere down the road. That's what I was going to say earlier. So other than that, anything else you want to say, Tim?
That's it. I just appreciate everybody's help, and it made for a great day. Thank you so much, and we'll end the stream there.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. Take care of yourselves. And like I said, call your friends or pass along the link. It's going to be up for a couple of days here, and we'll leave it up so you guys can watch it again. And thank you very much. Let us know if you need anything. And with that, we're gone.
All right. So I just ended recording, and I guess